Apocalypse. I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. How many cards does this human have? The swarm is finished. Nordic region. The Knight Commander of the Silicon-based civilization has returned to their base here. Although they were defeated by Daxing, their foundation is still there, in the Nordic region, which has been almost completely occupied by them. Other alien civilizations have long since left wisely, and the remaining human forces have been suppressed by them, and can't raise their heads. It has been following the situation in the Chinese region, since it came back here. When they evacuated, they left behind a batch of reconnaissance equipment. With their technology, they kept a safe distance, and it was difficult for humans to find them. Even if they found them, they couldn't catch them. At this moment, the picture of the Earth rumbling over the swarm of insects was transmitted to it in the first time. Not only it, but other high-level people of the surrounding silicon-based civilizations were also silent. After a long while, someone asked, did he use this power in the Battle of Daxing? No. Absolutely not. The Knight Commander answered affirmatively. You have all learned about the information we brought back. This is another trump card of his. It seems that humans are well prepared when they take action against the Zerg. The Zerg is doomed to fail. This human has demonstrated another kind of force in a way that none of our civilizations have thought of. In the current situation, it is still impossible to determine whether the news released by the Prophet civilization and the Bastions is true or false. Whether it is true or false is no longer important. The important thing is, we don't know if he has any other trump cards. So who dares to act rashly? It is a small matter to fail at the hands of the natives, but losing the war of civilization is a big trouble. He must be the son of civilization. The abilities he has demonstrated cannot be possessed by the indigenous civilized life. He must be the son of civilization. The Knight Commander of the silicon-based civilization standing at the front raised his head and looked at the floating projection screen. On it, countless giants stepped coldly on the ground. The swarms of insects collapsed. Countless war insects were crushed, and the huge swarms of insects fell down with flames everywhere under the dense artillery fire of humans. There was a long silence. At the same time, in the African region, the battle report was also transmitted to Kinky as soon as possible. Lord Kinky, what should we do now? Kinky said, they succeeded. This human has revealed another trump card. Now no one knows whether he has other cards. We have suffered losses in this battle. We will not take action anymore and wait and see. Everyone wants to win the battle of civilization. Several of our civilizations have clashed for a while. It's time for Wuzi and Lin Qun civilization to take action. I understand, sir. The life of the Black Sheep civilization below retreated respectfully. On the other side, on the land of Antarctica, Yegus, the top powerhouse of Lin Qun civilization, was also watching the picture sent back from the front. But it remained silent and said nothing. Seeing the defeat of the Zerg, the Prophet civilization beings who were also observing the battlefield could not believe it. In the last command center of the remnants of the Prophet civilization left on Blue Star, the Prophet civilization beings were almost furious. What kind of ability is this? It's okay that he can turn into a giant, but how could this human summon so many giants? He should have exhausted all means. He is not a child of civilization at all. How did he do it? Cheating. We should report this human cheating to the organizer. He is not a child of civilization, just an aboriginal, and it is impossible for him to have so many abilities. The Prophet civilization failed to gain anything in the Battle of Daxing and suffered huge losses. Now they just want to drag humans into the water and watch human civilization collapse on the battlefield of civilization. Therefore, they cooperated with the Bastions and spread the news everywhere, hoping that someone would take action to deal with this group of human civilization beings and kill the human who killed their civilization evolution. But they didn't expect that in less than 2 days, this human not only did not use up his trump cards as they expected and was vulnerable, but actually appeared on the battlefield between humans and the Zerg, and revealed another trump card that shocked the world. The Prophet's civilization, at this time, could no longer afford to lose. In the Huaxia region, the other alien civilizations that were quietly observing, those small and medium-sized alien civilizations, were also terrified at this moment. The rumbling swept across the land, cooperating with the human coalition army to sweep the Zerg, and such a scene made them all terrified. Picking up leaks. What leaks? What kind of place is this blue star battlefield? How can the natives here be so fierce? Retreat. Retreat quickly. Retreat immediately. What? All the Taku people ran away. Why did you tell us this news so late? If they all ran away, why don't we run? Can our firepower and weapons compare with the Zerg? The natives that the Zerg can't beat. Why should we fight? Run quickly. The bastard prophet civilization and the Bakatans. Fortunately we didn't fall for their tricks. If they really took action, we would be worse off than the Zerg now. Retreat to the mainland immediately. When humans have dealt with the Zerg, it may be too late for us to run. Go quickly. The natives here are too fierce. These are all undercurrents happening outside the battlefield. In fact, these alien civilizations thought too much. The current human coalition army looks powerful, but it was actually built in a hurry. After defeating the Zerg, it is impossible to immediately switch to fighting others. Especially now. The only target of mankind is the Zerg. On the front battlefield, the 2 core Zerg nests used by the Queen to block the human troops were destroyed within 10 minutes. The war insects in the air and the multiple groups of Zerg nests still suspended in the air were destroyed by humans. Under the chaotic artillery, they turned into huge fireballs that fell from the sky and landed on the ground, burning fiercely. The humans behind them swarmed up and completely killed the insects in them. At the same time, the supergiant tide was still advancing. The supergiant did not launch any formal attack, but just crushed all the way. The confrontation with the Zerg was even more domineering and wild. It was trampling. What the land that was trampled by a mountain looked like, and what the ground behind them looked like now. In addition to the air war insects that were shot down, those ground war insects that failed to evacuate were almost intact, and they were all torn into pieces. On the ground, another huge and hideous footprint showed the horror of the rumbling. In front, smoke and dust were rolling, and the wall of giants was still moving forward. Behind, there were soldiers who killed the flying insects that fell to the ground, but were not dead. They looked up and saw the giants in front of them moving forward under the glory, almost in a trance. But at this moment, the morale of mankind was unprecedentedly high, and the morale was like a rainbow. This was the way the battle unfolded, that no one could have thought of before the war. But the result surprised everyone. In their original expectations, if they wanted to fight the Zerg head on, they would have to pay an unimaginable heavy price. However, with the rumbling and countless supergiants escorting them, they killed all the way from the front to here with almost no losses. Most of the firepower of the Zerg was consumed by these supergiants, and they easily defeated the Zerg and harvested a large number of contribution points. Of course, although the Zerg is large in number, there may only be 10,000 or 20,000 contribution points for hundreds of thousands of Zerg. Most of them are clone Zerg and artificial Zerg. This is the strategy of the Zerg. However, none of this matters now. At this moment, what is more inspiring than the contribution points is the great victory in front of us. Ahead, the remaining supergiants are still advancing. The ground forces of the human coalition army quickly followed. The 2 groups of insect swarms were separated by a distance. The supergiants are still leading the way, and the mountain of giants is advancing on the ground. The insect swarm continues to fire crazily. In the Lucheng command center, Li Zeng doesn't even need to command, because there is no need for command on the scene. With the supergiants in front, the human coalition forces only need to move forward step by step, and under the cover of the giants, fight against the insect swarm. A large number of aerial war insects flew across the battlefield, like a dark cloud passing over the heads of the supergiants. They launched a fierce attack on the coalition forces behind the supergiants. In the other 2 directions, there are 2 other groups of aerial war insects, outflanking and deterring, continuing to kill the position of Lin Qun behind. They want to take down Lin Qun, the ancestor giant. This is the last struggle of the Zerg. Block their air force and cover Mr. Lin's sweep across the battlefield. Li Zeng's order was issued. A large number of troops fought around Lin Qun. Lin Qun was still at the back of the battlefield, motionless. He looked up and watched countless warbugs flying towards him. He was not frightened at all. There was a purple light flashing in his eyes. In the dream, there was a kind of hideousness and terror. Li Zeng believed in him. He also believed in Li Zeng. Li Zeng's troops would protect him and fight until the last moment. What he had to do now was to continue taking drugs, to maintain his energy value, to ensure the continuation of the rumbling. The energy recovery potion that Li Zeng gave him was still enough. Lin Qun took a look at his total contribution points, which had now reached 78,000 points. Just now, he passed the front line of the Zerg. Although the supergiant could do nothing about the air war bugs, he crushed countless bugs just by trampling them, harvesting large areas of contribution points. If the Zerg were all contestants, this number might be multiplied several times. The Zerg's contribution points were credited one after another. In front, the supergiants were facing the fierce attack of the last 3 insect nests. Under the artillery fire, the giants began to fall again. In the distance, the sky and the ground were connected by a green beam of light. Just below the beam of light, the mother nest of the insect swarm began to rise. Above its head, in the sky, the space crack had expanded to a certain scale. The insect swarm was about to retreat. Therefore, their artillery fire was the most intense now. As long as they could stop the humans at this moment, they could withdraw at least half of the remaining forces. The queens in the mother nest had to admit that at this moment, they were no longer able to fight against the power of humans, let alone stop the advance of this terrible giant tide. They had to retreat. Speed up the retreat. But it seemed too late. The terrifying giant tide was advancing. The remaining few kilometers of distance were not a problem at all. This area was already a mountainous area, but even in the mountains, it was almost being trampled by the giants at this moment. These supergiants are all pure giants. They are completely controlled by Lin Qun's spirit. Lin Qun gave them the order to crush the insect swarm, and they moved forward unstoppably, no matter what was ahead. Therefore, at this time, even in the mountainous areas, these giants also strode forward. Some peaks were wailing as they were knocked through and collapsed layer by layer. Most of the peaks in the mountainous areas in this area are not high, and most of them are just supergiants. To humans, these are mountains, but to supergiants, many are just mounds of earth, which can be stepped on directly. Several supergiants moved forward and trampled the mountains directly. The giants fell, but soon stood up, followed the footsteps of the giants in front, and moved forward with high spirits. The insect swarm's blows were like rain, and the supergiants fell one after another in the blows, but their momentum was still extremely huge, like an unshakable wall of flesh and blood. They are still moving forward. They are still attacking. The mother nest of the insect swarm has begun to rise. A large number of airborne insects failed to take down the Lin group, and began to block the firepower of the human bombardment of the mother nest. They simply built a defense line with their flesh and blood, and took the initiative to hit the attacks launched by humans at the high altitude mother nest, and forcibly blocked all the attacks of humans outside the mother nest. At this time, the remaining 2 core insect nests also wanted to escape. A large number of insects retreated into the secondary giant transport nest, ready to take off. Lin Group raised his head in the distance. Deep purple light burst out in his eyes. The remaining giants began to gather again, and gathered in one direction, breaking through head on, and moving forward. Forward. The unsullied giants were not afraid of death. They were completely controlled by the Lin group. At this moment, their numbers were reduced, so they simply stopped spreading out, and broke through at a fixed point. Ta-ta. Ta-ta. The terrifying scene was staged on the battlefield. The mountains were collapsing. The giants as high as the mountain peaks strode forward. The front ones fell under the artillery fire of the insect swarm, and the ones behind continued to follow without hesitation. The flames of the white phosphorus bombs ignited their bodies. Some even lost half of their heads, but they still marched forward, until they broke through the direction of the Zerg and hit the Zerg nest in front. A secondary transport hive fell down in the air. The rumbling of the ground opened a gap. In the back, a large number of human coalition forces poured in. In the distance, the mother nest adopted a strategy of cutting off the arm of a hero. Abandoning all other Zerg nests, The remaining core Zerg nests, Zerg hive gunboats, and secondary giant transport hives that were ready to retreat all left the space channel route and began to rush towards the human army head-on, using their flesh and blood to form the last line of defense. This is also the advantage of the Zerg system. Even if they die, they will choose to execute an order without hesitation. One Zerg nest after another fell and collapsed. Smoke and dust billowed, and the flames of the explosions shot up into the sky. And on the corpses of countless Zerg swarms, the Zerg mother nest rose up and went straight into the space channel in the sky. With a last look, the queen and the mother nest overlooked the world under her feet. It was devastated. The Zerg was defeated. They never thought there would be such a result. What they lost here was almost equal to what they gained here. At this moment, the queen felt a little regretful. Perhaps they should not have landed on this battlefield and should not have chosen to land in the Chinese region. But now, everything is too late. The Zerg was defeated and almost completely wiped out. Only a lonely mother nest escaped back to the mainland. Since then, the Zerg civilization has completely withdrawn from the battlefield of Blue Star Civilization. Chapter 327 100,000 contribution points. At 2 PM on that day, the battle between the human coalition and the Zerg was basically over. The Zerg was badly defeated, and the main force was completely defeated on the front. The mother nest left behind a large number of war insects and fled back to the mainland. The human coalition won a great victory, and there was almost no loss. On the battlefield, smoke billowed. It was a mess. The coalition troops moved forward and began to clean up the battlefield. Lin Qun's ancestral giant form was lifted at this moment. The rumbling ability dissipated. The supergiants also dissipated in the steam. The steam boiled. The huge body quickly melted on the battlefield, and many people were stunned. Some soldiers were dumbfounded. They had also been making a living in this civilized battlefield for a long time, and had never seen such incredible means. What kind of ability is this? It can get bigger and disappear at will. The other giants have disappeared too. But when Lin Qun came down, the surrounding troops fell silent and separated immediately. Wang Shai and Sheng ran over and shook Lin Qun's hand enthusiastically, saying, "Mr. Lin, I only heard about your strength before, but today I see that you are indeed extraordinary. I, Wang Shai and Sheng, admire you." Wang Shai and Sheng was all smiles, completely without the suspicion he had before towards Lin Qun, and was overly enthusiastic. Lin Qun blinked his eyes, said nothing, raised his head, and drank 2 bottles of energy recovery potion, and then said, "Without your cooperation, this battle would not have been so beautiful. The insect swarm has been defeated. Don't miss a single contribution point." Lin Qun is very realistic. The battle was won, and his mind was full of contribution points. The mother nest ran away. The battle was over, but there were still many insects that were not killed, all of which were contribution points. But in fact, there is still a difference between reality and thought. Although the main force of the human coalition army defeated the Zerg together with the rumbling, sank all the Zerg nests, and defeated its frontal forces, there were still many roaming Zerg, especially the aerial war insects. The super large titans launched by the rumbling had no countermeasures against the air force. The remaining number of these aerial war insects was relatively large, and they were still fighting with the vanguard of the human coalition army in front. However, the remaining roaming war insects were very scattered. In addition to the ones in the sky, the super large titans could not hit the war insects in the sky, and hitting the ground war insects was like using a cannon to hit a fly. Lin Qun also consumed a lot of energy to maintain the form of the ancestral titan and the rumbling, so he lifted the state in time and prepared to roll up his sleeves to go to the front to kill insects. Therefore, leaving these words, Lin Qun took off into the air, wearing the Mark 50 nano battlesuit, holding the sword of the Oath of Victory, and rushed all the way to the battlefield in front. Wherever he passed, the soldiers cheered. This battle made him famous throughout the coalition army. No matter whether they knew Lin Qun or not, as long as one person recognized Lin Qun and shouted, there would be a lot of cheers. Lin Qun was not vague. As a qualified contribution point harvester, he would kill the bugs as soon as he saw them. But what made Lin Qun depressed was that wherever he went, the soldiers of the coalition army were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They all wanted to show off in front of him, and they were extremely brave in killing the defeated bugs, and they took away a lot of contribution points. And at the position just now, he watched Lin Qun soar into the sky. The adjutant beside Wang Xiansheng joked, "Old Wang, I haven't seen you so enthusiastic towards anyone in all these years. Didn't you question this Mr. Lin before?" Question? Who questioned it? Mr. Lin is ranked first among humans in the world. If anyone dares to question his strength, I, Wang Xiansheng, will be the first to have a problem with him. Wang Xiansheng took off his hat and looked at the direction where Lin Qun disappeared. The second half of the sentence was what was in his mind. Damn it, what kind of equipment is this? The person was just in front of me, and he broke the speed of sound as soon as he took off, and he was gone in the blink of an eye. Enthusiastic? Of course I have to be enthusiastic towards Mr. Lin. He defeated an entire Zerg civilization, and not many of my troops died. I never dared to dream of such a casualty ratio, but he did it. If I'm not enthusiastic towards him, who should I be enthusiastic towards? As he said that, this generous northeastern man waved his hand and said, "Everyone, follow me up, and kill the remnant of the Zerg together with Mr. Lin, and let those alien civilizations that are staring at us see that we humans are not easy to bully." The people around him made a thunderous roar. "Destroy their swarm of insects. We've been waiting for this day, to drive the alien civilization back to their homeland. Feel proud. Feel proud. Follow Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin has killed countless insects. We can't hold him back." Somehow this trend spread. Slogans of following Mr. Lin to strangle the remnants of the swarm of insects were everywhere. Lin Qun soon discovered. The allied forces rushed up, and the remaining swarm of insects, whether running on the ground or flying in the sky, were all trapped in a jar, strangled by the human allied forces from all sides. The allied forces were full of momentum, competing with Lin Qun to kill. Lin Qun, the star figure, was even more coerced. A large group of soldiers followed him, big men, all with shining eyes, surrounding him and crowding around him to kill insects. The generals were also very excited when they saw him. "Mr. Lin, we follow you. Mr. Lin, you don't know that we have been beaten by alien civilizations and cannot raise our heads. Today we have finally taken revenge. Please let us follow you to kill insects together. It is our honor." Many troops here have faced alien civilizations. At that time, alien civilizations landed all over the world. It was the period with the largest number of alien civilizations in the most chaotic period. The Human Federation could not take care of both ends. Many troops were defeated very aggrievedly. They watched helplessly as they were defeated. Humans were slaughtered, and their comrades fell in large numbers. When the situation got better, their local troops were already scattered and suffered almost all the losses. The alien civilizations that could become big already had considerable strength, and they could not fight back, even if they gathered a few troops. Therefore, they have always been very frustrated and helpless. Today, the great defeat of the insect swarm civilization made everyone very excited and proud. Moreover, although this insect swarm civilization is not a top civilization, it is also a very large civilization. They won this battle very beautifully and almost without much loss. Such a victory made everyone excited from the bottom of their hearts. As for Lin Qun, who achieved this victory with shocking means, they naturally love and admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Even though many of them only knew that Liang was Lin Qun today and knew who Lin Qun was, and even many people didn't know what Lin Qun looked like, it didn't prevent them from crowding over, layer by layer, batch by batch, to protect Lin Qun. Where has Lin Qun enjoyed such treatment? When he was in the Magic City, he fought in a wretched manner. After leaving the Magic City, due to the gap in strength, he fought away from the human army most of the time. At first, he was a little uncomfortable and even felt that these people slowed down his pace of killing insects. But gradually, he felt the most sincere enthusiasm, and he also raised his arms in the crowd, shouting, "Kill, there are insects over there, kill them." He didn't know how to command, but when he gave an order, even if he pointed in a messy direction, these people were willing to follow him. But at this time, all these seemed not so important. Because the battle was almost over, now was the time to vent excitement and joy. There were fewer and fewer insects on the battlefield, and at this time, they fled in panic and were killed bit by bit. Li Zeng's order also came from behind. This order was very simple, that is, to kill the insect swarm on the spot, and the remnants of the insect swarm left on the blue star, leaving no one. This is deterrence. In the Lin Qun command center, a staff officer asked, "Commander Lee, don't we need to make a show of chasing those retreating alien civilizations?" Lin Qun's intelligence showed. With the defeat of the insect swarm, the spies of the alien civilization who had been watching before all ran away, and the troops of various small and medium-sized alien civilizations farther behind the spies fled at the sight of the wind, and the speed was astonishing. Li Zeng shook his head, looked at the screen, and said lightly, "No need, we can't catch up with them." Although the Zerg civilization is not as good as the top civilizations such as the Prophet civilization, it is also a medium to high civilization with strong strength, especially its unique form of civilization, which is a hard bone to chew, and not very profitable. We defeated them here with great force, which not only demonstrated the strength of our army, but also demonstrated Mr. Lin's indomitable fighting power. As long as we ensure the results of the battle, clear the battlefield, and let everyone see our great victory, our goal will be achieved, which is enough to deter the troops and top masters of these alien civilizations. Repelling the Zerg is one aspect, and deterring other alien civilizations from taking action is the key. The battlefield was cleared from day to night. There are still many Zerg here. The front battlefield was defeated, and there are still a huge number of them roaming around, which need to be cleared. At this moment, on the front battlefield, Lin Qun was rising from the ground, soaring in the sky, looking down on the battlefield. Under his feet, the former mountainous area had been razed to the ground by the rumbling of the earth, and smoke was billowing on the ground. The troops of the human coalition army had already killed the last of the Zerg swarm. Some of them were cleaning up the battlefield, and the rest had begun to move to other areas. The order from the Lin Qun command center had arrived. The various units were dispersing again, pretending to drive them away, but in fact they were taking this opportunity to completely close the current human-controlled areas. The various units were also preparing for a new round of meetings. Li Zeng's command of the Zerg swarm was a hasty temporary decision. Now that the Zerg swarm has been defeated, such a large force must be replanned. After the war, many generals who had previously questioned Li Zeng's command changed their tune at this time. "Li Zeng, I knew you had it in mind. Mr. Lin is so amazing. What kind of ability is this? He is indeed a son of civilization. Only a son of civilization can have such fighting power, right? You don't know. When so many giants appeared, I was shocked. I thought it was some means of alien civilization. If you hadn't informed me in advance, I might have opened fire. Mr. Lin has such a trump card. No wonder you trust him so much. You should have told me about this situation earlier." Li Zeng mostly smiled and said a few polite words. He knew very well that, although some people asked him to speak first, even if he said what Lin Qun said at that time, such as summoning giants, these generals might not believe it, because they had never met Lin Qun, and trust could not be established by language. These people did not dare to use their soldiers to believe in a person they had never seen, even if Lin Qun was the first among humans. If it were him, he would come all the way here, and it would be impossible for him to believe that one person could summon countless giants. Anyone who heard it would only regard it as a fairy tale, and it would only be counterproductive. In fact, after the battle, the soldiers on the battlefield were even discussing. The impact of the rumbling was too great, too incredible. At this moment, many troops have already embarked on the road back. That's because they left their original base. The survivor base they once built, and the survivors they protected, were now attacked by alien civilizations. They are now returning to fight back the attackers. But now, they will no longer fight alone. Many troops volunteered to help these returning troops. When they came, there may have been a few thousand people, but now each unit has more than 10,000. The 10,000-man army has even reached 20,000. Set off in a mighty manner. An officer stood on a high place, looking at the endless troops and the forests in the sky, and said, "This time, the return journey is not to defend, but to fight back the alien civilization. In fact, there is no need to fight at all. The information about the Battle of Daxing and the Battle of the Zerg is continuing to ferment. The alien civilizations in the Huaxia region have retreated one after another. Those alien civilizations in some areas that are still attacking human gathering places are no exception. When they heard that the human troops were coming back, they were all terrified, abandoned their armor, and ran away desperately. Lin Qun wanted to follow these troops, but after hearing the news, he stopped moving. Because it was meaningless. He is now the most concerned person in the Huaxia region. Wherever he moves, people will flee without hesitation. As soon as there is a clue, they will run away. This is also the situation that the strong people who have reached this level must face. Small scale and large scale battles can be participated in, but medium scale battles are difficult to participate in. Lin Qun did not leave the Zerg battlefield immediately. Instead, he stayed here to upgrade. One is to upgrade the level, and the other is to upgrade the card pool. The Battle of Taxing, and the Battle of the Zerg, the total number of contribution points in Lin Qun's hands has now reached a full 100,000 points. This number, Lin Qun did not dare to think about before. Now, he actually has so many contribution points. In the global rankings, his position is already the unshakable first. Lin Qun opened the global human rankings. He ranked first with a total of 140,000 contribution points. The second place is human, and the contribution points are still more than 60,000. After this battle, the difference is exactly doubled. Most of the land war insects were killed by Lin Qun's earth rumbling, so there are so many contribution points in the account. If it weren't for the fact that the Zerg has a large number of cloned war insects and artificial war insects, this number may be more. This is also normal. This is the tactics of the Zerg. They use the sea of insects as a way of war. Naturally, they have to consider that they can't use the sea of insects to send contribution points to others. As far as Lin Qun knows, Li Zeng is also counting the data, and the military has also obtained a lot of contribution points. Together with Lin Qun's, humans have gained at least 100,000 contribution points in this battle. In the past, humans were harvested by others for contribution points, but now it is finally time for humans to harvest the lives of alien civilizations in turn. Experience points have once again reached the 4 million mark. Lin Qun was not vague at this time. Upgrade now. Chapter 328 5 consecutive draws. Foundation building pill. Lin Qun followed the old rules and upgraded his personal level first. His level was already very high. With 4 million experience points and 2 consecutive upgrades, he had completely reached the level 50 mark. Name, Lin Qun level 50, 159 30 50 /1,700,000, strength 210.6 agility, 173.3 constitution, 180.7 stamina, 166.6 over 187.6 right square bracket, dark energy, 356.5 over 356.5 right square bracket. The attributes of Lin Qun's personal panel were becoming more and more terrifying. When the attributes reached this level, he could feel the changes in his body, the increase in muscle density, the vigorous sense of power in his flesh and blood. Every cell seemed to be filled as never before. And this time, he didn't rely on Washan to reach this data. He stood here, closed his eyes, and seemed to be able to really feel the wind flowing in the space. It was a feeling of floating, as if he could take off with the wind. The improvement of attributes was gradually bringing him deeper changes. If I must say, this is some kind of evolution. Lin Qun suddenly thought of the word evolution. When the attributes reach a certain level, the organism will break through the limitations of the original species. With a high physique, the flesh and blood body will have the strength of steel. With a high strength, ordinary people can also have the power to collapse everything. There is also energy, agility, dark energy. The level increase is a digital manifestation on the outside, but on the inside, it is actually a change and leap in the core of the entire organism. It cannot be seen at a low level, but when it reaches a high level, even the same species will show two states. When these physical qualities reach a certain level, it is not just as simple as enhancement. High agility and physique can give people the ability to fly in the air. That is not superpowers, but evolution. The same is true for other attributes. It's like evolution. However, this evolution is refined in the attributes. With each level increase, the increase in attributes is far from the level of immediate change, and everything gradually changes in a subtle way. The person's feelings are actually not clear and definite. Therefore, most people may only feel a little change, just like strengthening. Only when the attributes reach a certain height can they realize that this may not be that simple. Lin Qun immediately thought of the evolver. All attributes reached 999 and far exceeded. Lin Qun has now come into contact with many strong people and knows that the evolver is not as simple as high attributes. Attributes are just a base number to measure the evolver. Just like in the personal panel of the global battlefield, after the attribute reaches 999, it will only be displayed as 999 if it rises again. Lin Qun was just guessing before, but after the Battle of Daxing, he can confirm his guess. At the time of the Battle of Daxing, his headshot female skill could theoretically kill Kinky, but it failed, which means that Kinky's attribute is not 999, but above 999 points. Therefore, Lin Qun's headshot female skill at that time could not achieve accurate headshot and kill. Lin Qun's Superman transformation this time can also be used as a comparison. The panel data is also 999, and Kinky is not his opponent. This further proves that 999 is a peak value below the evolver, which is a threshold. The threshold here is the threshold of the evolver. The improvement of attributes and levels will eventually lead to the evolution of the organism itself. Crossing the threshold of the evolver will open a new door. Lin Qun has some expectations and yearning. He vaguely understands why it is so difficult to improve experience and level. Among them, the global battlefield he understood before may encourage more killing and death. Maybe it is one reason, and there may be another reason. That is, evolution itself is 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. How many years have passed since the fireworks of life on the blue planet? From the first microorganism to the first organism to walk on land. How many people have passed? How many failures of life have evolved into today's blue planet ecosystem? It seems that one species after another is mediocre. In the endless years of the past, they don't know how many generations of changes they have experienced, how many generations of thousands of individuals have died, and finally evolved into what they are today. This is a difficult road. However, Lin Qun thinks he is still fast enough. Judging from the current attributes, Bakazan, who was regarded as the #1 enemy by Lin Qun at that time, should be between level 50 and level 70. Although Lin Qun has various skill bonuses, his attributes are not entirely increased by upgrading, but Bakazan is also the same. The Bakatan people have the natural advantage of life, and their basic attributes are higher than humans. Bakazan is a person who has experienced at least 2 civilized battlefields, and the Bakatan people have tilted their resources towards their high-end talents, so they can step by step reach that point. As for Lin Qun, now in this place of the Blue Star battlefield, his basic attributes are almost equal to his, not to mention his real combat power. He can kill Bakazan and Bakali in seconds. The continuous improvement of attributes made Lin Qun feel a lot of yearning in his heart. But his thoughts stop there. The long march of thousands of miles starts from the ground. It is useless to yearn for it alone. We still have to take it step by step. Next, he also upgraded his card pool. Before upgrading the card pool, Lin Qun casually drew a 5-draw. He has more than 100,000 contribution points. A 5-draw streak from the 3rd level card pool is only 2,500 contribution points, which is a drop in the bucket for him. Of course, Lin Qun didn't draw 10 times this time, because the 3rd level card pool is not very helpful to him now. Even if he can draw some useful cards, it doesn't make much sense. Even if he draws all 100,000 contribution points 200 times, they are just low level cards. It's better to save the contribution points to draw cards from higher level card pools. According to the nature of the card pool upgrade, Lin Qun deduced that a round of draws from the 4th level card pool would probably cost 10,000 contribution points. The most important thing is that the 4th level card pool, combined with the fairy card, can directly draw A level cards. An A level card is more than any B level or C level card. At present, although humans have shocked the alien civilization with their victory over the Zerg and won a short opportunity, the threat of top level civilization is still there and can be used again at any time. At the moment, when the Superman transformation card has been used up, Lin Qun must have a stable and top level combat power in his hands. Otherwise, if another evolver comes to kill him, he may not even be able to escape, and the others will all die. Not to mention the distant ones. Lin Qun is sure that the nearby mysterious civilization regards him as the #1 enemy because of the shining Trihedron, and will not let him go. It is terribly quiet now, perhaps because of the heavy losses in the Battle of Daxing, but it is also very likely that a bigger fatal blow is brewing. They can only guess what the alien civilization will do, and no one knows what the alien civilization will do. Danger may come at any time, and when it comes, there will be no signs, so we must prepare for it. He can't wait, and there is no time to wait. The most important thing is to upgrade the card pool first, draw A-level cards, and gamble for powerful cards at the A-level card level, to improve the top combat power. This is the most critical reason. Now, Lin Qun has enough means to deal with low-end opponents. Most of his cards can fight against low-end opponents, especially the rumbling. With the cooperation of the Human Federation army, he is not afraid of even the ground forces of the top civilization. He can completely crush them. What he lacks is not low-level cards, but top cards that can compete with high-level opponents. He leaves more contribution points to the level 4 card pool and draws as much as possible from the level 4 card pool. The probability of drawing high-level cards with great effects is higher. And because of this, before officially upgrading to level 4, Lin Qun just drew a few cards at random to see if he could try his luck, and then upgrade the level 4 card pool. He didn't draw too much. It was enough to draw 5 consecutive draws with the remaining cards. One card after another appeared in front of Lin Qun. The first card. It made Lin Qun's eyes light up. It was a skill card. Name, Earth Escape Technique. Type, Skill Card. Description, use this card to obtain the spell Earth Escape Technique. Using Earth Escape Technique, you can immediately sink your body into any Earth structure and move at high speed in it. The movement speed is related to the physical attributes of the person using this spell and consumes dark energy per second. Load. Wow, it's an Earth Escape Technique. This is a skill to escape. Lin Qun blinked. He silently complained. From now on, he can not only fly in the sky, but also run on the ground. This time he can really go to the sky and into the ground. At this time, the second card has also emerged. This card is a bit strange. It is a card type that Lin Qun has never seen before. Name, Column Neglecting Technology. Type, Technology Card. Technology card level, C level. Description, use this card to obtain a mobile hard disk loaded with all the technical theories and application methods of the technology column neglecting. Materialize? Column neglecting technology. Lin Qun seemed to have some impression of this. This seemed to be a material technology related to optical invisibility. In the past, relevant teams on Earth and Blue Star had conducted research and had made some progress, but there was still a distance from what was expected. However, this one seemed to be a finished technology. This should be a science and technology that was formed in a sci-fi world, and he had drawn it out. This was the first time that Lin Qun had drawn a technology card, and he felt it was a little interesting. But just this card itself, he was basically a layman in this kind of thing, and he didn't understand it very well, but he knew that under the current situation, even if there was technology, it would not be possible to implement it, make related products, or even use it in war. However, this thing could be handed over to the military. Maybe it would come in handy in the long run. The optical invisibility of the Prophet civilization still left a deep impression on Lin Qun. Even if it is not used today, there may be a day in the future when this kind of technology can be used. At this time, the third card also quietly emerged. Name, S500, Panacea, *10. Type, Item Card grade, C. Description, use this item card to obtain 10 pills of the universal luxury product S500. The drug is a small red pill. One pill can effectively cure all diseases within 2 hours after oral administration. The specific time depends on the type and severity of the subject's illness. Despite a large number of experiments, all attempts to synthesize the active ingredients of the pill have failed. Is it materialized? Is this something that the gene will do? Lin Qun has an impression of this thing. Panacea. Whether it is cancer, AIDS or other mutant viruses or even the zombie virus in the biochemical crisis, a small pill like this can cure it instantly without any side effects. The name of the panacea also comes from this, but it does not have the effect of resurrecting the dead or regenerating broken limbs. But this is not bad either, it is a restorative skill. He materialized this panacea. It comes with a small box containing 10 red pills, that is, 10 pills of SCP-500. There are 10 pills in total, which is more than enough. Lin Qun materialized directly and put them away. At this time, the fourth card appeared in front of Lin Qun. To his surprise, he seemed to have good luck and drew a B-level card. Name: Foundation Building Pill asterisk 1 right square bracket. Type: Item card grade B-level. Description: use this item card to obtain a foundation building pill. The foundation building pill is a brown-yellow pill. After taking it, it can help cultivators in the late stage of key refining to break through the realm, increase the probability of successful foundation building, and after the foundation is successfully built, it can help stabilize the foundation building realm. Do you want to materialize? It's the foundation building pill. Lin Qun's eyes lit up. This is exactly what he needs. Although his sword control technique itself was not at a high level and had been stuck at the early stage of the key refining period, this was because he had practiced for too short a time and had no time to practice. However, despite this, after this period of time, he clearly felt that the door to the middle stage of the key refining period, that is, the door to the second level of sword control technique, had been loosened. After things here were dealt with, he rushed forward and believed that he could directly upgrade the sword control technique to the second level, that is, the middle stage of the key refining period. The middle stage has come. Is the late stage far away? With the foundation building pill, as long as he can reach the late stage of the key refining period, he will have the confidence to impact the foundation building period. By then, it will be a rush all the way to resist the fourth level of sword control. Sword control, from 0 to 1, reaching the first level, Lin Qun's attributes will be increased by a full 60 points, and reaching the second level will definitely exceed this number, not to mention the third level. Reaching the fourth level of sword control technique, the leap from key refining to the foundation building period must be more terrifying. This is a faster way to upgrade than upgrading. Lin Qun is looking forward to it. This item card, Lin Qun also materialized it at the first time. The foundation building pill materialized, and it was also a delicate little porcelain bottle, which only contained one pill. He took a look inside and sniffed it. The foundation building pill exuded a refreshing fragrance, which made people feel refreshed. Lin Qun put it away. There were a lot of things recently. If it weren't for the little loach to help clear out a lot of inventory, Lin Qun's current Kyankan bag would be almost full. And the last card was slowly emerging. Maybe the luck of the previous foundation building pill was used up, so this card was a bit unlucky. It's not even a C level card, but a B level card was drawn. However, it is a set card. Name: Dragon Ball, 6 star. Type: Item card grade, D level. Description: use this card to get a Dragon Ball from the Dragon Ball world, a 6-star Dragon Ball. Special note, this card is one of the Dragon Ball World Shenlong set cards. Collect 1-star Dragon Balls, 2-star Dragon Balls, 3-star Dragon Balls, 4-star Dragon Balls, 5-star Dragon Balls, 6-star Dragon Balls, and 7-star Dragon Balls to synthesize a Shenlong summoning card, consumable card. Be careful, Shenlong may be killed by small fish. This is Lin Qun's 4th Dragon Ball card. So far, Lin Qun has 4 Dragon Ball set cards in his hand. 3 more cards are needed to summon Shenlong. Chapter 329 Who can lift Thor's hammer? The 5 consecutive draws were completed. Lin Qun did not pause and quickly upgraded the card pool. The cooling time of the Fairy's Gaze card was almost over. Calculating the time, it is now upgraded to the 4th level card pool, and he can use the Fairy's Gaze card to draw cards in the 4th level card pool. Lin Qun just finished the 5 consecutive draws, and now he has more than 98,000 contribution points left. Very arrogant. The upgrade of talent ability is very fast. It is similar to the increase in experience and level. Invest 20,000 contribution points, and it will be completed immediately. Lin Qun's talent ability is now displayed as level 4. Name, Lin Qun. Level 50, 159 30 50 /1,700,000. Strength 210.6 agility. 173.3 constitution. 180.7 energy. 166.6 over 187.6 dark energy. 356.5 over 356.5 tip. The standard value of all the above data for ordinary people is 10 talent. Card drawing bonus ability. Level 4. Level 4 card pool. Here it comes. In the level 4 card pool, the main card drawing pool is B level cards, and the high level cards contained in it are A level cards, and the low level cards are C level and D level cards. And Lin Qun has the Fairy's Gaze card, which means that he can draw an A level card at least with the card drawing. Lin Qun took a deep breath. His eyes moved. He found that it was just as he expected. With the increase in the prize pool, the contribution points required for card drawing in the level 4 prize pool have also increased significantly. In the level 4 card pool, a card drawing requires a full 10,000 contribution points. The higher the level of the card, the stronger the card. Lin Qun had felt the gap between B level cards and C level cards before, but the gap between C level cards and D level cards was not so big. The higher the level of the card, the qualitative change in strength. This is why Lin Qun is eager to upgrade the card pool. He wants to gain the power to fight against the more powerful alien civilizations. Therefore, the number of contribution points required to draw cards from the B level card pool to reach the 4th level prize pool has also greatly increased. Therefore, for the 4th level card pool, harvesting tens of thousands of contribution points with this level of cards is no different from harvesting thousands of contribution points from the C level card pool. The difficulty of drawing cards from the 4th level card pool has not changed in essence. This can also be seen from the changes in Lin Qun. Now, he has multiple combat powers and can become a contribution point harvester on the battlefield. In the past, he could harvest a few thousand contribution points in one battle, but now, he can earn tens of thousands in one battle. Because of the bonus of the Fairy's Gaze card, when the card pool was at level 3, Lin Qun had already mainly drawn B level cards. When the card pool was upgraded to level 4, he already had the ability to harvest contribution points crazily. In fact, this is the ability that Lin Qun should have in the level 4 card pool, corresponding to the tens of thousands of contribution points required to draw a card in the level 4 card pool. And now, in the level 4 card pool, Lin Qun's goal is to go one step further. What he wants is the A level card in the level 4 card pool. 10,000 contribution points. If you draw a B level card, the strength of harvesting small fish with the B level card can only be said to be a break even, but Lin Qun can directly draw A level cards from the level 4 card pool with the Fairy's Gaze card, and the cost effectiveness is directly raised to a higher level, making a lot of money. A level cards are benchmarked against cards that can be effective against top combat power and even evolvers. To achieve top combat power and evolvers, you need countless contribution points and lives, but Lin Qun only needs 10,000 contribution points to draw a skill that matches this level. The cost effectiveness is quite high. This is what Lin Qun has always wanted. He has already drawn a lot of cards from the low level card pool, and he has a lot of B level cards in his hand. He is no longer under pressure from the miscellaneous soldiers of the alien civilization, but he still lacks the means to fight against the top powerhouses of the alien civilization. After the Superman Times card was used up, Lin Qun had even less means at this level. And now, Lin Qun has finally successfully upgraded the 4th level card pool. In the future, with the Fairy Gaze card, Lin Qun can directly draw A level cards to fight against the top combat power of the alien civilization. This is its significance. In the future, only in this way can we open up the situation, and even with the body of a non-evolved person, with these cards, we can counterattack those top civilizations. Lin Qun's ability can be called a reasonable cheat. Others work hard to upgrade their levels and become top combat power or even evolvers, but he has the hope of fighting if he draws good cards and high level cards. Even if he is only in his 50s, it is completely feasible to challenge the level above, as long as he has good cards. Lin Qun is also very much looking forward to what cards can be drawn from this 4th level card pool. I wonder if there will be a complete version of the Superman ability card, or other powerful cards of various categories. At this moment, the 4th level card pool was upgraded in the blink of an eye, and a total of 20,000 contribution points were spent. Lin Qun now has a total of 78,000 contribution points left. He can draw cards from the 4th level card pool a total of 7 times. At least 7 A-level cards. However, now, the Fairy's Gaze card has not yet cooled down, and there is still a little time, so Lin Qun did not draw cards blindly. He suppressed his excitement, and prepared to draw again with extreme luck. What he wants is not the B-level card in the 4th level card pool, but the few A-level cards in it. Only in this way can the 10,000 contribution points used for this lottery be used to the extreme. At this moment, his mission has been completed. After a short rest, he rose from the battlefield and flew away. On the ground, many soldiers raised their heads and watched him go away. Lin Qun flew over Jinling City, did not go to luncheon, and returned to Daxing City. The battle in Daxing City has also been completely over. The control of the mysterious civilization over the monsters was almost non-existent in the later period. Even though these monsters were terrifying in appearance, they were eventually killed by guns and cannons. Moreover, everyone in the human race had talents, so the threats and terrors brought by the monsters were also few. Lin Qun's final destination was the field hospital in the suburbs of Daxing City. It was still overcrowded here, and Lin Qun's return attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Yi specially sent someone to maintain order. He looked at Lin Qun and said, "We were still talking about the swarm here yesterday, and now you have returned triumphantly." Xiao Yi was more and more impressed that Mr. Lin was getting more and more powerful. Lin Qun pointed to the distance and said, "What are they doing over there?" That was the direction outside Daxing City. Looking over there from the field hospital, nothing useful could be seen, but Xiao Yi immediately understood what Lin Qun was asking and replied, "It's the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization. Although the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization has fallen, it is a relatively well-preserved warship in the Battle of Daxing. Commander Chen Wiang has transferred a group of experts over. Under the protection of the soldiers, they are now entering the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization to explore and see if they can turn waste into treasure." Hearing this, Lin Qun raised his eyebrows and said, "The military wants to use this flagship of the Black Sheep civilization?" "That's right. If we can successfully restart this flagship and use it for our own benefit, then we will also have a warship that can really be put on the table." Xiao Yi's eyes showed a yearning look. "If it can fly again, we will have a real weapon in our battles with alien civilizations. Mr. Lin, your turbolaser cannon can also be set up at that time." Although the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization is not particularly powerful as a cosmic warship, it is a very good war platform. It can resist and fight, has multiple guns, and is large in size, able to accommodate many people. In the cosmic battlefield, its destructive power and defensive power are at least very good. In this battle, the fleet of the Prophet civilization was smashed to pieces by Lin Qun, and the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization fell to the battlefield. They suffered the heaviest losses, but did not leave any spoils for mankind. Chen Wiang then set his sights on the flagship. This flagship was only pierced, with several huge cracks on the front and sides. Apart from that, the whole ship suffered almost no damage. It is currently the warship most likely to be restarted and used by humans. After hearing this, Lin Qun couldn't help but look at the position of the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization behind him. If Chen Wiang can really succeed in making that big guy fly again, the significance of this thing to the current human army is no less than our previous victory. Xiao Yi also nodded and said, "In addition to this, it is said that there are 2 transport ships of the Black Sheep civilization that may also be used." He came here with people. At this time, he separated the people who were watching Lin Qun around and led Lin Qun inside. He knew why Lin Qun did not go anywhere after the Zerg War, but returned here. That was what Lin Qun had told him early in the morning. As he walked, he said, "Mr. Lin, although I didn't expect you to come back so soon, I also gathered all the people you wanted according to your request. Thank you, Leo Zio. This time, we can try and see who can pick up Thor's hammer. Zio Yi said, this is what I should do, but I'm a little curious, why do you call this thing Thor's hammer, Mr. Lin? The fact that Lin Qun was able to pull out Thor's hammer on this blue planet means that there is no Norse mythology in this world. Even if there is no such person as Thor. Zio Yi would naturally not be able to recognize him. He has never seen Thor's hammer in an activated state, but it is also difficult for him to associate the metal hammer with the term Thor. That's a long story. Let's talk about it later. Lin Qun's eyes lit up. Now that Thor's hammer has been pulled out, it cannot be left to waste. In this regard, Lin Qun is not so cunning. Why would he want to use something that he can't even use? Lin Qun couldn't lift it himself, so he decided to let his good friends try. So, before going out to fight the Zerg this time, he specifically instructed Zio Yi and gave him a list, asking them to find all these people and wait for him to come back to see who can lift Thor's hammer. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. Lin Qun followed Zio Yi to a room on the first floor of the field hospital, where all his acquaintances were. Huang Qizheng, Zia King, Chu Yaowei, Li Ji, Ni Wensheng, Liuiui and Li Xing. Since the Battle of Daxing, Lin Qun has not seen anyone except Li Xing. Although not much time has passed in between, it always feels like a lifetime ago when he sees him again. Too many things have happened in the past 2 days, and too many changes have taken place. Lin Qun's eyes swept over them one by one. Ni Wensheng was able to stand up. This proved that Lin Qun's spinal replacement for him was successful. His injury was not serious to begin with, and with the strong recovery ability and physique brought by the giant ability, he was able to move freely within 10 hours after the replacement. This was something that others could not compare to. When Lin Qun's eyes swept over, Ni Wensheng nodded to Lin Qun with a complicated expression and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will never forget this kindness." He was really grateful. If it weren't for Lin Qun, he wouldn't be able to stand here now. On the contrary, Huang Qizheng and Li Ji were both sitting in wheelchairs. Zia King and Chu Yaowei stood in the corner with their chests folded. The two beauties standing together were not only particularly pleasing to the eye, but also had a strange sense of CP. Lin Qun's gaze paused on Chu Yaowei's arm in particular. There was no problem with the right hand that had been broken at this time. The palm exposed from the clothes was no different from that of a human. Noticing Lin Qun's gaze, Chu Yaowei smiled lightly, raised her right hand, and clenched it in the air. There didn't seem to be anything unusual. The prosthesis exchanged 4,000 of contribution points as advanced, and looks almost the same. Chu Yaowei's own abilities are also very strong. Her physique is very high, and she recovers quickly. But if you look closely, you can see that Chu Yaowei is half supported, and Zia King, who is standing next to her, is using her body to support her to stand. She should also be in a wheelchair, but she doesn't want to appear here in a wheelchair. Li Ji is still the same. His injuries were also serious. He had just woken up, and his face was pale. He didn't look very well, but the light in his eyes was shining. "Brother Lin, we have all heard that you summoned countless giants on the battlefield against the Zerg, and wiped out the Zerg. This is amazing. What a pity I didn't see it with my own eyes. Those arrogant Zerg bombed us all over the ground in Green Province. I really want to see them being killed and disarmed. Hurry up and reply. I will definitely do it next time." Lin Qun paused and said, "Li Ji, as far as I know, the higher-ups have already started a plan to counterattack the Shengui civilization. Maybe it won't be long before you go home." Hearing this, Li Ji was stunned, and then nodded vigorously. Lin Qun looked at Huang Qizheng. "Are you okay? Where's Tongxing?" "She's lying down. She's not very well," Huang Qizheng said, "but she's fine. I'm even finer. Don't look at me sitting in a wheelchair, but I'm actually fine. I can even drink a few bottles, but the doctor won't let me drink. It's really annoying." "Lin Qun, I heard Zio Yi said there will be good things today. We are all injured. We came here eagerly, so there must be good things." Although Huang Qizheng usually looks like a scoundrel, but he also knows his limits, and still follows the doctor's advice. Lin Qun smiled and said, "Of course there will be good things, but there is only one good thing. Those who are virtuous will get it. Who can take the good things away depends on you." As he said that, Lin Qun raised his hand. With a bang, the heavy object fell to the ground. Thor's hammer was released from his Kyankan bag, and it fell straight down and hit the ground under his feet. Thor's hammer. Lin Qun couldn't pick it up, but he could put it in the Kyankan bag. But if he took it out, it would fall straight to the ground. Xiao Yi on the side took a step back. There was some regret in his eyes. He had tried it before, and he couldn't pick it up. Although Lin Qun didn't introduce it to him before, Xiao Yi was also a connoisseur and could see that this was definitely not an ordinary product. If he could choose the user himself, it must be a good thing. What is this? A hammer? Huang Qisheng was a little suspicious. It's Thor's hammer. It's something I exchanged for with contribution points. This was drawn from a card with contribution points, and it was troublesome to explain, so Lin Qun introduced it in this general way, and this was not the point. Soon he began to introduce the various functions of Thor's hammer. As they listened, everyone's eyes lit up. Li Ji said, "Brother, you said that with this thing, you can not only fly, but also discharge electricity? This is really Thor's hammer. Holding it in your hand, you are the god of thunder." Li Xing and Ni Wensheng were also surprised. How many contribution points is such a good thing worth? They dared not even think about such a powerful item. An ordinary black technology equipment or dark energy equipment in the contribution point mall costs dozens of contribution points, a few hundred for the better ones, and thousands for the high-end ones. This Thor's hammer has so many functions, it must be extremely valuable. Not only that, the user of Thor's hammer can also get a 55-point bonus to all attributes. This thing is the treasure I want to give you. When Lin Qun said this, everyone was not calm. Even Chu Yaowei and Xia King's eyes lit up. Huang Qisheng, who just said he wanted to get a hammer, widened his eyes. However, Lin Qun took a sudden turn at this time and said, "But, this thing is good, but it also has a problem. That is, this Thor's hammer is not something that ordinary people can use. Only people with noble character can use it. Only people with noble character and recognized by it can hold it tightly and pick it up, obtain the right to use it, and get the power it gives. So, this is why you called us here?" Chu Yaowei looked over. "Yes. Let me say first, I can't lift this thing." Lin Qun said, "So, it's the one who has the ability to get it. You are all my friends. The fat water should not flow to outsiders. You try first. Whoever can pick up this Thor's hammer, it belongs to him." After Lin Qun's words, everyone was eager to try, their eyes shining, and they were looking forward to it. Who wouldn't want to get such a good thing? As for the conditions mentioned by Lin Qun, they didn't pay much attention to them. Isn't it just a hammer? It's fine as long as you have a noble character. But Lin Qun was worried. What if no one in the room can lift it? Chapter 330, Level 4 Card Pull Draw. Everyone present was a friend, so Lin Qun still wanted to be fair. Before the hammer was officially raised, a paper sign was prepared, and a lot was drawn to determine who would go first. Li Xing was lucky, and was the first to come up. He grabbed Thor's hammer with both hands, and tried his best to lift it up, but failed completely. The second was Huang Qisheng. He clapped his hands, and was also full of confidence. Of course, his confidence did not come from his outstanding character, but from his amazing strength. In the eyes of the crowd, he pushed his wheelchair forward, held it with both hands, and pulled hard. People instinctively held their breath and became nervous. And then, there was nothing else. Thor's hammer did not move at all. Huang Qisheng's face was a little dull, and some light golden light began to appear on his arms, but unfortunately, even so, he could not pull this thing up from the ground. In the end, Huang Qisheng could only give up, shook his head and stepped back. Huang Qisheng was unparalleled in the battlefield, which was in line with his description, but at other times, it was unexpected, but reasonable that he couldn't lift Thor's hammer. Then it was Xia King. She acted the most relaxed and indifferent. She smiled and said, "Strictly speaking, both of my arms are machines now, and I'm not a human hand. Can I lift this thing?" She tried it. Thor's hammer trembled and trembled slightly. It seemed to be picked up. Everyone's eyes were attracted, but in the end it failed. Xia King shrugged and took a step back. Lin Qun glanced at her. The selection of Thor's hammer was impartial. Xia King really had the ability to pick up Thor's hammer, but she failed, perhaps because of the hatred in her heart. Then it was Chu Yaoi. She stood in front, with her right hand behind her back, and reached down with her left hand. Easily, she picked up Thor's hammer from the ground. It felt like picking up a prop Thor's hammer made of foam. Even Chu Yaoi seemed to be a little surprised. She should have grabbed it with both hands immediately. However, the moment she picked up Thor's hammer, lightning had already risen from it, spreading along her body, muscles, and blood vessels. The warehouse was briefly illuminated by the blow lightning. She was already cold and fierce, and at this moment, she seemed to be even more majestic and sacred. Chu Yaoi's eyes were full of blow arcs, and her whole temperament changed. Everyone stepped back, watching this scene with surprise and envy. She succeeded. Lin Qun was very surprised by this. He had known Chu Yaoi for quite a while, and he felt that Chu Yaoi was similar to him. Both of them were cowards. If he couldn't lift it, Chu Yaoi wouldn't be able to lift it either. Among these people, he felt that Xia King was the most likely to pick up Thor's hammer. He was obviously disappointed when Xia King failed just now, thinking that no one among his own people should be able to succeed. But he didn't expect that someone really succeeded, and it was Chu Yaoi who succeeded. Lin Qun suddenly had a feeling. When he was in school, it seemed that everyone was playing, but he was the only one who didn't study hard, and others had secretly rolled him to death. Hey, aren't you the same person with similar ideas? Why can she pick up Thor's hammer, but I can't? Of course, this thought was only a flash. Lin Qun looked at Chu Yaoi in the thunder and lightning, and he understood that he didn't really know Chu Yaoi. For example, how did she and Xia King become good friends with a strong sense of CP? And why didn't she escape in the previous battle of Daxing, but chose to kill? Thor's hammer, with Odin's blessing and curse, is fair and just. It chose Chu Yaoi, which means that this is Chu Yaoi's characteristic. The sound and light effect of Thor's hammer recognizing its master ended quickly, and Lin Qun also recognized this result. They are all his own people. What he can't use, he gives to his own people to accelerate their growth, which can also help him in the future. Li Ji and Li Wensheng behind him were lost, showing a wrong expression, which was a bit funny. The two of them were drawn very late in the order, and they missed such a treasure without even a chance to try it. How could they not be disappointed? Xia King smiled, and said on the side, "Congratulations, this is a treasure." Chu Yaoi closed her eyes for a moment, opened her eyes, and looked at Lin Qun. "I can feel its power. Thank you, Lin Qun." She is a person who knows the goods. Her contribution points are far more than ordinary people. She has spent thousands of contribution points to exchange for equipment. The equipment exchanged for thousands of contribution points is a number that most people dare not even think about. It can be regarded as a good thing. But at this moment, as soon as she got this Thor's hammer in her hand, she knew that this thing was definitely not comparable to the so-called good things she had exchanged before. All attributes increased by 55 points, and there are all kinds of abilities of Thor. The bonus of this thing is extremely terrifying. Lin Qun spread his hands and said, "Don't be so polite. I really can't lift it. It's yours now. Don't use it to hit me one day." Lin Qun was joking, but Chu Yaoi answered seriously, "I promise you, unless one day you want to kill me." Huang Qisheng smacked his lips on the side, still unwilling to give up. "Little Chu girl, why don't you put the hammer down and try it again? I don't believe it. I have such a high strength attribute, and I can't lift this thing out." Lin Qun just shook his head and laughed. After everyone left, Lin Qun returned to his single ward. This was also his temporary dormitory. Today, his steps seemed to have become lighter than before. After the battle, he also relaxed a little. Back in the room, he first fed the little loach. The time for the fairy's gaze card had expired, and then he set up the formation here, got the ultimate good luck, and then prepare to draw cards. Lin Qun noticed that the contribution points required to upgrade the level 4 card pool to level 5 also reached a terrifying 120,000. As the card pool level increases, more contribution points are needed to upgrade. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. Extreme luck is already in hand. Lin Qun did not hesitate and immediately invested 40,000 contribution points. 4 consecutive draws. Lin Qun's heart was pounding. This time he really spent a lot of money, generously 10,000 contribution points for one card. However, under the 4th level card pool, with extreme luck, the card he drew is at least an A level card. 10,000 for an A level card is also cost effective. At this time, the first card has emerged. It's a skill card. Name, animal creation. Type, skill card. Description, use this skill card to obtain the secret animal creation. Use this spell on the designated target. Consume dark energy and a certain amount of energy, and you can turn the target into the animal you imagine. After the target becomes an animal, no matter what kind of life it was, its life characteristics will be transformed into the same as the target animal created by the animal creation, but its consciousness will still be the consciousness of the original life form, and the original skills will be blocked, except for the abilities that can still be used in the animal state. The attributes will not change. But the mouth cannot speak, and the target's animal creation state can be removed by using the corresponding removal method. Once the animal creation occurs, it will have an irreversible impact on the target's spirit, and its energy limit will decrease by 1 every 10 minutes. When the animal creation is removed, the target's energy decay state can be removed. Cooling time: 3 hours. Special note, this spell has no upper limit in theory. The higher the energy and physique of the target, the higher the dark energy and energy required, mainly dark energy. Load. A golden card emerges. Skill cards are not judged by level, but the golden card has explained the problem. This is a tricky spell. Animal creation, commonly known as the sheep transformation technique. It can turn any target into an imaginary animal, and it can also reduce the opponent's energy limit. This is the most terrifying. Moreover, it can also seal the ability of the animal being created. It only has attributes, but cannot speak. It has no ability. Even if it is a top-level strongman, what can it do? Over time, the energy value will be reduced, and it will become a fool. However, this card also has certain limitations. If you want to turn a high-level opponent into an animal, you need to pay enough dark energy and energy. In theory, this technique can also turn an evolver into an animal, but the premise is that there must be enough dark energy to support the evolver to complete the spell. Lin Qun looked at it and noticed another key point that is easy to overlook. That is, after the target becomes an animal, no matter what kind of life it is, its life characteristics will be transformed into the same as the target animal created by the animal. This sentence seems insignificant, but it is actually a key advantage of the ability to create animals, especially for alien civilizations with unique life forms or powerful means of survival. According to this ability description, this means that even if the opponent has 3 heads and 6 arms, 3 heads must be chopped off at the same time to kill it, otherwise it can regenerate, as long as 1 head is left, or it is a creature like the Shadow Civilization life without substantial vital points. But if the animal is successfully created and the opponent is turned into a sheep, then the opponent's vital points are no different from those of a real animal sheep. Cutting off the sheep's head can directly kill the opponent. No matter what means the opponent has to survive, no matter how strange the life form is. This is useless for low-level opponents, but for high-level strongmen, it will undoubtedly help Lin Qun quickly resolve the battle. However, if you want it to work at a high level, it still needs enough energy support. As long as you can afford enough dark energy, this is a card that may kill the strong men at the level of the evolver. Create an animal and turn it into a sheep. Kill it with 1 sword. No matter what means you have, or what strong man you are, you will die on the spot. See how you can still jump around. Lin Qun was a little excited. This was exactly the card he wanted. It could directly fight against the top combat power of alien civilizations and the power of the evolver level. While Lin Qun was pondering, the second card also emerged. This was an item card. Seeing what this item card was, Lin Qun was a little dumbfounded. It was actually a battleship. What? I can still draw an imperial battleship? The content drawn on the second card that emerged in front of Lin Qun was exactly the appearance of an imperial battleship in the Star Wars series. Name: Raider 2nd Class Light Frigate. Type: Item card grade, A level. Description: use this card to obtain a Raider 2nd Class Light Frigate from the Star Wars world. The battleship has an arrow wedge-shaped appearance, is 150 meters long, and has considerable space inside. to accommodate a large number of additional crew members. The propulsion system consists of a main engine located in the center and 2 auxiliary engines located on both sides of the main engine. It is also equipped with a hyperspace drive device that can perform hyperspace jumps. The Raider second-class light frigate is equipped with 3 solar array panels on the left and right sides of the rear of the ship and the middle of the belly. The ship has a high degree of automation, and a helmsman and a co-pilot can complete basic operations. It is equipped with ion cannons, shock missile launchers and turbolaser cannons. The battleship is equipped with a small hangar on the starboard side, which can accommodate at least 2 conventional fighters. Is it materialized? On the card screen, it is a silver-white, narrow, and clamp-shaped Imperial battleship with a unique cold style of Imperial battleships. The flat turrets on it, and the perfectly smooth hull give people a very impactful sense of technological beauty. Cool and handsome. An Imperial frigate. The battleships in Star Wars are actually very deformed in terms of technology. On the one hand, it has the ability to navigate in space, as well as hyperspace technology and powerful ground firepower. On the other hand, the other functions of the battleship itself are like a tank in World War II that went up to the sky and became a spaceship. This may be related to the era of the background of the Star Wars story, but in any case, this is an absolutely good thing. None of these civilizations on the Blue Star battlefield can be considered a true space civilization, otherwise, they would not have appeared in this third-level civilization battlefield. And this Imperial battleship, regardless of whether it is deformed or not, is a genuine space battleship. A hyperspace drive device alone is worth tens of millions of contribution points in the contribution point mall. Such a spaceship cannot be exchanged in the contribution point mall, and it is not even on the exchange list of the contribution point mall in the third level civilization battlefield. Because the battleships with the ability to travel and fight in space over long distances are things that exceed the level of the third level civilization battlefield. Its conventional firepower is also space warfare level beam energy turrets, especially those ion cannons and turbolaser cannons against battleships, with output power equivalent to that of humans. From the previous turbolaser cannons, it can be seen that the seemingly solid insect nest of the swarm was directly destroyed by a few shots. Not to mention the swarm, even other battleships such as the Black Sheep civilization cannot withstand the bombardment of the laser cannon turrets of the attacker battleships. Next time we face them, we don't have to sacrifice lives. We can just use warships to bombard and sink the other side directly. On the battlefield of Blue Star, this attacker warship can achieve dimensionality reduction for the warships of those alien civilizations. This card, with only a hyperspace drive device, is equivalent to the A-level evaluation of this card. Its shape is also very light and sharp. This card, however, means the beginning of the interstellar era. For example, the Bacatans, those civilizations that are not qualified to compete for the winner of the civilization battlefield, they took a sum of contribution points and left. What is the purpose? It is to exchange the expensive advanced technology and items with advanced technology in the contribution point mall, so as to obtain these technologies, shorten the time required for their civilization to grow, and accelerate to become a top civilization and interstellar civilization. For this, they work hard. And now, Lin Qun has this attacker warship. If the Federation can crack its technology, then humans can directly skip the countless efforts of civilizations such as the Bacatans in the middle, and enter the starry sky in advance. This is something that the Black Sheep civilization, the Prophet civilization, etc. cannot do. Their fleets are just spacecraft within the planet. They can't go into space at all. This attacker battleship is already far ahead. The 4th level card pool is obviously different. The things drawn are instantly upscale. Next time I go to battle, why do I still need to drive a Mark 50? I can just drive a battleship out. It's really cool. For so long, Lin Qun has watched Chiang and others riding battleships to attack everywhere. It's impossible not to envy them. And now, he also has his own battleship. It's a real space battleship. At this moment, the 3rd card also emerged. This is another skill card. Seeing this card, Lin Qun's eyes lit up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Terrain Card, Cartoon Kingdom. In the golden light, the third card appeared in front of Lin Qun. Name, multiple shadow clone technique. Type, skill card. Description, use this card to obtain the A-level ninjutsu invented by the second generation Hokage, Senjutsu Birima, multiple shadow clone technique. Use this shadow clone technique to evenly divide the dark energy, and you can differentiate up to 100,000 shadow clones. The clone needs to be divided into at least 2 units of dark energy for each clone to be successful. Each additional unit of dark energy divided can make the shadow clone exist for half a minute longer. In addition to the dark energy, the clones created by the multiple shadow clone technique have the same attributes and appearance as the original body. The energy value will be constant at 1/1 and can use any ability of the main body that does not consume energy. No means can effectively distinguish the main body among multiple shadow clones. During the duration of the multiple shadow clones, the dark energy of the main ninjutsu releaser cannot be 0. Once the dark energy of the main ninjutsu releaser is 0, all shadow clones will automatically disappear. Skill cooldown time, 30 minutes. Special note, after the multiple shadow clones use and cancel the technique, or the shadow clones die, the related shadow clones will disappear, and the memories and feelings of the related shadow clones during their existence will return to the original owner. Load, another golden skill card. It is one of Naruto's signature abilities in the Naruto world, the multiple shadow clone technique. You can create countless identical versions of yourself. In Naruto, this technique was indeed created by the second generation Hokage, but it was listed as a forbidden technique, because the use of this multiple shadow clone technique requires the dispersion of chakra. Each shadow clone split out under the multiple shadow clone technique must share the chakra of the main body, which is equivalent to dividing the chakra of the main body equally by the number of copies. The chakra consumption involved is very huge, and it is likely to pose an unimaginable threat to the life of the person who releases the ninjutsu, so it is listed as a forbidden technique. Because of Naruto's special nature, it has become one of his signature skills. Normal shadow clone technique can only create 1 or more clones, but this multiple shadow clone technique can create 1,000 clones of oneself in an instant, and one person instantly becomes a legion. Moreover, the clones are extremely similar, and the opponent has no way to tell who is the real body. The multiple shadow clone technique is also a fantastic skill that Lin Qun had imagined in his childhood. Suddenly splitting a group of oneself and besieging the opponent. This scene, just thinking about it makes people's blood boil. It is simply cool. Unexpectedly, this time, he drew this card. Moreover, this multiple shadow clone skill card in Lin Qun's hand at this moment is obviously different from the original work of the Naruto world. The basic logic of use has not changed. If you want to create as many shadow clones as possible, you have to divide your energy, but the chakra has become a universal dark energy, and how many shadow clones can be created is closely related to how much dark energy you have. The longest duration of this shadow clone actually has no effect on Lin Qun, because he can keep cloning, and at his current level, the shadow clone can last for a long time, which is completely enough. If the shadow clone's dark energy is distributed according to the minimum limit, Lin Qun's current dark energy is full, including the wearing of the goddess's tears, with a full 356 points. If each shadow clone only divides the minimum 2 points of dark energy, he can create 178 of himself at once. Of course, these 178 selves can only last for a minute at most. Each point of dark energy can maintain the shadow clone state for half a minute. The shadow clones created by 2 points of dark energy can only exist for a minute at most. I wonder if the shadow clone can take drugs to maintain its own duration? Maybe. I can test it after the card drawing is completed. The civilization battlefield version of the shadow clone technique he drew consumes dark energy. It can be said that it directly solves the other side of the original work and positively enhances it. Moreover, the individuals created by the multiple shadow clone technique have the same attributes as the original body. Except for the abilities related to energy consumption, they can all use the means that Lin Qun can use. Of course, those abilities that require dark energy support also need to be given enough dark energy before the shadow clone. Using this ability well, it can really achieve the instantaneous transformation of 100 selves to the battlefield. Lin Qun thought, if I had 100 of myself in Hu City, even if I didn't use energy and dark energy related skills, I would still be a small earth rumbling, and I could have besieged and killed that Xiang alive. Isn't this a real one-man sea tactic? Even if these are ignored, Lin Qun's current attributes are definitely not low. He has transformed so many of himself with the same attributes, and combined with the super large giant transformation, the attributes are doubled, and they are all top level strongmen. This will be extremely exaggerated. There are only a few top level strongmen in a top civilization. Lin Qun can transform a group of them by himself. What else can they fight? Energy is a constant 1/1 value. This is also easy to understand. The shadow clone seems to be one of you, but it is actually transformed from dark energy, chakra. It is impossible to have a set of real energy attributes. That is, the shadow clone becomes a spirit, which is another possibility that is completely different. Of course, this aspect is positively enhanced, but another drawback in the original work still exists. That is, under the shadow clone technique, no matter what the reason for the elimination of the technique, its memory and feeling will be instantly returned to the original body. On the one hand, it involves the possibility of multiple confusions. On the other hand, it is the pain of death. If 100 shadow clones are created, when 100 shadow clones die and their memories return, it is equivalent to experiencing 100 death visits in an instant, and there is also personal perception, which can easily cause an instantaneous impact on the mind. But in general, this skill is very useful for Lin Qun, and it is a rare and powerful card. The multiple shadow clone technique will gain greater benefits in the world outside of Naruto, and in this battlefield of civilization. A-level cards are really starting to get better. The first 2 cards are just average. Although they are powerful, they cannot be considered as particularly critical cards. After all, Lin Qun now has many means. Although the animal creation and raider battleship are also very powerful, they have defects, and are at most icing on the cake. However, this multiple shadow clone card will undoubtedly directly increase Lin Qun's combat power, and it will increase exponentially. Lin Qun's eyes moved. At this time, his round of card drawing has ended. He was too excited just now, and he didn't pay much attention to what the 4th card was. The good luck bonus brought by the Fairy's Gaze card is 2 minutes, and you can draw 4 cards. At this moment, the last golden card has also quietly emerged. It is lying quietly in front of Lin Qun. This is name, Cartoon Kingdom, type, field card, terrain card, field card grade, A level, description, pay 300 energy points to use this card. To use this card, you need to pay an additional 75 energy points or 1 energy limit per minute. Use this card to unfold, and it is considered that the cartoon world is on the field. After this card is used successfully, a cartoon castle built on a floating magic book will be unfolded within a radius of 2 kilometers. This field card has the following effects. 1. When the field card is in the unfolded state, the cartoon creatures on the field card will not be the target of the opponent's effect. 2. For every 10 minutes that the field card exists, if a cartoon creature dies on the field or the field card holder chooses to actively sacrifice a cartoon creature, an additional cartoon card can be drawn. 3. After the field card is unfolded, every 20 minutes, you can designate a creature of your own race to be cartoonized. 4. After the field card is unfolded, although cartoon creatures will be amplified by the environment, all non-cartoon creatures will be negatively affected by the field. Special note 1. The default duration of the Cartoon Kingdom unfolding is 1 minute. If it exceeds 1 minute, the user needs to pay extra energy to continue to maintain it. If the user of the Cartoon Kingdom card cannot continue to pay energy, the field unfolding will end. When the field unfolds, all effects and summoned cartoon creatures caused by the field unfolding will be cancelled or returned to the card pool. Special note 2. Cartoon card draw. When the Cartoon Kingdom exists for every 10 minutes, or when a cartoon creature dies in the Cartoon Kingdom, the guard mechanism of the Cartoon Kingdom will be triggered, and the user has the right to draw a card once without paying contribution points. The card pool for the draw is random, including the existing card pool level of the field card user and all levels below. Under the cartoon card draw, any card drawn is guaranteed to be a cartoon series card. Special Note 3. The cartoon series cards drawn by the cartoon card draw will include, but are not limited to, cartoon characters in the UGIO world. Special Note 4. This card cannot be used when other field cards are on the field. Special Note 5. When this card is on the field, the cartoon power will continue. The description of this A-level card is dense, but it stunned Lin Qun. This card was something he never expected. Cartoon Kingdom. On the golden card face, it was the picture of the Cartoon Kingdom that Lin Qun had a vague impression of. Completely cartoon style, a palm-sized building that doesn't seem to be a castle on an unfolded cartoon book. But this is the key field magic card of the cartoon series card set in the UGIO world, the Cartoon Kingdom. When it appears on the field, it is equivalent to the cartoon world. Unlike the cartoon world, which has no effect and must pay 1000 basic points to use, this Cartoon Kingdom has an effect. Of course, it also continues the style of the field cards in this set of card sets. If you want to use the field cards of the cartoon series, you must pay a price first. In the game, you pay basic points and banish monsters, but here, its effect has also changed. You need to pay energy to use it. You have to pay 300 energy points to use it. For every extra minute, you have to pay an additional 75 energy points or simply pay a point of energy limit. This is simply robbing money. Moreover, Lin Qun's current basic energy value is only 187. In other words, if he wants to use this field card, he must cooperate with the giant transformation to use it, otherwise he can't use it at all. For cards like this, the energy is deducted in an instant. Lin Qun can use energy recovery potions to maintain its existence later, but if he wants to deploy it, he must pay dark energy at one time. That is, Lin Qun must have 300 energy points on the account before he can deploy it. This energy consumption is still a bit high for Lin Qun now. However, in fact, Lin Qun also understands that as an A-level card, the consumption cannot be the same as that of low-level cards. 300 at the beginning, 75 in the next minute, and 750 in 10 minutes. If you take drugs, according to the low-level energy recovery potion, you need 250 bottles to maintain it for 10 minutes. Low-level potions are definitely not enough. You have to use high-level recovery potions. Otherwise you don't have to do anything. You just take drugs in 1 minute and it's over. This made Lin Qun's mouth twitch. But when he saw the effect later, Lin Qun's eyes lit up. What's a rip-off? Not a rip-off at all. Just for these effects, it's not a rip-off. Lin Qun felt that these energy points were not enough. If we talk about this field card itself, it is actually strong only in the cartoon. But Lin Qun has the cartoon power. His cartoon power alone cannot produce any effect, but with a Cartoon Kingdom, it can produce the effect, right? Special Note 5 has already pointed out that when this card is on the field, you can ignore the duration limit of the cartoon power and use the cartoon power all the time. This Cartoon Kingdom is a card that completely serves the cartoon ability. Lin Qun activates the cartoon power and cooperates with this field to directly invalidate the influence of others on him. It can also continue the state of cartoon power, so that the cartoon power that can only be maintained for 5 minutes will become a state that will always exist as long as the Cartoon Kingdom field exists. Even the ability of the evolver can be blocked under the effect of the Cartoon Kingdom. It can also designate others to become cartoon creatures and enjoy the same effect. This is amazing. This is a card that can help Lin Qun face the evolver. Not only that, this field card can even draw cards continuously when it is unfolded. After every 10 minutes, if a cartoon character dies on the field of the Cartoon Kingdom, or a cartoon creature is directly sacrificed, you can draw another cartoon card. This actually conforms to the settings of sacrifice and summoning in UGIO. Effect 3, which specifies a life form of one of your own race to become a cartoon creature every 20 minutes, is obviously also to cooperate with Effect 2. the two effects add up. That is, if you kill my people, I can continue to draw cards. Even more cards. Lin Qun is a human, which means that he can specify that humans be turned into cartoon creatures. Of course, after the cartoon kingdom disappears, the humans who have become cartoons will also return to their original state. In addition to a one-time card that Lin Qun got a long time ago that can draw cards twice, this is the second card that Lin Qun has obtained that has the ability to draw cards. Moreover, this is a continuous card drawing ability. As long as the cartoon kingdom exists, you can keep drawing cards. Moreover, you don't have to pay any contribution points. Although the cartoon kingdom disappears, all the cartoon cards drawn will return to the deck, but this is enough. Lin Qun is now a level 4 card pool. According to the description of this card, he can draw any card from the level 1 to 4 card pool when he draws cartoon cards. As long as you draw cards, there are infinite possibilities. Although you may draw low level cards, if you draw high level cards, then this A level cartoon kingdom means that you can bring more A level cards to Lin Qun. B level cards. That's more possibilities. However, the conditions for this effect are relatively harsh. A cartoon creature must die before you can draw a cartoon card. In other words, if no cartoon creature dies, then this effect can't even be activated. And Lin Qun's current cartoon creature is only the harpy girl. So, use people for sacrifice? Lin Qun paused for a moment. He took a deep breath and looked at the cards in front of him. Cartoon Kingdom, Animal Creation, Shadow Clone Technique, and the Imperial Battleship. Isn't this the upper level combat power that Lin Qun wants? The power that can compete with the top alien civilization fleets, the means that can compete with the top alien civilization powerhouses and even the evolutionists. With the rumbling in hand, Lin Qun was no longer afraid of how many alien civilization ground troops there were. What he feared was the powerful alien civilization fleet and the evolutionists in the sky. If he couldn't deal with the alien civilization fleet, the evolutionists and the top powerhouses, then even if he had the rumbling, these beings could sweep away his ground army and human troops. If the elite level was not enough, what was the point of defeating the basic troops? He was in a hurry to upgrade the 4th level card pool, just to find a way out of the situation here. The golden card was held in the palm of Lin Qun's hand, and his eyes seemed to reflect the golden flash. Facts have proved that the upgrade of the 4th level card pool is quite correct. The effects of these 4 cards are different, but the grade has indeed risen to a higher level compared to the previous 3rd level card pool and B level cards. He, Lin Qun, is the elite level combat power of mankind. Chapter 332. The sword points at the mysterious civilization. At this moment, Lin Qun had just finished drawing cards when someone knocked on the door again. It was Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi looked a little serious, looked at Lin Qun, and said, "Mr. Lin, Commander Li Zeng invites you to attend a video conference." Xiao Yi paused slightly and said, "It's a high-level meeting of the United Army." Li Zeng and Lin Qun had a clear division of labor. Lin Qun was fighting in the front, and Li Zeng was basically in charge of the command and dispatch. But this time it was different. Now the humans here are not only Lucheng, not just the 3 survivor bases, but also a large number of United Army, and countless people behind them. The battle against the Zerg was a hasty battle. Everyone asked Li Zeng to be the commander, but now that the situation has stabilized, and the Zerg has been completely defeated, they must plan for the next step. With so many people, they need a plan and a command layer. Lin Qun nodded to everyone, and walked out of the single ward quickly. The military has arranged a command vehicle for him, and he is here to participate in the video conference remotely. When he came, most people had already connected. Among them were people he was familiar with, such as Wang Xiansheng, Li Zeng, Chen Weiyang, etc. And there were also high-level officials from other joint forces that he was not familiar with. This time, the meeting was based on the support troops from various places, regardless of military rank. As long as you are the commander of a unit in the joint army, no matter what your rank was in the previous federal era, you can come to the meeting. Therefore, there are many people, but it is not noisy. They are all high-level people, and they have this quality. When Lin Qun came, he found that he was a mascot. He didn't need to speak, or do anything at all. He just needed to listen here. The first thing these people discussed was the issue of command. The lowest rank on the scene was the regiment level, but because of the global battlefield, many troops had long been scattered, or reorganized, or severely shrunk. Some regiment level officers led nearly a division of troops, and some division level officers led a regiment of troops. This is a bit troublesome from any perspective. In the end, the plan proposed by Xiao Zhangguo, the commander-in-chief of the Northwest Army, who had the highest rank on the scene, was widely recognized. He said, "Now is not the time to judge by military rank, but by strength. Our joint army comes from all directions. Everyone has their own troops and they are well matched. Forcibly reorganizing is equivalent to cutting off one's own arm. We will divide it by region. Each region will elect a commander to form a joint command system and imitate the command system of the 3 survivor bases here to carry out the Battle of Daxing. I think this is a successful experience and worth learning. What do you think?" Although Xiao Zhangguo is the commander-in-chief of the Northwest Army, he does not have many soldiers under his command. There are only 2 divisions of troops, and some of them have not arrived yet. But his words were recognized by everyone. Everyone was a senior official in the Huaxia region before. Even if they did not know each other, they had always heard of each other. At this time, the global situation was like this, so they had to cooperate. In the end, 3 commanders were selected at the video conference to form this leadership group and make decisions together. One was Wang Xiansheng of the Northeast Army, one was Xiao Zhangguo of the Northwest Army, and the other was Li Zeng of Lucheng. Li Zeng originally wanted to recommend Chen Weiyang, but Chen Weiyang refused. Chen Weiyang said, "I didn't command anything in the Battle of Daxing, and Mr. Lin came from the Magic City, and all the people in Lucheng are from the Magic City. No matter from which angle, Li Zeng, you are more suitable than me." Li Zeng did not insist. He understood what Chen Weiyang meant. Although Lin Qun is a top human being, this does not mean that he is a pawn of mankind. Li Zeng and Lin Qun are both from the Magic City. In this leadership group, Li Zeng can speak on behalf of Lin Qun and maintain a good relationship. At this point, the leadership group of the entire joint army was quickly established. Xiao Zhangguo immediately said, "Now, the first step has been taken. Next, we must consider the next action. We defeated the Zerg and shocked the alien civilization. Now the other alien civilizations around us will not dare to move. There are only 5 top civilizations left, and we are still in the gap. I won't beat around the bush with you. I think we should expand the results of the war as soon as possible. Victory is hard won. We should take advantage of the current opportunity to recover all the lost territories in the Chinese region and encircle the areas ruled by the Shengui civilization." I second. Everyone spoke up. Everyone's eyes were shining. This is the future they have dreamed of. Defeat the alien civilization and recover the lost territory. Now, this moment is finally here. The consecutive victories have already demonstrated the momentum of human civilization. At this moment, who dares to despise human civilization? Who dares to treat human civilization as an ordinary indigenous civilization? Lin Qun is also looking forward to such a day. From the Magic City to now, their people are getting more and more, and the dark curtain is about to be opened. Wang Xiansheng said, "But we can't take it lightly. We want to take down the Shengui civilization, and the Shengui civilization also wants to take us down. They want to kill Mr. Lin, and they want to win the battle of civilization. And they are by no means comparable to the Zerg civilization. Although their top strongmen, the Sliders, died in battle, the Evolvers are still alive, and the Shengui civilization itself has strange means. If we want to attack the Shengui civilization, we must prepare from now on. The Northeast Army is the most qualified to speak about the Shengui civilization. The Shengui civilization has strange means and can turn living people into monsters. The Northeast Army's powerful combat effectiveness hid cotton and was defeated all the way. The Shengui civilization did not give them a chance to fight head on. That's right. We must take a long-term view and wait and see. The Black Sheep civilization and the Silicon-based civilization suffered a great loss in the Battle of Daxing, but they can't give up the springboard of the Asian region and the Chinese region. Once we take action, they are likely to take action, and the situation may become a chaos again. We must also be vigilant about the Wuxi civilization and the Lin Yuan civilization. Although these two civilizations are in confrontation and are far away from us, who knows if they will make arrangements in advance. Also, we need top powerhouses. Can Mr. Lin still replicate the invincible combat power of the Daxing battle? These officers began to discuss. Lin Qun remained silent on the side. He could not say anything in these discussions. It was enough for him to make some expressions when he was mentioned. He was very honest and even eager to try, saying, "After this battle, I have improved again, even better than the Battle of Daxing. So, maybe we can fight against the mysterious civilization." If it was before the card drawing, he might not have such confidence, but now that the 4th level card pool has been drawn, and these many powerful air level cards are in hand, Lin Qun's confidence immediately came up. Of course, he is not the kind of arrogant person, and he didn't say too much, but the people sitting here are not fools. After hearing this, how can they not understand what Lin Qun means? And Lin Qun has just obtained many A-level cards, involving multiple aspects of ability, and he also wants to try. This time, does he have the strength to fight against the evolvers? The evolvers of the Shengui civilization have strange means. I don't know if they can withstand my strange magic. Who can be better? Lin Qun's eyes flashed. The other senior officials of the Federation looked at each other, all showing frightened expressions, but more excited. The top powerhouses of alien civilizations are a great threat. If Lin Qun can deal with it, it will be truly feasible to attack the Shengui civilization. Otherwise, it is very likely that humans will go to die, and then they will become a joke. And then, after a series of discussions, the plan of the federal military this time has been basically finalized. Xiao Zhanguo said, "Let me summarize it at the end. Our plan is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, taking advantage of the current 2 consecutive victories, recovering the lost territory of China, encircling the Shengui civilization, and dispatching troops, materials, and talents in advance to prepare for the war with the Shengui civilization. The second stage, first take Kyoto. On the one hand, rescue the commander, restore the command of the Chinese region, and completely end our current chaos. On the other hand, tentatively take action to see the actions of other top civilizations and the situation of Mr. Lin and our top combat power. If possible, we will continue to attack. If not, we will wait and see. This is our planet. We have lost so much, we can wait more than anyone else." The third stage, completely defeat the Shengui civilization. Xiao Zhanguo only said one sentence about the goal of the last stage, but it was the most powerful and sonorous sentence he said. There was a gleam in his eyes, as if he had seen the day of success. Human beings rise on the land of mankind. Like a magnificent giant, he drew his sword and pointed to the Shengui civilization from afar, shocking the world. No one can act wildly here. Everyone voted and had no objection. Everyone's eyes were shining with the light of hope. The glorious future seemed to be just around the corner. Lin Qun's eyes were also filled with the light of longing. At this moment, the global situation is changing. The news that humans have won 2 consecutive battles in the Huaxia region has spread throughout the world, and humans in many places have risen up to resist. In fact, human forces exist in various parts of the Blue Star, but they have been hiding and are very scattered. Some are not strong enough, and some dare not take action for fear of this or that, but now, they all see the opportunity. In addition, a large number of small and medium-sized alien civilizations have voluntarily withdrawn, leaving only the top civilizations and some powerful civilizations. Humanity has instead gotten a respite. At this moment, on the land of North America, smoke billowed. A once modern city has turned into a ruin. Human troops walked through the city in groups, clearing the battlefield, and killing a group of strange alien civilizations like big bats. Among them were federal troops from the North American region, and humans who were obviously dressed as armed survivors. They were all excited at the moment, looking at the figure on the top of the pile of corpses of alien civilizations in the distance. The man was wearing a heavy cloak, his face hidden in the hood, holding a gun and sword in his hand, standing above the corpses of alien civilizations, with the scorching sun on his head, his clothes fluttering in the wind, majestic and invincible. He is me, I'm human. He is the son of civilization, the most powerful existence of our human race. The Night Shadow in the east is just lucky. I have heard of him. He is a Jew. He is a ghost on the land of North America. Many alien civilizations are afraid of him. Wuxi civilization wants to kill him. I didn't expect that these legends are all true. He is really here. I know him too. Half a month ago, he hunted down an army of a medium-sized alien civilization in the primeval forest alone. After 7 days of bloody battles, he escaped unscathed. Less than half a month after the global battlefield was opened, he already had 20,000 contribution points. Compared with him, the rising Night Shadow is nothing. Now, he has officially taken action to lead us, and Night Shadow will soon be trampled under his feet. Some of the people below had heard of his legend, and some were not very clear about it, but at this moment, none of this affected the excitement and joy flashing in these people's eyes, because they had just seen it with their own eyes. How this person walked at the front of the team, leading them all the way, to kill through the alien civilization here, and wipe out the enemies, entrenched in this city. His strength is obvious to all. The Federal Army of North America gathered around him. It doesn't matter whether he is the former world's #1, or whether he is a true son of civilization. In their eyes, he is the savior of this land. The legend in the Far East was too far away, and ethereal for them. How could it be compared with the powerful people who were so close? Or this was just the beginning. In the North American and South American regions, the power of mankind was stirring, and the power of the Federation was gradually reaching out from its dormant state. In the global human rankings, I'm human ranked 2nd, and had been suppressed by Lin Qun with 140,000 contribution points. But from that night on, his contribution points began to grow rapidly. He also made a move in the other side of the distant world. The impact of the Daxing War has spread across the world. At the same time, the Australian region. This place was once occupied by the Prophet civilization. But now, the forward base of the Prophet civilization has turned into a sea of fire. Rising all around are the strange shaped flying vehicles of the Lin Qun civilization. While humans are waging a war with the Zerg, they, the Lin Qun civilization, are watching and have begun to sweep the remnants of the Prophet civilization in the Australian region. The Prophet civilization has lost all its main forces on the Blue Star. The most important thing is that the evolvers have died in battle, and they have no strength to fight again. Facing the Lin Qun civilization coming all the way from Antarctica, they are worse off, and they are disarmed, and have few people escaping back to their homeland. The space channel specially opened by the Prophet civilization over the Australian region has been closed again. The space channel that now covers the Australian region belongs to the Lin Qun civilization. This is exactly you finish singing and I come on stage. Once upon a time, the Prophet civilization massacred the Australian region and killed all the humans and alien civilizations here. Now, it is their turn to be killed. Without the evolvers, the frontal fleet was almost completely destroyed. Their current strength has, after falling to the bottom, not to mention the top civilizations like Lin Qun civilization, even the Bakatens can now slaughter them at will. The ambitions of the Prophet civilization were completely wiped out with their defeat in the Battle of Daxing, and even their civilization will never recover from this. However, the Prophet civilization actually lost a small number of people for this. In the war of civilizations, the lower the civilization, the more talents will come. For example, these top civilizations did not have many people landing on the battlefield of Blue Star. A warship with hundreds of people can slaughter thousands of people, and a fleet can defeat the thousands of troops of other civilizations. Why come so many? The more advanced the civilization, the less it relies on human wave tactics to win. A powerful civilization and an advanced fleet kill the most enemies with the least manpower and the least resources. This is the conventional means. What's the use of a bunch of ground troops? The Prophet civilization is like this, and the silicon-based civilization and Lin Qun civilization are all like this. At most, the Black Sheep civilization has more lives coming to Blue Star due to the special nature of its civilization. Most of its personnel are concentrated in the fleet, forward base, etc., and the number of people is not even as many as a few fleets. This is normal, but for this kind of top civilization, the loss of people is not the heaviest. The loss of its fleet is the most difficult to recover. The manpower and material resources required to build a strong fleet, even if it is just a fleet in one universe, are exaggerated for a planetary civilization. In the Sea of Fire at the forward base of the Prophet civilization, the Lin Qun civilization of older Yegus is here, with a low power. The firelight reflects its body, showing a destructive posture. It did not move, did not show any strength, but had a sense of oppression as majestic as a mountain. Humans are ready to move, they think they have seen hope. The seventh in the world, came to Yegus and spoke grimly. It's really interesting that someone in North America claims to be the son of civilization, and someone in China is promoted to be the son of humanity. Yegus is checking the latest intelligence. He does not comment on the current situation. Humans are not a concern. Although the human power in China has been formed, their target is the Shengui civilization, and the Shengui civilization also targets them. They are too close. What's more, the Shengui civilization has long made it clear that they want to kill the god that the human being sacrificed to them. This statement may be a joke in other civilizations, but the Shengui civilization will never joke about things related to their gods. They must fight. As long as they start a war, we will immediately attack the North American region. We must take down the Wuxi civilization and all the humans in the Americas. A frightening ambition emerged in Yegus's eyes. The seventh strongest in the world lowered his head, but the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization. They will either take advantage of the situation to rob humans or fight among themselves. It is impossible for them to fight us. The pupils of Yegus reflected the dancing flames, as if there were really flames burning and rising in his eyes. But your vigilance is correct. We must be wary of them. Especially the Black Sheep civilization, whose evolvers did not exert their full strength in the Battle of Daxing. We are now stepping on the Prophet civilization to move forward, and we must learn from the Prophet civilization's lessons. No matter how vulnerable a civilization is, it is still a civilization. And those who can become civilizations must have shining points. Be wary of any force, even if they don't seem to pose a threat. As long as the humans in the Huaxia region go to war with the Shengui civilization, and make sure that they can't interfere with us, we will start. No mistakes are allowed. My lord, I understand. The seventh strongest in the world of Lin Qun civilization was slowly retreating. Yegus raised his head. Looking into the distance, the tower of the Prophet civilization was collapsing in flames. There were also trapped Prophet civilization creatures inside, unable to escape, howling in despair in the Sea of Fire, struggling, in agony, with distorted postures, completely lacking the grace of Prophet civilization. Yegus, the Lin Qun civilization evolver, watched this scene coldly, watching them struggle and burn to death. As if he was appreciating a play, and finally retracted his gaze, commenting in a tone of victory, no matter what civilization, weak or strong, unbearable, or beautiful, they are all equally embarrassed when they collapse. Chapter 333 I have a battleship, but I don't know where to put it. The day after the Zerg War, the human coalition army began to operate again. Some of the troops from the 3 survivor bases in Daxing City returned and garrisoned in Luncheon and Jinling survivor bases. The rest joined the human coalition army in Daxing City. The human coalition army will take a short break here and reorganize on a small scale to form a larger coalition army that includes the forces of the 3 survivor bases. At the same time, humans sent out multiple batches of reconnaissance troops and drones to move to the entire Chinese region, and at the same time, announced it on the radio. The content was extremely domineering. This is the declaration of the Chinese Federation to the alien civilizations in the entire Chinese region. We will start military operations in 2 days, and then we will launch a desperate counterattack against all alien civilizations in the Chinese region, including the Shengui civilization. We limit you to release all captured humans within 2 days, stop hunting and attacking humans, and surrender to humans or voluntarily evacuate the Blue Star civilization battlefield. This declaration is not only for the alien civilizations in China, but also a public statement from the Chinese side that it will fight against the Shengui civilization. Yegus of Lin Qun civilization said coldly, "This is not that these humans are kind to fight and say it in advance. This is for strategic purposes. This is to tell us, the top civilizations, that they will fight to the death with the Shengui civilization. It is giving us other top civilizations information, and they want to see our reaction. Our reaction will determine whether they dare to really fight. Interesting. We are also ready to advance to Wuxi civilization and give them a message. As long as they go to war with the Shengui civilization, we will also go to war with Wuxi civilization, and we will not interfere with each other. As for what the silicon-based civilization and the black sheep civilization do and think, it is not important to us. At this moment, the last batch of survivors in Daxing City has been evacuated. The era of the Daxing survivor base has come to an end. The original 1 million survivors of the 2 survivor bases in Daxing City have been divided into batches and all transferred to the 2 major survivor bases in Jinling and Lucheng. At dusk, the first batch of troops of the Joint Army has just arrived. Professor Wang came to the field hospital. He found Lin Qun here. He entered Lin Qun's room alone, talked for only a few minutes, and then left. Lin Qun personally escorted him out, stood at the door, and watched Professor Wang leave. The look in his eyes was a little complicated. No one knew what they said. Only he and Professor Wang knew this. Professor Wang and the group of people who had followed Bai Yiming before did not leave with the survivors. They voluntarily joined the Federal Army of Daxing City and wanted to contribute to the war for mankind. This battle almost destroyed the entire Daxing City. It was devastated. It was a mess. But at this moment, most of the people walking on this land had hope in their eyes. In the distance, the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization was making an unsettling roar. The expert team sent by Chen Weiyang seemed to be of great use. The reuse of the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization had achieved initial results. A large number of troops were gathering. Chen Weiyang was very busy. At this time, he received a special application. "Mr. Lin wants to see me." Chen Weiyang was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he put down the things at hand and said, "See you. See you right away." "Where is Mr. Lin?" Chen Weiyang realized that Lin Qun suddenly wanted to see him at this time. Maybe he had something to say. Lin Qun came to see Chen Weiyang for something. But the matter itself was far beyond Chen Weiyang's expectations. However, Lin Qun did not talk about this matter first, but asked Chen Weiyang about the dark shadow of the Shengui civilization at that time. He had asked Chen Weiyang to send someone to investigate the dark shadow before. The shadow was related to the evolver, and Lin Qun was worried that the Shengui civilization had a backup plan, so he never forgot it. The battle was too intense and chaotic at that time, and he could not take care of so much, so he could only look for it after the battle. However, Chen Weiyang did not have any information. It was about the evolver, so he did not dare to ignore it. Not only did he send a large number of people, but he also used some advanced equipment and talents with special abilities of related categories, but nothing was found. Chen Weiyang said, "The means of the evolver are not something we can easily find. Maybe it ran away." Lin Qun shook his head, but what Chen Weiyang said here was right. Even if the shadow of the evolver of the Shengui civilization was still there, they could not find it, because the level was too different. But Lin Qun felt that it might not be that simple. However, there is no other way now. If you can still maintain your superhuman body, maybe you can look for it. The military has tried every way to find it, and Lin Qun can't do anything. He is not strong in this aspect. Chen Weiyang said at this time, "Mr. Lin, you came to me specially. Is there something else?" "There is indeed one thing." Lin Qun smiled slightly and said, "Commander Chen, I won't bother you for too long. It's just, I have a battleship, and I don't know where to put it." "Look, where should I put it?" Seeing Lin Qun say this seriously, if it were someone else, Chen Weiyang would definitely blast the other party out. At this time, what's the joke? But this is Lin Qun. The Battle of the Swarm not only shocked the alien civilization life, but also shocked the military. Countless supergiants, they still can't figure out how Lin Qun turned out. As a witness and commander of the Daxing battle, he knows Lin Qun's incredibleness even more. Hearing this, Chen Weiyang just opened his mouth and was stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Mr. Lin, are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious. I have a light space battleship about 150 meters long. You can think of it as something I exchanged from the Contribution Point Mall. Now I need a place. Of course, I still need a driver. If we have someone who can drive a space battleship, that would be the best. If not, I thought you could transfer a few people to me. Professional things need professionals to do." The operating system of the Empire's radar is not complicated, and the number of operators required is not large, but not everyone can use it. At least some professional pilots are needed. Chen Weiyang finally took a breath of cold air when he heard this. He was more shocked. He knew very well what the price of a 150-meter long battleship was in the Contribution Point Mall. As the commander of a large survivor base, it was impossible for him not to envy other people's battleships and spacecraft. Other ordinary survivors and soldiers might look at individual equipment and powerful weapons when browsing the injuries of survivors, but what he saw were generally facilities or technologies that could be used by the Legion or survivor base. Battleships were a type that Chen Weiyang often looked at. In the Contribution Point Mall, battleships were generally very expensive. Individual equipment was relatively cheap, but anything that involved civilization was very expensive, which was related to the conditions of use of civilization or individual exchange. Therefore, he was surprised that, even if Lin Qun exchanged all of his hundreds of thousands of contribution points, he could not exchange for a space battleship. Where did this space battleship come from? This Mr. Lin was really surprising everywhere. What secrets did he have? Chen Weiyang took a deep look at Lin Qun, but he chose not to ask anything. He quickly focused all his attention on the battleship itself. His eyes glowed. Come, Mr. Lin, I'll find a place for you. He believed that the battleship that Mr. Lin could take out was by no means an ordinary thing. Even if Mr. Lin had to dispatch this battleship, it was still a human battleship. Together with the captured flagship of the Black Sheep civilization, humans now have 2 real warships. This is great news. How can Chen Weiyang not be excited? With such a finished warship, let it fly first, and then try to study and crack its technology. Even if the advanced technologies such as hyperspace jumps are not replicable by humans in the short term, it is good to copy other intra-universe navigation technologies, beam energy weapon applications, etc. if such warships can be mass-produced in the future. Although this also needs to be considered in the long term, and may take a long time, it is also the beginning from 0 to 1. It is useful now. It will be more useful in the future. Chen Weiyang couldn't help but look at Lin Qun. This Mr. Lin is always giving people surprises. Lin Qun also nodded and stood up. His idea is to finalize the warship first, and then test the animal making and multiple shadow clones. With this Raider Empire warship, he can be regarded as having his own mobile resting point. Of course, the significance of such a warship is far more than that. At the same time, the area occupied by the mysterious civilization in Huaxia, Spring City, deep in the darkness. The city that once was, has now become something else. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and a dim blood light is shining through the clouds. There are strange shadows everywhere in the city, and dark and obscure unknown plants are climbing along the buildings. Occasionally, there are rustling sounds in the corners of the city. A faint and thin blood mist is spreading in the space. In the depths of this city, at the bottom of the blood light, in the dark twisting world, a dark shadow stands in front of a dance mirror. This seems to have been an underground dance studio. However, the ground has been lifted up, and unknown black vines are spreading everywhere, covering everything around. Dark moss can be seen everywhere on the ground and walls. But the surroundings are all in a strange silence. There seems to be no insects around here, only this dark shadow here. In front of it is the huge rectangular mirror of the dance studio. The surroundings are in a mess, but the strange thing is that only this mirror has no damage and looks intact. But at this moment, what was reflected in the mirror was not the scene outside. Instead, it was a dark, twisting vortex rotating inside the mirror. The shadow standing outside looked like it had been separated from this vortex. But its posture was a little strange. It stood like a person, but its body was like a shadow, or like a pure, insubstantial color. It only presented a state of being substantial in the changing light and shadow around it. It was dark all over, standing there, motionless, but its neck was tilted to an angle that a human could not reach, staring at the mirror in a daze. If you look closely, you can see that it is just a black shadow, nothing else. At its feet, black lines spread from somewhere on the ground, some thick and some thin, and finally gathered at the foot of the place where it stood. Those lines were like some kind of blood transfusion pipeline, gurgling and wriggling. Occasionally, there seemed to be some huge plaque passing through it, and a bulge appeared in the pipeline, moving forward quickly, and finally merged at the foot of the shadow, disappearing and becoming a part of it. But strangely, its body has not changed. It is still the same volume, the same size. This state lasted for several minutes. In the mirror, a star suddenly lit up like breathing. In the vortex-like picture, the star was like a supernova that suddenly exploded in the rotation of the star disk, and it was particularly bright. Then, a voice sounded in the quiet world. Failure. This sentence sounded out of thin air in the space. It was very ordinary, even a little bit without a beginning or an end, but it was not any language, just a message. Anyone and any life could understand its meaning, and the shadow at this moment was like a person made of confetti. Because of this sentence, the stable form collapsed all of a sudden. It collapsed on the ground and turned into a big ball. Then, a voice sounded from inside. Great existence. We have not failed. The holy war we promoted for you has just been carried out for a stage. All this is still in my plan. I have heard that another of your clansmen was defeated in the second level civilization battlefield. We will never fail here. We will definitely win this civilization war for you. Whether it's humans, Lin Qun civilization, Wuxi civilization or Black Sheep civilization, they are not worth mentioning. I have thought of a winning plan, and I only need a little support from you. You can read my memory. My plan is all here. You can read it at will. This situation seems a little funny at first glance. A large massive black ink-like thing is talking. But if you look at it again, you will only feel terrified. Then, there was a long silence. The stars that burst out in the vortex in the mirror flickered. The darkness on the ground was shaking violently like boiling water, as if it was enduring some unbearable pain. After a while, everything returned to calm. The darkness on the ground became more and more muddy, and the light in the vortex began to emit a constant light, until there was a sound coming from it again. I will give you another chance. If you fail to bring me the results I want, you know what will happen. Act according to your plan. When you call my name, I will give you power through the stars. Bring back victory and sacrifice it to me, even if it costs you your life. You must not fail. With these words, the darkness on the ground collapsed again. The originally thick darkness almost disintegrated, turning into pitiful dark masses on the ground one after another. If it weren't for the darkness behind it that was still continuously transporting, it might have disappeared. At this moment, with the end of the sound, its shape stabilized again. At this time, the vortex in the mirror in front of it began to shrink. The stars in the darkness began to gradually weaken and were about to disappear bit by bit. The darkness in front of the mirror said respectfully, "Thank you for your great gift. I will definitely live up to my mission and bring you victory. The power of the native who killed the prophet civilization is unusually strong. I will extinguish his flames when he grows up and find his secrets, whether he is a son of civilization or not, and dedicate everything useful on this planet and this battlefield to you. Your path to regain the throne of Overlord. We will do our best to pave the way for you. Farewell, my great god. Please believe me. Believe in me and my civilization. We will never fail again." But the existence in the mirror did not answer again. The vortex disappeared. The star went out completely. Everything in the mirror returned to normal and turned into the scene in this dance studio. It was only at this time that one could notice that in such a short period of time, the black vines and mosses that had just grown wildly around had all decayed and died. Their remains were like ink stains. And then, the darkness around suddenly intensified, surging in and quickly engulfed this place. The darkness on the ground also merged into the surrounding darkness and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. The entire dark and strange city continued to be quiet, as if the brief conversation here had not been noticed by anyone. This is a dialogue between higher level forces, and few people on the entire planet can notice it. From a more macro perspective, the huge area occupied by the mysterious civilization is like a living hole, surging in the dark. Chapter 334. Cartoon Force Shadow Clone Cartoon Kingdom. The night was shrouded. There were camps everywhere in Daxing City, and the lights were bright, but there was some commotion at this time. Look. Is it a warship of the alien civilization? Don't fire. Don't fire. The order has been issued from above. This is our warship. Our warship? Is this also captured? I don't know. This is too new. My god, when can we fight like alien civilizations with warships? Many soldiers inside and outside Daxing City pointed and talked about it. Even some high-ranking officers were alarmed. Wang Xiansheng and Zhao Zhanguo walked out of their own command posts. They were all surprised to see this scene. Who made this? Boss Zhao? I don't know either. I heard that Daxing City is working on the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization. Is this one too? Wait, look, it's falling. They were stunned to see. In the distance, the advanced warship was rising shakily in the lights, flashing light, looking sturdy and powerful. It twisted and turned at a low altitude, and then fell down with a bang. Dust and smoke flew everywhere. The scene was very funny. Wang Xiansheng and Zhao Zhanguo looked at each other, their mouths wide open. There was an uproar in the military camp. And this warship was the Raider Empire light frigate that Lin Qun had drawn a card. Just about 5 hours ago, Chen Weiyang personally found a place for Lin Qun. Lin Qun did not shy away from it. In front of Chen Weiyang, he directly released the Raider in his hand. This was the first time he put down such a large item card. Before releasing it, he deliberately asked everyone to get out of the way. Then he showed the true appearance of this behemoth. After just one look, Chen Weiyang said, I will find you the most elite Air Force pilot in Daxing right away. The Air Force of Daxing City is located in a secret base outside Daxing City. It has a lot of Air Force power. It has been hiding before, and dared not show up. It only took action in this battle of Daxing, and contributed a lot of strength. Because the fighters had taken off at that time, the Daxing Air Force base with a few people left was exposed, but it was directly ignored by the top civilization and preserved instead. However, after this battle, the Daxing Air Force lost more than 70% of its strength, and there were not many people left. The Daxing Air Force is really there. Chen Weiyang is a connoisseur. He knew at a glance that Lin Qun's battleship was a good one. Immediately, he visited some of the battleships at the invitation of Lin Qun. Before that, Chen Weiyang had already made arrangements and set up a guard outside. Many people were curious and surprised, but only Lin Qun and Chen Weiyang could come in. There was nothing special inside. Lin Qun had seen the internal structure of the battleship in Star Wars a long time ago. There was nothing surprising. At most, he could feel its real texture more by being in it. When Lin Qun walked here, he found that, although these battleships looked cold in appearance in the movie, they were actually very crispy, but they still had a lot of texture. The Empire built warships with a complete industrial system, and it was already very complete. The warships built are standardized from the inside to the outside. This is also the key to supporting the Empire's conquest of the North and South and its dominance in the Star Wars world. However, in the movie, due to the plot and other reasons, the presence is not very strong. From the inside to the outside, the entire warship is very sophisticated. Although it is only a 150 meter class warship, it has everything it should have. As the holder of this card, Lin Qun has the right to access and use this warship by default without doing anything. All the way forward, the hatches along the way are automatically opened. Lin Qun and Chen Weiyang went straight to the bridge. On the way, he also briefly introduced the functions of this attacker warship to Chen Weiyang, and mentioned hyperspace technology. Chen Weiyang was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Lin Qun and said, Mr. Lin, are you saying that this warship can not only realize space navigation and combat, but also perform light year level jump navigation? Lin Qun nodded. Chen Weiyang took a breath. In science fiction movies, space folding is not considered a technology, but in reality, it is of great significance. There are so many civilizations on the Blue Star battlefield, even top civilizations, who has this ability. And now, the battleship that Lin Qun took out has this ability. Where did Mr. Lin get this battleship from? This thought popped up in Chen Weiyang's heart again. But he still didn't ask, just looked at the scene in the bridge, and fell into deep thought. When he came to the bridge, Lin Qun was a little confused. It was pitch black here, and he had no idea how to operate it. Until a while, he had an idea, and the voice input was successfully activated. He has the highest authority, and can rely on voice input. The surrounding operating tables lit up in circles. Lin Qun was surprised to find that this battleship also had a teaching mode. He immediately said, teaching mode, that's great. Let the ace pilot you called learn it. Chen Weiyang was silent for a moment, but did not move. Instead, he looked at Lin Qun and said seriously, Mr. Lin, I just thought about it, and I think that the advanced technology of this battleship should be known by as few people as possible. Except for you and me, and the pilots who must know. No one else should know. Moreover, to the outside world, we will say that this battleship was exchanged by our military, okay? Lin Qun looked at Chen Weiyang and understood what he meant at once. He nodded and said, okay, let's unify our caliber. Chen Weiyang nodded, took a half step back, stood in the bridge, looked at the flashing operating consoles around him, and had a complicated expression. In the end, he didn't say anything else, but turned and left. Soon, the 2 pilots he sent to Lin Qun also arrived. 2 people can complete the operation of this attacker. What surprised Lin Qun was that the people sent by Chen Weiyang were a man and a woman, both very young. The male pilot was named Han Leshan and the female pilot was named Suji. Lin Qun got to know them and found out that they were both excellent pilots and had been the trump cards in their own formations. In the Battle of Daxing, their formations were all destroyed. Facing their fate, they would either be reorganized or merged into other air forces. Chen Weiyang transferred them to Lin Qun, presumably to find another way out for them. Both of them were very excited. Mr. Lin, we were notified to come here, but no one told us what to do. We never dreamed that we would come to serve you or drive such a warship. Zuji's eyes were shining, and she kept looking at the environment in the attacker's warship. Han Leshan on one side was a little dull and dumb, and at this time he didn't know what to say. He stood on one side like a wooden stake. Lin Qun said, how is it? What do you want to do? Of course. Zuji said, Mr. Lin, you may not know. When our air force competes with the warships of alien civilizations, we envy their high-performance warships. Compared with them, our fighter jets have no advantages at all. We dream of being able to drive our human warships and compete with them on the same level. When she said the latter part, Zuji's eyes were already watery. She thought of the Battle of Daxing. Many of her comrades died under the warships of alien civilizations. The human air force and the warships of others are not on the same level at all, but they have no way out. They can only fight to the death and pay a heavy price, using their lives to exchange for time. This has never been a fair competition. Lin Qun didn't say anything about this, but just explained the precautions, and then said, then I'll leave it to you here. This warship has a teaching system. You can learn it. I hope this warship can form combat effectiveness as soon as possible and become my vehicle. I also believe in your ability in technology. In addition, there is another ugly thing I want to say in advance. You have come to me. No matter who you served before, you are now my people and must obey my command. And I have the highest authority over this battleship. I can give you the right to use it, and I can take it back at any time. Zuji and Han Leshan looked at each other, stood at attention, and said, Mr. Lin, don't worry, we will never mess around. Lin Qun nodded. He and the military will use this attacker battleship together, but it will still be his main vehicle and then an air war platform. However, Lin Qun was a little curious about how the contribution points of killing alien civilizations by this attacker battleship would be calculated. He guessed that it should be automatically calculated according to the proportional method that the military had told him before. And Lin Qun also got a more comprehensive understanding of this battleship. This battleship is 150 meters long and has all the functions. It can not only carry 2 fighters, but also has very strong firepower. On top of the battleship, there are 4 sets of twin-mounted turbolaser cannons, and the output power is almost the same as the triple-mounted turbolaser cannons that Lin Qun had obtained before. And under the battleship, there are 2 ion cannons. On the middle and rear side of the battleship, there is a complete set of shock missile launch systems, and there are 2 high-speed short-range cannons on the secondary side, all of which are turrets prepared for space warfare. On the battlefield of Blue Star, with the firepower of this attacker battleship, theoretically, any battleship of an alien civilization cannot withstand its full-scale fire. It can penetrate directly from the front. Lin Qun was very satisfied with this. 4 turbolaser cannons alone are equivalent to 4 sea-level cards. And he also considered preparing to install the previous triple turbolaser cannon. In this way, the triple turbo laser cannon that has been used as a wandering turret can have a real home this time. At present, the attacker battleship has been released, but it does not have the ability to fight and fly. Lin Qun temporarily handed it over to Zuji and Han Leshan for a search, and he ran back to practice. There is still some time before the Fairy's Gaze card cools down. The human coalition army is gathering again. All the alien civilizations around him have run away. There is no war to fight for the time being. Lin Qun doesn't want to waste time. His single ward is now his temporary base, and he practices here. Impact the second level of the sword control technique. That is the corresponding state of the middle stage of the key refining period. The pace of the civilization war is too fast. Lin Qun has never had much time to practice. He basically grows up in battle. The last time he broke through the first level of the sword control technique was during the battle of the insect swarm in Zen's Lake. During this period of time, he practiced while fighting and experienced the world of high-level strongmen many times. He is growing up little by little. At present, he has already touched the door of the second level of the sword control technique. But before that, Lin Qun tried his own multiple shadow clone technique. He had used the skill card before and fully obtained the skill of the multiple shadow clone technique. He didn't change too much, each of which divided 20 points of dark energy and separated 2 of himself. Seal. Lin Qun raised his head. Suddenly, 2 identical Mr. Lin appeared in the room. 3 people, 6 eyes, looking at each other. The scene was a bit funny. If there were other people here, they would be shocked. There were 3 Mr. Lin standing in this room. He tested it and found that the shadow clones that came out of the shadow clones could indeed use any ability that did not require energy. For example, they could transform into giants, which meant that Lin Qun's previous idea of countless shadow clones transforming into supergiants was feasible. Moreover, they also completely inherited all of Lin Qun's attributes. They could even activate Cartoon Force. The last time Cartoon Force was used was during the Daxing battle. The 12-hour cooling time had already ended. He had a thought in his mind and activated Cartoon Force. The shadow clones activated synchronously. In an instant, 3 identical Cartoon Lin groups appeared in the field. But in the Cartoon Force state, the dark energy of the clones was consumed faster, and their existence time was even shorter. It was at this time that Lin Qun discovered that the shadow clones could not use dark energy recovery potions. Although they were the same as Lin Qun, they were still dark energy in essence, not living things, and could not use any recovery potions. Therefore, how much dark energy Lin Qun gave them when he first cloned them was how much dark energy they could use. If they released skills that consumed dark energy, the dark energy would be consumed faster, and their existence time would be shortened. With a thought, Lin Qun took the initiative to end the shadow clone technique, and his brain was in a trance for a while. The other 2 of his memories and perceptions were synchronized back. He seemed to have suddenly changed from 1 perspective to 3 perspectives, and he was a little confused. However, his current energy value was quite high, and he had experienced the baptism of Superman's super senses, so this impact was nothing. He stabilized for more than 10 seconds and then recovered. Then he had a bold idea. The multiple shadow clone technique, combined with the giant transformation, is one way to use it. What about the Cartoon Force and the Cartoon Kingdom? Is the self he transformed into through multiple shadow clones a cartoon creature? When the Cartoon Kingdom is unfolded, if his shadow clone dies, if the effect of the Cartoon Kingdom can be triggered for judgment, wouldn't it be a ticky off? No need to wait for a long time, just let the clone go and die a clone to draw a cartoon card. Isn't it a heaven-defying combo? Combining abilities from different worlds may produce more powerful effects. If it can really be achieved, it will be a bug. Using cartoon power and shadow clone techniques, there is no need to sacrifice real cartoon life, and zero-cost card drawing can be achieved directly. Only some dark energy is needed to use effect to undraw cards continuously. Every 10 minutes, draw a round of cards directly. Lin Qun rubbed his chin and pondered whimsically. In this case, if I use animal creation in the state of cartoon power, can I turn others into cartoon sheep? Then use the Cartoon Kingdom effect to draw cartoon cards? In this case, can I use alien civilizations to brush cards and draw cards? However, sheep don't seem to be the same life. This thought made Lin Qun's thoughts run away. However, these cannot be tried now. He had no goal in creating animals. There were no alien civilizations around him. He couldn't use living people to try. The cartoon kingdom required too much energy to use once, so it was best not to use it lightly. The most important thing was that the noise made by using the cartoon kingdom was definitely not small. Now, the cartoon kingdom and the shadow clone were Lin Qun's powerful combination punches. They were his new trump cards and must not be exposed easily. After the Battle of Daxing and the Battle of the Zerg, no alien civilization in the world dared to treat humans as weak natives, especially the top civilizations. If they wanted to win the Blue Star battlefield, they had to look at this side and stare at the status of humans, especially Lin Qun, who was currently the most popular person in the human world. The warships were displayed because there was no need to hide them. If they were hidden, they would not be able to play their role. However, the cartoon kingdom and the shadow clone did not need to be revealed now. To deal with the small fish, Lin Qun's other means were enough. These two abilities could deal with the top strong men of alien civilizations. They could not let others know. The later they were displayed, the more surprises there would be. Afterwards, Lin Qun was in his room, and he made a full effort to attack the second level of the sword control technique. Chapter 335. One step further. Second level of key refining. Lin Qun wasted no time to improve his realm. Zuji and Han Leshan were outside, excitedly studying the attacker warship. They were indeed professional, and with the foolproof tutorial and automatic system of the attacker warship, they were able to successfully start it in less than a few hours. So, the scene just now appeared, but Lin Qun did not see it. Because at this moment, he had reached the critical moment of impacting the second level of the sword control technique. Of course, Lin Qun's impact was not a real impact. If he really practiced, it would take at least years from the early stage of the key refining period to the middle stage of the key refining period. How could he achieve it in just a few months? He just stepped towards the second level, and then used contribution points to open the way and upgrade directly. Despite this, Lin Qun still spent more than 10 hours on this practice. It was not until the next day that he suddenly opened his eyes. He directly paid 3,000 contribution points and upgraded the first level of the sword control technique to the second level. It is impossible to cultivate to the second level of the sword control technique by yourself in such a short time. Even a genius in cultivation would find it difficult to achieve. One can only rely on the civilized battlefield to cheat. As long as the first level reaches a certain level, one can directly break through to the second level. But compared with the first level breakthrough, this time more contribution points are required. Lin Qun moved his eyes and found that all attributes were directly increased by 70 points. Compared with the previous level, when Lin Qun reached the first level of the sword control technique, all attributes increased by 5 points, and only the dark energy attribute increased by 60 points, which was more than a little bit. Lin Qun guessed that this might not be because the first level of sword control itself improved much less than the second level. There might be two reasons. On the one hand, the change of the first level was mainly the transformation of ordinary people from cultivators. However, because of the relationship in the battlefield of civilization, Lin Qun had a level at that time and was no longer an ordinary person. Instead, the change was not obvious. When he reached the second level of sword control, which was the middle stage of key refining, he was just beginning to cultivate deeply on the road of cultivation. After he really took this step, the comprehensive addition of attributes naturally came. On the other hand, it was because the improvement of attributes in the realm of cultivation was closely related to the attributes of the body, not a direct attribute addition. Lin Qun's basic attributes also had an impact on this. When he was in the first level, Lin Qun's basic attributes were almost equivalent to the normal level of the first level of key refining, so the improvement of attributes was relatively small. However, it was different at the second level of key refining. Lin Qun's current basic attributes were much different from those of the second level of key refining, so the improvement on the panel was even greater. At this time, Lin Qun's current panel attributes had been updated to name, Lin Qun, level 50, 159 30 50 /1,700,000, strength 280.6 agility 243.3 constitution. 250.7 stamina. 257.6 over 257.6 dark energy. 426.5 over 426.5. At this moment, a glimmer of divine light flashed in Lin Qun's eyes, and he became very energetic. Lin Qun could clearly feel that the change from breaking through the second level of the sword control technique this time was more obvious and clear than the previous breakthrough of the first level of the sword control technique. His temperament had a faint sense of that of a cultivator. Of course, there was no big change in magical powers between the early and middle stages of key refining. The two main powerful abilities were still sword flying and Kingyu and sword main. When he reached the foundation building stage, which was the fourth level of the sword control technique, Lin Qun could have a sword shield to protect his body. When he reached the Dan formation stage, which corresponded to the seventh level of the sword control technique, he could use sword shadow spectroscopy and other techniques. This is the case with cultivators. The higher the realm, the more magical powers they can possess, even the ability to move the universe and cross the starry sky. Just thinking about that level makes people excited. By then, Lin Qun himself will be a powerful person walking in the first level civilization battlefield. Moreover, this is independent of the upgrade system of the civilization battlefield itself. In other words, even if Lin Qun's own level is very low, if he cultivates immortals, his attributes will be very impressive, not to mention his combat power. Of course, the attributes of the second level of the sword control technique are also very impressive. Lin Qun's physique has reached 250. Just his basic physique can kill opponents with less than 500 points of physique in seconds. Looking at the Blue Star civilization battlefield, all the alien civilizations put together, there are few people who can challenge Lin Qun. Unless the top masters are present, who can withstand Lin Qun's gaze? Moreover, all attributes have exceeded 200. This time, Lin Qun can truly feel the air surging in the space. He closed his eyes and did nothing, and he could float in the air. This did not activate any flying skills. He clenched his fists, and could even feel the explosive power in his body. This was a real change. As the saying goes, the cultivation of a cultivator is to breathe in the vitality of heaven and earth, to increase one's own physical strength, and to improve the combination of spirit and flesh. Lin Qun moved forward step by step. Although he is only at the second level of the sword control technique now, he has also made significant improvements. This is not just a change at the data level. At a deeper level, Lin Qun has also changed. It is a more subtle change, reflected in the purity of his energy, the transparency of his body and perception, and the flow of his dark energy in his body. Especially the change in perception, which is not brought about by the attribute itself. It is the ability of a cultivator and the ability naturally obtained through cultivation, to observe oneself internally, to feel nature externally, and to communicate with heaven and earth. When he was at the first level of the sword control technique, because his realm was too low, this ability was not clear to Lin Qun. It was just a vague perception ability, and the range was about a circle around his body. But now that he has reached the second level of the sword control technique, he clearly feels the improvement of this ability. In this realm, the bridge between his body and nature seems to be very clear, so his perception ability has been greatly improved compared to before. Lin Qun found that he could expand and perceive the world around him more clearly, and even perceive himself. Lin Qun was eager to try. The ability to perceive is a basic but indispensable key means in Eastern cultivation. It is not a magical power, but it has infinite uses. Spread out perception. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, people's actions, even some exchanges, the surge of power and breath, are all presented in Lin Qun's mind. For example, some soldiers are discussing the warship that just made a mistake. Chu Yaowei is hiding in the ward to study Thor's hammer. Huang Qisheng is secretly drinking behind the doctor's back. All are displayed in Lin Qun's perception. Although he can't hear or see it, it is clear and there is no trace. This is a very mysterious feeling. At present, reaching the second level of the sword control technique, Lin Qun can be regarded as having the ability to perceive. Immediately, the sword of promise of victory appeared, held in Lin Qun's palm. The sword light was more condensed and pure than before, and in this room, it was burning with an imposing aura. The second level of sword control. On the outside, it is a direct improvement of attributes, and on the inside, it is a more mysterious perception. Lin Qun exhaled. Put away all the breath. At this time, he had an idea, and tried to look inside himself. Looking inside himself, I don't know if it was an illusion. Lin Qun seemed to sense a hidden breath in his body. He wanted to chase it, but the breath was extremely surprised. It didn't expect to be discovered by him at all, and fled desperately. Lin Qun was just trying to look inside himself, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. He was surprised at first, but then he realized that this hidden breath was the dark shadow left by the evolutionist of the mysterious civilization that they had been looking for. It looked like a dark shadow from the outside, but in fact, it was the breath of the living evolutionist of the mysterious civilization. Realizing this, Lin Qun was even more shocked. I can't find it anywhere. Did the mud come to me? This is the breath of the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization. The means are hidden and extremely powerful. If Lin Qun hadn't reached the second level of the sword control technique and his realm had not been further advanced, he might not even be able to discover its existence. Now that he has discovered it, Lin Qun dare not be careless. He caught the tail and followed it all the way. His inner observation and dark energy burst out simultaneously, and his dark energy was quickly consumed. This breath left by the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization seemed to have its own independent consciousness. He was shocked and didn't expect to be found by Lin Qun, but it was extremely ferocious. It looked like it was running in front, but it was actually a feint. It suddenly expanded its breath and attacked Lin Qun's heart and brain. It was discovered and wanted to attack Lin Qun, in turn under its breath. But it failed. This breath is a remnant of the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization. It was severely injured by the evolutionist of the Prophet civilization. It is like a ghost. It exists, but its power is not obvious. If it really could kill Lin Qun, it would have done it long ago. At this time, it looks like it is counterattacking, but its real idea is to run. It used most of its power to attack, and the remaining part was urgently withdrawn, split into countless paths, and hid deep in Lin Qun's body. It left the choice to Lin Qun. Lin Qun could either chase or defend. Chasing would involve strength, and those who could have defended would not be able to defend, and would be killed here. If he didn't chase, he would have to watch it run away. This time, it must hide more carefully, and it would never be found by Lin Qun again. Unless Lin Qun's realm is further improved. Otherwise, this time bomb will always be with Lin Qun. If it was the previous Lin Qun, he might be helpless. But now Lin Qun is no longer the same as before. Although this breath was dormant in Lin Qun's body, it did not dare to show up, because it was not strong enough. If it showed up, it would have been found by Lin Qun long ago, so it had been waiting for an opportunity, so it knew little about Lin Qun's situation. At this time, the response it made was still based on Lin Qun's level during the Daxing battle. But now, not to mention how many levels Lin Qun has risen, he has just broken through the second level of the sword control technique. The total amount of dark energy now exceeds 400, far exceeding before. Therefore, his dark energy at this moment can even be divided into two parts, one for pursuit and one for defense. Lin Qun also used the golden light curse in his body, spell restraint, and direct suppression. In the blink of an eye, he turned the situation around, attacking and defending at the same time, and completely cut off the breath of the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization in his body. A terrifying and strange scream seemed to sound in his ward. At this point, the dark shadow of the Shengui civilization was completely intercepted and killed by Lin Qun, and all its backup plans were useless. The short confrontation between Lin Qun and the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization ended with his complete victory. Lin Qun opened his eyes. The golden light flashed in his eyes, and under the cover of the golden light curse, he was like a golden body, dazzling. But only he knew that it was still very dangerous just now. The evolver of the Shengui civilization is an evolver after all. Even if there is only a residual breath, it should not be underestimated. Lin Qun's current dark energy has dropped from more than 400, which was just full, to 12 points. He was just a little bit away from letting the breath of the evolver of the Shengui civilization escape. Lin Qun also exhaled a breath. It was a close call. He didn't expect that he would break through a small realm today and catch a hiding guy. The means of this Shengui civilization are really weird. Lin Qun thought for a long time and couldn't figure out how this thing got to him. Was it when he was unconscious? He was a little scared. This is the means of the evolver. Even if this breath itself is not very powerful, if it is used at a critical moment, it may also bring catastrophic consequences. If it hadn't been discovered early, it might really be an inestimable super bomb. At the same time, the occupied area of the Shengui civilization, deep in the dark city, in the twisted darkness formed by the evolver of the Shengui civilization, a linear pupil suddenly opened and looked at the distant world, as if it could see Lin Qun thousands of kilometers away from here. There was a hint of surprise in its eyes. It seemed that it had never expected that its hiding method would not only be discovered by Lin Qun, but also be directly eliminated by the other party. It is an evolver. In the third level civilization battlefield, an evolver like it is an invincible force. In the second level battlefield, it is also a top level force. How many levels is that human native? 60 at most. Even if its remaining strength is already weak, it is not something that ordinary people can find and eliminate, let alone an individual less than 60 levels. The growth rate, ability, and means of this human are beyond its expectations. He can actually find me. What kind of ability is this? This is not an ability that a native can have. What secret does this human have? There is no mistake. There is no mistake. There must be other gods who have given him a gift. This planet is ours, and we want to dedicate it to our great god. Human. I will definitely find out your secret and kill you with my own hands. Separate your body and head and dedicate them to my great god. This will be the greatest holy war. Whenever it mentions holy wars and gods, it presents a kind of crazy enthusiasm that is completely different from its usual state. In addition to its coldness, it mutters incoherently, but is full of confidence. The darkness surges, engulfing its linear pupil, and it seems as if this linear pupil was originally transformed by darkness and now returns to darkness. It has the confidence to take this place. Other civilizations that fought for their gods have been defeated. They are the only ones now. As long as they can succeed, then their clan will receive the highest gift from their gods. And it is full of confidence in its plan. When Lin Qun came out of his single room, it was already dawn. This retreat will last longer than expected. He originally planned to start drawing cards with the fairy gaze card in the second half of the night, but now it is directly until the next day. At this time, the first phase of the integration of the Human United Army has been completed. The vanguard is about to set off. This is the troops of the Northeast Army Group. They will set out from Daxing City and open up a passage from Daxing City to the border of the occupied area of the Shengui civilization. Their first target was an alien civilization called Wolfhead in Pingyang City, more than 300 kilometers away from Daxing City. Li Zeng personally sent the news, saying, this Wolfhead alien civilization is a medium-sized civilization, with strength similar to that of the Bakatans, but there are not many in the Pingyang area, with about 10,000 troops. They are very greedy, and are besieging the local Pingyang survivor base. The troops in Pingyang came to help us, and they took advantage of the opportunity to enter. Now the situation has changed, but they are still reluctant to leave and want to take down the Pingyang survivor base. And they are just blocking the route we are taking to Kyoto. We made a joint decision to rush out and mechanize the raid to eat them first. Aren't they reluctant to leave the tens of thousands of humans in the Pingyang survivor base? We'll make them pay for their greed. I think you should be interested in this contribution point, Mr. Lin. More than 10,000 troops. Lin Qun took a breath and said, of course I'm interested. South of the area occupied by the mysterious civilization, no one can stop us. If they don't run away, they are courting death. Why shouldn't I take the contribution points that are delivered to my door? I will go with Wang Shai and Sheng, but we have to see if they can catch up with me first. Let them clean up the battlefield. Chapter 336. Let's fuck him. After the communication with Li Zeng ended, Lin Qun became excited and immediately changed into the Mark 50 suit, ready to set off, fearing that the Wolfhead civilization would run away if they knew that humans were going to kill them. But before leaving, Lin Qun remembered his battleship. He found Zhu Ji and Han Le's hand directly. They did not disappoint Lin Qun. Zuji quickly said, Mr. Lin, we have been running in with the attacker battleship for nearly 10 hours. Han Leshan and I are all ready and can go to battle at any time. These two people are old pilots, familiar with the operation mode of the battleship, and it is easy to get started. Lin Qun was waiting for this sentence, and he said directly, take me to Pyongyang City. He also enjoyed the feeling of rushing to the battlefield with a battleship vehicle, standing in the bridge. Lin Qun felt that his status had come up, and this was the feeling of a civilized boss. The speed of the attacker battleship is by no means weaker than the Mark 15 suit, and even, it can be accelerated at will, it can exceed it. After all, this is a space battleship. Before Lin Qun officially set off, he asked Chu Yaowei, Huang Qisheng and others who was willing to go with him. Everyone was injured, and their injuries had not healed yet. Only Chu Yaowei took the initiative to stand up. I want to go. When she arrived on Lin Qun's warship, Chu Yaowei could not hide the curiosity and surprise in her eyes. She looked around and finally set her eyes on Lin Qun. Her face was still pale, but her posture was very straight. She didn't need anyone to support her. She was holding Thor's hammer in her hand. At first glance, except for not having Thor's iconic battlesuit, she actually had a bit of the feeling of a fierce female Thor. Can you really do it? How strong is your physique? In fact, Lin Qun felt that Chu Yaowei's injuries were extremely serious, but she changed a mechanical arm. In less than 3 days, she could stand in front of him, as if nothing had happened, and she was going to kill the enemy with him. Chu Yaowei's recovery speed was amazingly fast, almost catching up with him. He guessed that Chu Yaowei's physique might be better than Huang Qisheng's. She had a cold face, but her personality was very calm. She didn't like to show off, and no one knew her true depth. Chu Yaowei shook her head and said, it's not possible to be the main force, but it's okay to follow you to pick up leaks. Lin Qun. Chu Yaowei smiled and raised the hammer in her hand. It's actually much better to have this treasure. At this time, the two pilots Zuji and Han Leshan were all in place and started the warship directly. Amid the exclamations below, the attacker's warship broke through the sound barrier, roared over the sky of Daxing City, soared into the sky, and advanced towards Pyongyang City at high speed. Below, inside and outside Daxing City, no one was not attracted, and there was a flash of envy in their eyes. Overnight, this warship that suddenly appeared had already been known to everyone. This is a real warship. Who doesn't want to sit in it? At this time, watching it rise slowly into the sky, accelerating to a terrifying speed in an instant, and flying away rapidly, everyone was envious and wished they could sit in it and become its passenger. Because it was the first time to officially drive a warship to fight, Zuji and Han Leshan were still a little conservative and did not dare to drive too fast. It was estimated that it would take 10 minutes to cross the distance of 300 kilometers. Lin Qun stood on the bridge. The speed of the warship was very fast, but he felt very stable. He looked forward and said, 10 minutes is enough. In 10 minutes, unless everyone in this wolf-headed civilization has wings, no one of the more than 10,000 troops can escape. This time, although it was the first battle of the attacker warship, it was rushed after all. The entire attacker warship was almost unmanned. The huge warship seemed a little empty and cold with only a few of them. But this was enough. The firepower of this warship, plus Lin Qun's combat power, the wolf-headed civilization, let alone only 10,000 people, would not be enough, even if it was tens of thousands. Chu Yaowei sat on one side, looking at the clouds passing by quickly outside the window, and said with a complicated expression, I think this time I know how those alien civilizations feel when they drive warships to chase us. Lin Qun glanced at her. Now, we have stood up, and we are driving warships to kill others. His words made everyone on the bridge look full of emotion. Yes, everything has changed. They are driving warships to kill others. How many people have sacrificed their lives for this change of identity? At this moment, Zuji in front suddenly said, Mr. Lin, there seems to be a group of disguised alien civilizations below. The radar of the attacker's warship scanned a small light spot in the wilderness ahead where they were about to fly quickly. It was not human, but alien civilization life. When Lin Qun heard this, waves of murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. The unit responsible for the blitzkrieg against the Wolfhead civilization in Pyongyang City is the Northeast Army's 613th Armored Division, a fully mechanized unit equipped with the most advanced weapons in the Federation. They have the strongest mobility and have suffered the least losses before. The order they received was to march quickly ahead of the army group and leave the Wolfhead civilization in Pyongyang City. Let them pay the price for their greed, and let other alien civilizations see that this is now the world of humans. The commander of the 613th Armored Division, Daikishing, is a burly war madman. He was very excited to receive this order, and even more excited to hear that Mr. Lin would also participate in the blitzkrieg. What kind of evolver he has never seen, and he doesn't know how powerful it is, nor does he know what value Mr. Lin has killed an evolver, but he and his troops were also there in the battle with the Zerg swarm. The rumbling of the ground displayed by the Lin group convinced them. Fighting with the Lin group is a great honor and confidence. When the army started to move, he encouraged the morale and said, "Mr. Lin will work with us to kill this group of wolf-headed civilizations. Cheer up and don't embarrass our 613th Division in front of Mr. Lin." But what he didn't expect was that when he turned around and asked Mr. Lin when he would catch up, he got a shocking news. Mr. Lin came later, but was ahead of them. He was already driving a warship ahead of them and was almost 30 kilometers ahead of the 613th Division that set out first. Moreover, Mr. Lin said that he would arrive at the battlefield in the shortest possible time and let their 613th Division clean up the battlefield. Daikishing almost smashed the communication device and was immediately anxious. This is not a coordinated battle. This is asking us to eat dust behind Mr. Lin. This won't work. All the 613th Division has it. Let's go out immediately and march forward quickly. He admired Mr. Lin's strength and didn't want him and his team to appear too useless in front of Mr. Lin. This would make him lose face. He immediately rushed out to fight and followed Lin Qun's footsteps, heading towards Pyongyang City. Wang Xiansheng was surprised to find that he didn't urge them at all, and Daikishing and his 613th Division sped up, as if their butts were on fire. Lin Qun didn't mean to embarrass Daikishing. He was worried that, if he went too late, the Wolfhead civilization would hear the news and run away. For Lin Qun, this was 10,000 contribution points. Wouldn't it be a big loss if they ran away? It would take at most 10 minutes to drive a warship. Even if there was something on the way, it would only take half an hour. It would take at least 2 or 3 hours to go with the armored troops, which meant a pursuit battle. Lin Qun didn't want to fight a pursuit battle, so he wanted to kill the 10,000 Wolfhead civilization lives directly in Pyongyang City. But what Daikishing didn't expect was, they really caught up with Lin Qun. However, the scene they saw when they caught up with Lin Qun shocked Daikishing and his 613th Armored Division so much that they almost forgot to move forward. Lin Qun encountered a group of Titan Beast civilization lives on the road. Apart from encountering another group of walking contribution points, alien civilization lives, there was nothing that could stop Lin Qun from rushing on his way. From the radar of the attacker warship, the alien civilization life on the ground is just a few small spots of light, but in fact, they are all huge monsters. They are a group of Titan Beast civilization life. There are 9 of them. Because of their huge size, they are afraid of being discovered, so they move slowly. While moving forward, they disguise themselves as natural mountains and rivers, but they are still discovered by the attacker warships passing over their heads. Lin Qun has never seen so many Titan Beast civilization life appear together. Their civilization is quite special, and most of them act alone. But now that he saw it, Lin Qun had no reason to let it go. He was eager to try, so he asked Zuji and Han Lezhan to slow down, and he quickly killed them from the warship. "Wait for me, I'll be back soon, it won't take much time." In the air, golden arcs flashed, accompanied by billowing steam, and Lin Qun had already transformed into a super large giant and pounced on the Titan beasts in front of him. Each of these Titan beasts is extremely huge. There were 9 of them, the smallest of which was more than 60 meters tall. The largest and most powerful one was nearly 80 meters tall, even larger than Lin Qun's super large Titan. In fact, with the ability of the Titans, they could tear apart ordinary super large Titans with their bare hands. But what they were facing at the moment was not an ordinary super large Titan. Lin Qun's basic attributes were already exaggerated enough. Even if his agility was reduced, his agility attribute was not low, and the other attributes that doubled were even more terrifying. Lin Qun's strength was directly capped at 999, and his real attributes had already exceeded 1,000. No matter how huge these titans were, who could fight against such Lin Qun? When Daikishan and his men came here, they saw such a scene. Lin Qun, who had transformed into a super large titan, directly staged a scene of tearing apart a titan in the endless wilderness. That scene was like a giant collapsing a mountain with his bare hands. A 60-meter class titan was beaten to death by Lin Qun's punches. Skin torn and flesh flying. Lin Qun's punches didn't seem to hit the thick-skinned titan beast, but rather a pile of rotten flesh. The terrifying beast was vulnerable. It collapsed with a loud bang. Contribution points and experience points were credited. Then, Lin Qun turned to the next target. The titan beast was huge, and it was not possible to use a headshot girl skill to shoot it in one go, so the benefit was not great. Iron fists were the best means of attack. He took heavy steps and rushed towards the titan beast. They also went crazy, howling and surrounding Lin Qun. The earth was shaking, and huge creatures like mountains were fighting in the wilderness. This scene was like the scene of giants fighting huge monsters in the ancient world and mythology. Every punch shook the earth. The earth cracked. Mountains and rivers were broken. Daikishan and others were stunned. What was even more shocking was undoubtedly the amazing force displayed by Lin Qun here. 9 titans, no matter where they are, or who they are in front of, are tough opponents with thick skin and flesh. But to Lin Qun, they seem to be vulnerable. In a few minutes, Lin Qun showed the fastest bare-handed mountain collapse. The 8 titans knew that they could not escape, and surrounded him with all their strength, but they fell one after another, and were shattered by Lin Qun's heavy punches. Prove it with practice. When the power attribute reaches a certain height, there is no need for weapons, and power is the weapon. No matter how tall you are, a giant titan, how many punches can you withstand from me? Among the 9 giants, the largest, the 80-meter class titan, was killed by Lin Qun in a few seconds. In the sky, in the attacker battleship, Zuji and Han Leshan looked at each other, instinctively glanced at Chu Yaowei, who was familiar with Lin Qun. Their eyes were full of shock. They had all heard of Mr. Lin's power, but because of the different battlefield positions, they had never seen it with their own eyes. But now, seeing Lin Qun tearing the titans apart with his hands, this scene was too shocking. This, less than 2 minutes, there is only one left out of the 9 titans. Mr. Lin said it won't take long. It really won't take long. Han Leshan, who is usually quiet, couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. Such combat power and such an exaggerated fighting style were something he had never dreamed of. However, Chu Yaowei didn't speak, because at this moment, Lin Qun stopped and didn't attack the last 70-meter class titan. On the contrary, he seemed to be showing some weird means to the titan. But in the end, he gave up and beat it to death with random punches. He quickly lifted the super large titan transformation, ascended to the attacker battleship, and glanced. What are you all standing there for? Let's go. With such a big noise, even a fool from the wolf head civilization will know we are here. Speed up and move forward. No one can escape. There are only 9 contribution points for the 9 titans, but they have a lot of experience. The 9 titans have brought Lin Qun tens of thousands of experience points in total. In fact, what Chu Yaowei noticed just now was correct. Lin Qun wanted to use the animal making technique on the last titan beast. He found that the animal making technique could indeed be used on any target, even a titan beast of such a huge size. He could use this animal making technique to turn the opponent into a normal sized lamb. But he didn't do it in the end. Using the animal making technique here would be too eye-catching. The test can wait until Pingyang City uses the life test of the wolf head civilization. It is very hidden. There is no rush, and don't scare others. Therefore, Lin Qun finally did not take action, returned to the warship, and ordered to move forward quickly. The attackers quickly broke through the sound barrier and flew through the air, leaving Daikishan and others behind, looking at each other with complicated expressions. After a while, Daikishan said in a complicated way, "We don't have to rush, let Mr. Lin go first." In fact, the wolf head civilization did discover the big noise made by Lin Qun. Everyone was terrified and wanted to run away, but in more than 10 minutes, they would be too late, even if they wanted to run. With the speed of the attacker's warship, Lin Qun would have enough time to kill a few titans in the middle. Therefore, when the wolf-headed civilization was panicking and wanted to escape, Lin Qun had already arrived on the warship. Standing in the bridge, looking at the wolf-headed civilization under his feet, Lin Qun sneered and ordered directly, "Fire freely, fuck him." Chapter 337 Meow Meow Meow. The scale of the Pyongyang city survivor base is not too big or small, with about tens of thousands of people, all of whom are ordinary survivors. There were originally many troops here, but they had responded to the information of Kyoto No. 1 base and went to support. Therefore, this place became an unguarded place and became the target of the wolf-head civilization. The survivors here spontaneously launched a defense to resist the attack of the wolf-head civilization. Everyone has talent, and the Pyongyang city survivor base also has certain weapons. They fought hard, but they also resisted the 2 attacks of the wolf-head civilization and have been waiting for the arrival of reinforcement. When the sharp-shaped warship appeared in the sky, the survivors of Pyongyang city thought it was an alien civilization. Because where do humans have warships? Until the warship bombarded the wolf-head civilization, a figure that was obviously human flew out of it. Then, I don't know who first discovered the change in the rankings and shouted in surprise and excitement, "The first human is here. Ying is here. Ying has come to our Pyongyang city area. You guys look at the rankings. Look at the rankings." At this moment, the attacker warship has flown over Pyongyang city. The strength of the wolf-head civilization is comparable to that of the Bakatans, but the number of wolf-head civilization troops here is not large. In fact, it does not reach 10,000, only about 8,000 or 9,000. They have discovered in advance that Lin Qun killed 9 Titan civilization beasts, and they have long been like frightened birds. Their greed faded in the blink of an eye. At this time, they were trying to run away desperately. One by one, the wolf-head civilization's aircraft rose from the ground, full of wolf-head civilization lives, trying to flee in a hurry. But unfortunately, their speed was not as fast as Lin Qun and his attacker warships. Their warships had just taken off, and a large number of ground troops had not run far before Lin Qun arrived. Zhu Ji and Han Lezhan switched to manual turrets and fired at fixed points. Multiple turbolaser cannons on the warships opened fire instantly. The high-power beam energy rays shot through the sky dazzlingly and hit the wolf-head civilization's warships. The ironclad universe warships of the wolf-head civilization were easily pierced by the turbolaser cannons, as if they were made of paper, and exploded from the inside out like a large battery that exploded. A huge ball of fire shone in the sky, accompanying the advance of the attacker's warships. The warships raised by the wolf-head civilization fell like rain. The ruined Pyongyang city ruins under their feet turned into the graves of these warships. They burned and fell to the sky, and a large number of wolf-head civilization lives were killed and injured. And the terrifying beam energy rays were still sweeping the ground. Zhu Ji and Han Lezhan were both a little excited. One shot penetrated. Leo Han, did you see it? One shot penetrated. Such firepower. Cool. Fuck him with one shot. Chu Yaowei stepped forward and watched Lin Qun fly out of the warship quickly. At this moment, Lin Qun did not wear the Mark 15 suit, but flew out directly with the air dance. Although his current basic attributes can also support him to fly in the air environment, the speed is very slow and the effect is not very good. Lin Qun wants to quickly approach the battlefield, or directly use the air dance to be faster. And the reason why he did not use the Mark 50. In midair, he has already transformed into the second level armored titan and simultaneously activated the revenge demon transformation. The body of the armored titan was surrounded by raging flames, and then, accompanied by a loud bang, he stepped directly into the army of the wolf-head civilization under his feet. The second level armored titan, a 20-meter long flame giant, smashed into the battlefield like a cannonball. Moreover, the second level armored titan has a 4-fold increase in strength attribute, agility doubled, and physique 2.5 times. His strength reached the upper limit of 999 again in minutes. Agility exceeded 500. Physical fitness directly reached more than 600. Such attributes, plus the attribute bonus of the revenge demon transformation, flame defense, and armor defense of the armored titan. What does this mean? If the ground forces of the Wolfhead civilization on the battlefield are at the same level as the Bastions, their ground force firepower will hardly scratch Lin Qun's skin. And the hellfire or heavy punch thrown by Lin Qun can directly smash the hardest and strongest armored equipment of the Wolfhead civilization. Lin Qun jumped up from the low altitude armored aircraft, and with a huge power increase, he pulled it down from mid-air. The hellfire spread along the ship's body, and then it swung violently, hitting a high-rise building on one side that was only half left, and it collapsed. Amid the explosion, Lin Qun was like a real killing god, sweeping across the ground battlefield, chasing and killing a regular army of the Wolfhead civilization alone. They were beaten so hard that they had no power to fight back. When Lin Qun was in the Magic City, he could not beat a Bastion team of this size, but now, he can move freely. There is no need for any unparalleled. His armored giant plus the revenge demon transformation is already unparalleled. Without superhuman strength, Lin Qun can already kill people indiscriminately. There are still several strong men in the Wolfhead civilization who tried to attack Lin Qun. Unlike the telekinetic masters of the Bastion people, the special strong men of the Wolfhead civilization have an advantage in their domineering bodies, that is, their physical attributes. They approached from several directions and quickly attacked the Lin group. They could no longer run away. The only way was to see if they could kill the Lin group. The leading Wolfhead civilization strong man among them might have an attribute of about 300. He rose and fell, and his powerful strength and physique shattered the ground, making a terrifying sound. But unfortunately, their strength is indeed not weak for ordinary contestants, but in front of the Lin group, they said nothing, and took the initiative to kill, and fight for their lives. For him, it was to give his head. He stood in place, without moving his body, turned his head around, and scanned the area. The heads of these Wolfhead civilization strong men exploded, and they were killed instantly. Their bodies fell down, so embarrassed. The lives of the Wolfhead civilization below completely collapsed, screaming madly, and desperately fleeing. At this moment, they finally knew that they could not defeat the human in front of them, and the Lin group quickly attacked behind them. With over 500 attributes, his armored titan completely overcomes the constraints of gravity and size. It is extremely flexible and chases and kills madly, leaving no one alive. Contribution points are rising. Really killing indiscriminately. The Wolfhead civilization will pay the price of blood for their greed. At this time, the sound of the mountain came from afar. The survivor base in Pyongyang City was shaken. A large number of survivors spontaneously poured out of the survivor base to participate in the killing of the Wolfhead civilization. Go. They are finished. Kill them. Let them surround and kill us. Okay, they have a day too. Is that the number one combat power of mankind? Wolf smoke billowed. Above, in the attacker's warship. Seeing that the main force of the Wolfhead civilization was killed by Lin Qun, Chu Yaowei asked Zhu Ji and others to open the hatch again and jump down. Her injuries had not yet healed, and she had to force herself out. She did not dare to attack when the Wolfhead civilization was at its peak. But now it was different. The Wolfhead civilization was killed in pieces, and had no power to fight back. The human forces in Pyongyang City had also fought their way out. Now Pyongyang City was already the world of humans. She was taking action at the right time. This was her first time to fly at a high altitude. She was not used to flying in the air with Thor's hammer in hand. She almost had a free fall, but soon she stabilized quickly. Lightning began to burst out from Thor's hammer. The lightning spread along her body and arms, making her seem like a female war god bathed in thunder and lightning. Cracks passed her ears. She roared down with thunder and lightning. Gradually getting familiar with the powerful ability of Thor's hammer, Chu Yaowei felt a little excited when she used it, which was the pleasure of slaughter. Thor's hammer smashed out, lightning flashed in a circle, and all the enemies in front of her were charred and fell down with convulsions. She strode forward, with a frightening electric light flashing in her eyes. The battle started in a very short time, and the Wolfhead civilization had no room to react, but it ended in a very short time. Lin Qun alone killed more than 5,000 Wolfhead civilization lives. The remaining parts were harvested by the attacker warships and the survivors of Pyongyang City. Chu Yaoi came down late for safety, but the harvest was not very big, but she was very happy and excited about her Thor's hammer. When the battle was over, Daikisheng's troops had not come yet and were still on the way. There was no way. Lin Qun's speed was too fast. And it was precisely because of this that almost no lives of the wolf-head civilization could escape. They were reluctant to give up the humans here and the contribution points of humans, but now they paid the price for their greed and became the contribution points of humans. Lin Qun noticed. He killed about 5,000 wolf-head civilization lives, but the contribution points received were nearly 6,000. This should be the share given to him by the attacker warship. For individual weapons, there is generally no sharing of contribution points. Whoever kills the life of an alien civilization with a weapon will get contribution points. However, weapons of mass destruction and weapons operated by multiple people are different. There will be a problem of sharing. As long as the contribution points in a battle exceed a limit, the excess will be shared, and the built-in system of the civilization battlefield will divide and calculate it. This is the information Lin Qun had obtained from the military before. Now it seems that it is true. As the operator of the attacker warship, Zhu Ji and Han Lezhan got the lion's share, and the contribution points he got were about 20% to 40% of the total harvest. This is a pleasant surprise. When the news of the end of the battle was passed on, Daikisheng's expression was very complicated. He turned his head to look at his troops and soldiers, and suddenly became calm. He said, "We don't need to speed up, just go and clean up the battlefield. Mr. Lin killed too fast. How long has it been? Half an hour. He killed a 10,000 strong alien civilization army." Daikisheng's eyes were a little unwilling, but more of admiration. At the same time, in Pingyang City, the survivors were cheering loudly, and in the corner of the city, Chu Yaoi was standing under a street lamp to rest. Even if her physique was better than Huang Qizheng's, and she recovered quickly, she was still injured. Forcing herself to fight was still a great loss. At this time, her face became paler and paler. In this deserted street corner, she rested by the street lamp, breathing slowly and seriously, her chest rising and falling, but Thor's hammer was always tightly held in her other hand, never letting go. At this moment, she suddenly noticed something, raised her head, looked at the other side of the street, and clenched her palm holding Thor's hammer instantly. But soon, she breathed a sigh of relief again, because it was Lin Qun who came. Lin Qun did not participate in the carnival. He did not like that kind of scene. At this moment, people could not find him, the first in human beings, so they gathered under the attacker warship that was gradually lowering its altitude, cheering around the warship. Lin Qun had no intention of going back to join in the fun for the time being. After wandering around, he met Chu Yaoi here. He was moved and took the initiative to show up. But he did not come alone. He walked out of the shadows. Behind him was a bleating sound. Chu Yaoi's pupils dilated. Behind Lin Qun, there was a group of sheep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 black goats with white spots. Have you found a breeding base? Chu Yaoi was a little dumbfounded. Chu Yaoi thought too much. This was certainly not the real black goat that Lin Qun found. This is the art of creating animals. The battle in Pingyang City was relatively chaotic, and there were many wolf-headed civilization lives, which was just right for Lin Qun to test his newly acquired abilities. Through the art of animal creation, he turned 7 wolf-headed civilization lives of different strengths into the 7 goats in front of him. Their strengths varied. The weak ones were just ordinary wolf-headed civilization lives, with all attributes between 12 and 18. The stronger ones had attributes of about 30. Lin Qun speculated that the strongest one should have an attribute of about 50, but there were no exceptions. It only took 5 points of dark energy and energy to transform these wolf-headed civilization lives into animals. For low-end targets, the dark energy and energy consumption required to use animal creation on them was no longer a burden for Lin Qun now. This skill consumed less than he imagined, but the effect was amazing. At this moment, the 7 goats behind him had no ability to resist. They were led by Lin Qun alone, bleating all the time, looking restless, but they could not speak, and could not use any means. They were just animals with powerful attributes. At this moment, their eyes were filled with infinite fear. They were powerless to struggle, and could do nothing. They didn't even know how they were turned into this. This was more terrifying than being killed. They were turned into living animals, real livestock being pulled by the other party, and they were helpless and powerless. Moreover, they could all feel that their consciousness was blurring, and the upper limit of their energy was declining with time. They would soon lose their self-awareness and become real animals, livestock of the Blue Star. This was an absolute horror for intelligent life. Of course, if these wolf-headed civilization lives were turned into sheep, they would naturally not be able to obtain their contribution points. Lin Qun could only obtain the corresponding experience and contribution points by slaughtering all these sheep. But in this test, Lin Qun officially used the skill of creating livestock and found that it was simpler to use than he expected, and this ability had no effect on the upper limit. As long as they could pay enough dark energy and energy, even the top powerhouses of alien civilizations might be able to try to turn the other party into a sheep or even a chicken. In the bleating sound, Lin Qun transformed himself into a shepherd and brought the 7 goats that kept calling out to Chu Yaowei. In response to Chu Yaowei's question, Lin Qun just shook his head and smiled, without giving any clear answer. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Card Draw. Reincarnation Despair. Why are you going to treat me to mutton? These sheep are fat and strong. At this time, this kind of sheep is not uncommon. Chu Yaowei was a little curious. She wanted to reach out and touch them. After touching them, her eyes met the eyes of these sheep, revealing a thoughtful expression. Because these sheep that Lin Qun created from animals kept bleating, they seemed very energetic, forming a sharp contrast with the dilapidated streets and burning cities around them. However, the black goats themselves seemed to have some disturbing meaning. But Lin Qun took the initiative to pull them apart, shook his head, and said, "Release them." If it were real sheep, he might be interested, but he couldn't eat the sheep that were created from animals. That would be like eating the civilized life of the wolf head and the intelligent life. Chu Yaowei glanced at him, then looked at the eyes of the sheep, thought about it, withdrew her hand, and half sat on the ground leaning against the street lamp. "Then you go and release them first. Come back to pick me up. I can't walk anymore." Lin Qun nodded and pulled the sheep away. Of course, he didn't really release it. He just found a place to slaughter it. Lin Qun had no mercy on alien civilizations. 7 contribution points are also contribution points. Although Chu Yaowei's injuries were not healed, she was not really unable to walk. She sat in the corner, watching Lin Qun's figure disappear at the end of the street. She seemed to have guessed something very cleverly, but she said nothing. When Lin Qun's figure disappeared in front of her, she exhaled faintly. Her eyes moved down, looking at the Thor's hammer in her hand, in a daze, not knowing whether she was looking at it or thinking about something else in her daze. Under the sky of Pingyang City that was covered by gunpowder, Lin Qun added another point before returning to Chu Yaowei's side. More than 5,000 wolf-head civilization lives, plus Lin Qun's original experience points, are just enough to upgrade to another level. At the moment, he is already level 51. Name, Lin Qun level 51, 1930-50/1,800,000, strength 293.6 agility, 256.5 constitution, 263.8 stamina, 97.6 over 270.6 right square bracket, dark energy, 103.5 over 439.5 right square bracket. Lin Qun's strength attribute at this moment is close to 300. He calculated that after level 50, every level up, the value of all attributes increases by 13 points. Just now, when fighting with the wolf-head civilization, Lin Qun's giant form also activated the feast skill, which increased his constitution by an additional 0.1 point. Lin Qun glanced at the corpse of the wolf-head civilization on the ground and stepped back. Chu Yaowei was still sitting there, but she changed her angle and stared at the sky in a daze. Her eyes were staring straight and unfocused. She was no longer cold and stern. but rather cute and likable, making people want to pinch her. When Lin Qun came over, she had already noticed it. She turned her eyes, tilted her head, looked at Lin Qun, and suddenly opened her arms without any expression. Lin Qun was stunned for a moment before he realized what he was going to do. He hesitated a little. He had an inexplicable retreat in his heart. This was a situation that he had never experienced before when facing an evolver. Chu Yaoi instinctively wanted to retract her hand, but there was a flash of determination in her eyes, and she said, "Hey, your comrade can't stand up. Aren't you going to help me?" Lin Qun scratched his head and finally walked forward, picked up Chu Yaoi from the ground with a princess hug, and walked away. The woman in his arms was light, like a piece of paper that could be blown away by the wind at any time. Therefore, Lin Qun increased his strength, fearing that she would really be blown away by the wind. Both of them wanted to say something but stopped, and in the end no one spoke, let alone looked at each other. Lin Qun looked straight ahead. Chu Yaoi tilted her head and looked to the side. Their eyes never met. The atmosphere was a little weird. Chu Yaoi's face was inexplicably hot. She suddenly felt a little regretful, and her inner fluctuations were different from her usual coldness. She rarely muttered, "I'll go by myself next time." He used too much force, didn't he? He was going to strangle me. He's a big fool. Speak up. Why haven't they arrived yet? At this moment, the crowd under the attacker's warship had dispersed. He took Chu Yaoi back to the warship and put her in the lounge to rest. When they returned, she had fallen asleep in Lin Qun's arms. Thor's hammer was held in her arms, light and fluttering, as if it had no weight. She looked at this time, without her usual coldness, but some cute like a child. Back to the bridge. Zuji and Han Leshan looked at Lin Qun excitedly. "Mr. Lin, the performance of this warship is strong enough, and it is definitely not inferior to the warships of alien civilizations. I really didn't expect that we could have won. This is an interstellar battleship, so it is naturally impossible to be worse than those alien civilizations' intra-universe battleships. But the shortcomings of this attacker are also obvious. The attacker warship was hit by an armor-piercing missile of the Wolfhead civilization, and a hole was opened on the flank. The alarm in the warship has started. It is still a bit fragile. The warship is descending. Zuji and Han Leshan are preparing to repair the warship. They can exchange ready-made materials from the contribution point mall, and the Battle of Pingyang City also gave them enough contribution points. In addition, there is the energy problem that the attacker warship will face. In the Star Wars world, aircraft or warships generally use nuclear batteries for small ones and nuclear fusion reactors for large ones. In response to this, Lin Qun called Chen Weiyang directly. "I need manpower and energy." The power displayed by this battleship in Pingyang City also made Chen Weiyang very excited. Seeing its capabilities, he naturally responded to Lin Qun's requests and said, "I can meet all your requirements. The maintenance, power supply and manning of this battleship will all be guaranteed by our army. Mr. Lin, you will just be responsible for its use. Our team of experts has also completed the system rewrite of the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization. After repairs, it will be able to take off again and be used by us in half a month at the latest." In fact, the battle broke out not only in Pingyang City. In the past few hours, according to the information brought back by the reconnaissance team, the coalition army sent out several troops to advance in several directions. At this moment, with the completion of the subsequent integration, the human coalition army was divided into 7 armies, advancing in multiple directions to recover all the lost land in China in one fell swoop. The survivors were gathered. The alien civilizations were driven away. Those small and medium-sized alien civilizations no longer dared to block the human edge and began to retreat step by step, while more local survivors joined the coalition army. In China, more areas are being reclassified as human territory. Of course, this is just the beginning, and it will be a slow process. Lin Qun's attacker warships were repaired on the spot. More than an hour later, Daikishan's 613 Armored Division also arrived, cleaned up the battlefield, and recruited the survivors of Pingyang City. Lin Qun, on the other hand, found a place in his battleship and prepared to draw cards. Of course, before drawing cards, he did not forget to toss his little mythical creature. Although Lin Qun was busy these days, he never forgot to feed it regularly. This little thing is now the size of a palm. It no longer looks like a snake or a loach. Instead, it has a round shape, like an angry pufferfish. The mythical runes on its body are stretched out because of this. Combined with its black bean-like eyes, it is very cute and adorable, making people feel like they want to crush its little body. But it is not very obedient. Lin Qun summoned it with the silver horn and immediately waved his hand to summon the face mountain. A trace of horror and dullness immediately appeared in the eyes of the little loach, and it was about to run away. As a result, Lin Qun grabbed it and said, "Eat." The little loach looked at Lin Qun eagerly. Although it still couldn't speak, its ability to convey emotions was becoming more and more perfect, and its emotions carried clear meanings. "I don't want to eat anymore. I can't finish this thing. It's so disgusting." It started to cheat. "This is normal. This mountain will grow as much as you eat, and you can't finish it, no matter how much you eat. Anyone would feel desperate, and it's really not easy to eat flour all the time." Lin Qun felt the emotions and information it conveyed, rubbed his chin, sighed, and said earnestly, "Be good. We are good children, Kun. How can we be picky about food? You have eaten up everything else here, and you can only eat this. If you eat it again, I will find you something else delicious next time. How about it? I promise that I won't eat this next time." The little loach stared at Lin Qun with black bean-like eyes. Its eyes reflected the sincerity in Lin Qun's eyes. In the end, it chose to listen to Lin Qun's deception and swam towards the mountain reluctantly. It was hungry. The little loach was in the stage of growing up. Every time it ate, slept, and woke up, it was hungry. Even if Lin Qun didn't feed it, it still needed to find food. But the current situation was really. Lin Qun's Kyankan bag was almost eaten up by the little loach, and only the mountain was left, and this little guy didn't eat living things. Lin Qun thought about it. Maybe he could. The military wants it. Lin Qun laughed dryly when he thought of this. The little loach is not big, but it has a big appetite. Every time it wakes up, after sleeping and growing, its size has not increased much, but its appetite has increased exponentially. This time, it ate 1/3 of the mountain, and its body was covered with flour. It looked as funny as if it had eaten dirt. Tears in its eyes. It has never eaten dirt, but it is also very distressed when eating. Lin Qun said, "You are used to it. You said that you don't eat living things, but only eat what people eat. That's what people eat. Otherwise, next time you don't pick on food, try something else. Those things don't look bad. They are still alive and kicking, stretching their arms and legs, but they are actually delicious." Lin Qun has not forgotten his original intention. Let the little loach quickly establish the habit of swallowing everything directly, so that it can help him swallow the sky, the earth, and the lives of other civilizations in the future. The little loach was confused and believed what Lin Qun said without a doubt, and conveyed emotional information. "Really? Really? It's delicious. Better than this stuff." Lin Qun glanced at the mountain of noodles. Unprocessed noodles must be not delicious, but the little loach finally showed a trace of hesitation in his eyes. It seemed that he was persuaded by Lin Qun. Lin Qun was very satisfied with this. Afterwards, the little loach became more and more sleepy, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. He could no longer talk to Lin Qun. Lin Qun's purpose of fooling him was achieved, so he took out the horn, took the little loach back into it, and let it have a good rest. However, he sat in his original position, rubbing his chin, thinking, "What if one day this child grows up and reacts to eat me? No, I can't. Aren't I doing this for its own good? What's the point of eating what humans eat? How fast can it grow? It still needs to eat other serious good things." The little loach disappeared. Lost. Lin Qun was in a good mood. This guy is so cute. It's hard not to feel relaxed when getting along with him. At this time, Lin Qun also heard the sound outside the battleship. It was Zhu Ji and Han Leshan repairing the battleship. They are not professionals, but no one is professional in repairing battleships. They are exchanging available materials from the contribution point mall and repairing them according to the attacker battleship's artificial intelligence system, which takes a certain amount of time. But it must be said that the two people Chen Wiang found for him are indeed very reliable. At this time, Lin Qun calmed down. Prepare to start drawing cards. Before this, He upgraded the second level of sword control, etc., which consumed a lot of contribution points. Coupled with the previous card drawing, his total contribution points has dropped to more than 35,000. And after today's battle, after Bloodbath the Wolf-Head Civilization, Lin Qun's total contribution points once again exceeded the 40,000 mark. With the good luck of the fairy, he can have another 4 draw in the level 4 card pool. The 4 A-level cards drawn last time made Lin Qun itchy in his heart, and he has been waiting for this moment. If you say that drawing cards is like gambling, you always feel that better cards will come out next time, so you want to keep Krypton Gold and keep drawing. At this moment, Lin Qun set up the formation, activated the concentration technique, and muttered to himself. Recently, he and the fairy have a good relationship, and every time he prays, he will have good luck. This time is no exception. Of course, Lin Qun actually has some doubts. The fairy is not helping him, but helping the human race on Blue Star. If this unknown fairy is really the one Lin Qun guessed, then this is really possible. And the possibility is very high. Whether this fairy's good luck is random or not actually depends on the fairy's mood. If this unknown fairy wants to help you, you will always have good luck. If she wants to cheat you, you will always have bad luck. Good luck is at hand. Lin Qun did not forget to express his sincere gratitude before removing the formation, and then he fixed his eyes and prepared to start drawing cards. All 40,000 contribution points were invested. Lin Qun's total contribution points once again fell to less than 1,000. Get 4 chances to draw cards. Lin Qun did not hesitate and started drawing immediately. The first golden card immediately appeared in front of him. Name, Reincarnation Despair, Mordekaiser. Type, Skill Card. Description, use this card to obtain the ultimate skill of Iron Wraith Mordekaiser from the League of Legends world. Reincarnation Despair. Using this skill, you can create an independent alien space realm of the dead, based on the original terrain. Exile yourself and a single designated target, ignoring the target's level and attributes, to this realm for 7 seconds. In this Reincarnation Despair, you can obtain 10% of the exiled target's all attributes, except energy attributes. If the opponent is killed in this realm, even if the realm is lifted, you can still obtain continuous all attribute bonuses, lasting 7 minutes. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Special tip 1. After this skill is activated, you cannot remove this skill yourself. Special tip 2. After this skill is activated, if the exiled target has special means of solving the problem, it can be released in advance and leave the realm. Special tip 3. This skill has a range of use. The designated target is within a 2 kilometer range and has vision and can be selected by this skill. If the target leaves the response range or loses vision at the moment the skill is activated, then the skill will fail to activate and will not enter the cooldown state. Loading. Samsara Despair. Lin Qun's eyes lit up. This is a classic skill for a one-on-one duel between real men. Pull everyone together for a decisive battle. In the game, creating an independent space for a one-on-one duel seems nothing, but in reality, creating a field duel is a terrifying power that only evolvers can do. The most important thing is that in this field, you can also steal the target's attributes. After killing the target, you can also get a 7-minute full attribute bonus. The stronger the target you pull in, the stronger the stolen attribute. If the opponent's attribute is 999, pull Lin Qun in, and all attributes will soar by 100. With other skills such as the Headshot Girl, it is not impossible to kill the opponent directly in the Samsara Despair by relying on the opponent's attributes. 7 seconds is not a short time. Of course, this Samsara Despair skill cannot be removed by itself. If you pull in a particularly powerful enemy and cannot solve the opponent in the Samsara Despair, it will be digging your own grave. In 7 seconds, either you beat someone up or you get beaten up. The battle of true men is worthy of the name. However, as long as you are not stupid, this situation is generally impossible. As for the opponent, having the means to remove the ability, this is also in line with the setting of the Alliance's central plane skills. But if you kill the opponent at the moment of entering the desperate situation of reincarnation, and kill him faster than the opponent can remove it, this problem can be solved. In addition, the activation mechanism of this skill itself has not been changed. It needs to have a field of view. If the target's field of view is lost, or leaves the activation range instantly, then this desperate situation of reincarnation will naturally not be activated. However, its range is very large. The range of 2 kilometers is very large, and Lin Qun's speed is not slow. In the 3rd level civilization battlefield of Blue Star, few people can escape. Even if it fails, it will not enter the cooldown, and it can be activated at any time, with almost no impact. It is worth mentioning that this card can still be upgraded. Spend 3000 contribution points to upgrade to the 2nd level desperate situation of reincarnation. However, even if the skill of desperate situation of reincarnation is upgraded, it should only reduce the cooling time, and other bonuses will not change. After all, this is how it is in the game. If it only reduces the cooling time, these 3000 contribution points don't seem worth it. Lin Qun thought about it, and took the golden card in his hand. At this time, the 2nd golden card also appeared. This is an effect card. Chapter 339 Super Weapon, Iron Curtain Device. Name, Peach Garden Oath. Type, Effect Card Grade, A level. Description, use this card to restore the life injuries of all contestants and natives in a planetary unit in a civilized battlefield from far to near. Special note 1, this card is limited to a certain range, and there is no limit on the number of targets that can enjoy the effect of this card within the range. Dead individuals cannot enjoy the effect of this card. This effect cannot regenerate broken limbs, but it can quickly heal wounds and solve any diseases caused by viral and bacterial infections. There is a 70% chance that dying individuals will survive. Special note 2, the effect of this card may be partially offset by other abilities or card effects. On the golden card, there is a picture that Lin Qun is slightly familiar with. It is the pattern of Peach Garden Oath in the classic card game 3 Kingdoms Killing. Isn't this the Peach Garden Oath in 3 Kingdoms Killing? He was a little dumbfounded. His first reaction was, how can this useless card in 3 Kingdoms Killing, which he may not even use, be A level? Until he saw the effect. It takes effect on the planet. Indiscriminate treatment. Except for those who are already dead. Everyone will benefit from it. There is a 70% chance of survival in the dying state. Those who can be rescued in time will survive because of this card, but those who are dying due to the loss of important organs will not survive. The effect of this card, when placed in the civilization battlefield, is a miracle card. Of course, this card itself is also similar to the effect in the 3 Kingdoms Kill. All members recover health, and can be offset by invulnerability, etc. But this scale is terrifying enough. But, this card is not so easy to use. On the battlefield of Blue Star, there are many alien civilizations. If this card is used, a large number of humans will benefit, and alien civilizations will also benefit. The golden card appeared in the palm of his hand, and it felt cold, but Lin Qun reacted. Maybe he was wrong. This card was not started during the civilization battlefield. If there is such a day, humans can drive out the aliens, regain control of Blue Star, and make human civilization the only civilization on this planet. Then, using this card will not benefit alien civilizations, and it can also help humans quickly get through the post-war pain period, because of its super large-scale influence ability. All injuries are healed, with no upper limit. All the injured do not need to rest, and they can directly return to normal, and the entire civilization will speed up its pace of progress. Or in the future, civilization will fight against other civilizations, and Blue Star will be the homeland. Within the homeland, activating this card will naturally have countless benefits. How can such an ability not be worthy of an A level? Lin Qun carefully put the card away. He looks forward to the day when he can use this card without worries on this planet. And no alien civilization will benefit from it. It will play its due role at that time. At this time, the 3rd golden A-level card has also quietly emerged. Gold flashes. This time, it is a skill card. Name, a certain scientific railgun, LV5. Type, skill card. Description, use this card to obtain the ability of the anime character Misaka Makoto, a certain scientific railgun, LV5. You will gain the ability to manipulate 1 billion volt high voltage current, electromagnetic waves and magnetism at will. And based on this ability, derived abilities are derived, such as the super electromagnetic cannon, thunder giant, lightning spear, etc. Special note 1. If you want to use this ability well, it is best to study and deduce it first. And the use of this skill will continue to consume dark energy according to the output high voltage current, the scale of the controlled electromagnetic waves and magnetic force. Special note 2. This skill card has a certain chance to evolve into absolute ability super electromagnetic cannon, LV6. In this state, the individual will undergo drastic changes and become a life in other dimensions with extremely powerful power and will be physically and mentally destroyed before or after approaching or reaching this level. Special note 3. Hey, have you seen Misaka Makoto 10032? Do you want to load? This is Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Lin Qun almost couldn't sit still. The front of the skill card shows Misaka Makoto's classic action, holding a metal game coin, and releasing the classic pose of the skill Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Looking at this picture, Lin Qun's two-dimensional soul moved, and the war song seemed to ring in his ears. Unfortunately, that is impossible. There is no such anime in this world. Sister Misaka's battle song can never be heard in reality, except in his memory. But this ability itself is extremely powerful. Level 5 Great Ability User. This is the setting and character in the anime Magical Index. Misaka Makoto is definitely a powerful character in the original anime, and because of her personal character, her combat power has never been fully demonstrated. What she has shown is already terrifying. Controlling electrical energy. Super electromagnetic gun. Lightning gun that strikes at the speed of light. It can even gather thunderclouds and thunder. The super electromagnetic gun shot from the fingers in the form of a coin is its most classic skill. The small coin is calculated and accelerated, and shot from the hand. The initial velocity can reach 3 times the speed of sound. The destructive power is extremely amazing. Misaka Makoto can be said to be a mobile turret. She can even use electromagnetic ability to destroy and invade other people's electronic systems. She can also attract and pull metal objects like magneto and turn iron sand into sword edges. Although this ability is called Super Electromagnetic Gun, its effect is very comprehensive. Of course, some functional abilities may not be used with Lin Qun's current rich abilities, but the combat power it can bring to Lin Qun alone is already very impressive. However, as a skill from the Academy City, any application of this ability must be mastered through learning, familiarity, and calculation. Ability is just ability. To what extent the ability can be exerted and how to use it depends on the development of its superpowers themselves. Most of these abilities of Misaka Makoto are also realized in this way. Although according to the setting of the original work, those who can become LV5 are born strong, but Misaka Makoto herself has also worked hard. This ability, Misaka Makoto has been running in and applying it from childhood to growing up, so that she can use it like an arm. Now Lin Qun only has this ability itself, and if he wants to use it, he still needs to keep running in. But Lin Qun turned his head and thought of a cheating shortcut method. That is to combine this ability with Mark 50. The railgun can charge Mark 50, and Mark 50, although it doesn't have Friday, has a supercomputer. It can calculate for Lin Qun and the armor, helping Lin Qun cheat and directly have a way to efficiently use the ability of Sister Misaka. Therefore, he has just started with this ability. But with the help of Mark 50, even if he can't reach the level of proficiency of the original owner of this ability, Misaka Makoto, it is not a problem to play its due ability. This will save Lin Qun a lot of trouble, allowing the ability of the railgun to play its due combat power in the shortest time. Moreover, it can also allow Mark 50 to be further enhanced, saving the contribution points and trouble of purchasing and replacing energy for Mark 50's Nano battlesuit. Mark 50 and the railgun are also a novel combination. Lin Qun blinked. A-level skill cards are indeed more upscale than one another. However, Sister Misaka's ability is not endless. In the original work, if the ability is used continuously, the ability will be exhausted. And when it becomes a skill card, its use also requires the consumption of dark energy. The extent to which his super electromagnetic cannon can be used is directly linked to the dark energy that Lin Qun can pay. Lin Qun thought, I wonder how many super electromagnetic cannons I can fire with more than 400 dark energies? At this moment, the last card in front of Lin Qun is slowly emerging. The first 3 cards, except for the Peach Garden Oath, which cannot be used for the time being, are all good cards. Lin Qun is also very much looking forward to this last card. The golden light flashed. This time, it was an A-level item card. Name, Iron Curtain Device. Type, item card grade, A-level. Description, use this item card to materialize a super weapon building Iron Curtain Device. This is a support type super weapon, based on Wheeler's delay experiment and Einstein's quantum theory. It requires an entire technical team and at least one high-power nuclear power plant to power it. It can regularly generate a dark ionized barrier in about 3 hours, covering non-organic matter in a square area of 300 meters in length and width, providing it with an iron curtain shield that lasts for 30 seconds, which can block any attack from all directions. Energy attacks that exceed the output limit of the Iron Curtain device can penetrate the ionization barrier generated by the Iron Curtain device. Special note 1. If the iron curtain generated by this device directly covers an unprotected organic life form, the organic life form will be killed directly if its physical attribute is less than 100. Special note 2. The scope of use of this device is the planetary range under the entire atmosphere, based on the blue star as the standard. On the golden card, there is a dark red iron egg with a sense of future technology. Isn't this thing the super weapon of a certain camp that cannot be spoken directly in the red alert world? The Iron Curtain device? When Lin Qun saw this last card, he stood up directly. The Iron Curtain is covered, and all poisons are invulnerable. In the game, its role in actual combat is even greater than that of heavy super weapon nuclear bombs. Of course, the Iron Curtain device that Lin Qun drew at this moment has also changed according to the actual situation of the Blue Star battlefield. For example, in the game, it can be used as soon as it lands and has electricity, but in reality, it is necessary to consider someone to operate it. In order to make it work, a whole technical team is indispensable. It also needs a nuclear power plant to supply energy. In the game, you can build one at will, but in reality, Lin Qun pondered, this Iron Curtain device must be placed near the nuclear power plant. This Iron Curtain device is a whole building. It is not like the romantic turrets before. Once it is stuck and put down, it is almost impossible to move. You must choose a good location. Fortunately, this Iron Curtain works on the whole map. No matter where you put it, the whole blue planet can enjoy its effect. Every 3 hours, you can get an Iron Curtain shield that lasts for 30 seconds. In the game, it is invincible. Even heavy super weapons can't do anything to the units covered by the Iron Curtain. Only some methods that use the mechanism can solve the units covered by the Iron Curtain. But in reality, it is obviously impossible to be absolutely invincible like in the game. The energy attack with the output limit of the Iron Curtain device can also achieve penetration. But Lin Qun can make a judgment without data. In the 3rd level civilization battlefield, on the planetary battlefield, I'm afraid no one can have such means. It is an almost invincible shield within 30 seconds. The golden card appeared in his hand, and Lin Qun immediately looked at the battleship under his feet. Maybe his attacker battleship will no longer be fragile. 30 seconds is very short, but it is long enough on the ever-changing battlefield. On the battlefield, Lin Qun's fragile imperial battleship will have a steel body, and it can be used on other armored forces, allowing them to move forward. Even, it can be used on himself wearing Mark 50. When Lin Qun thought of this, his heart jumped again. Isn't this another combination skill? He immediately thought of a combo. Super electromagnetic gun plus Iron Curtain device plus Mark 50 plus reincarnation desperate situation. Isn't this a 30-second unmanned real manual plus super discharge ability? Lin Qun took a deep breath. Under the 4th level card pool, his combat power is rapidly soaring. At the moment, with this combat power alone, even without the headshot female skill, he can fight. Maybe he can also consider the evolutionist. Lin Qun suddenly felt confident. Then, Lin Qun quickly contacted Chen Weiyang and Li Zeng, preparing to hand over the Iron Curtain device in his hand to them. For this thing to work, it needs to be operated by the military. Li Zeng and Chen Weiyang were shocked when they heard that Lin Qun had such a thing in his hand. Mr. Lin, you, tell me the truth. Are you a son of civilization? You won the Battle of Daxing, and your supporters behind you gave you equipment? Li Zeng and Lin Qun were more familiar with each other, and they were shocked to say whatever they wanted. Before, Lin Qun suddenly took out a raider warship with the ability to jump in hyperspace, which was shocking enough, because the contribution points of the value of that thing were very huge. The most important thing is that its technology is not even available in the top civilizations. In the hands of humans, it is absolutely out of scope. And how long has it been? It's not even a day, less than 24 hours, and Lin Qun has taken out another Iron Curtain device. Li Zeng and Chen Weiyang have never heard of this thing. After listening to Lin Qun's introduction, and knowing the function of the Iron Curtain device, they were even more shocked. Although this Iron Curtain device is not as advanced as the hyperspace jump ability, the hyperspace jump ability is almost useless to humans now. If you want to copy it, it is impossible to create it in a short time due to the huge technological gap. There is no plan to build a giant ark with space jump ability to take humans away. But this Iron Curtain device is different. It is a war weapon that can be used on the current battlefield. Moreover, this is absolutely black technology. In just one day, 2 epoch-making advanced technologies were produced. How could Li Zeng not be surprised? And Li Zeng reasonably guessed that there seemed to be only this one answer. Lin Qun is really a son of civilization. Because he won the Battle of Daxing, his supporters behind the scenes were very happy and gave him good things. Ready-made warships, ready-made black technology facilities. Lin Qun smiled bitterly when he heard it. This Li Zeng, why didn't I realize that he was so imaginative before? Chapter 340. Are they really just an indigenous civilization? Lin Qun did not directly answer Li Zeng's question, but just said, I think the most urgent thing is to start this thing first. In the face of the war, the sooner it can be put into use, the sooner it can help us, right? You have to find a place as soon as possible. Is there any usable nuclear power plant in our control area in China now? Li Zeng was just saying. There are not many things that can surprise a big shot like him so much that he loses his composure. He is a man of measure, and Lin Qun's words brought him back to reality. Li Zeng and Chen Weiyang looked at each other and tacitly agreed not to ask any more questions, and the topic was stopped at once. Li Zeng said immediately, we need to discuss this. The nuclear power plant is a bit troublesome, but we can select the technical team we need first and make sure we can get started right away. Mr. Lin, is this thing of yours a completely finished product? Is it a ready-made building when it is taken out? Lin Qun nodded and said, yes. It's similar to what I exchanged from the contribution point mall. It will be a complete Iron Curtain device when it is released. We have to find a hidden place. If this thing really has such powerful functions, as long as it plays a role on the battlefield, it will probably become the target of alien civilizations. Chen Weiyang said at this time, we have to ensure the safety of the Iron Curtain device that Mr. Lin mentioned, as well as Mr. Lin's current attacker battleship. These two things are not just as simple as weapons. If there is enough time after the battle, we can decipher the technology, even if it is only part of it. Copy and rebuild these two, build our own fleet, and carry the Iron Curtain device for each of our warships. Chen Weiyang's tone became excited unconsciously when he spoke the last part. They all came from the military and fought hard until now. The strength of the human army is what they dream of. If they can have their own invincible fleet like the alien civilization, it would be a dream. And the two things that Lin Qun took out at this moment made them see the possibility. Lin Qun's strength cannot be copied, but technological products such as the attacker warship and the Iron Curtain device are things that can be copied. If these can be mass produced in the future, that means countless warships, countless Iron Curtain devices, and as long as they can truly master their technology, it will not be as simple as copying. Humans can manufacture various types of warships according to their needs, and even shrink or expand the Iron Curtain device, load it into the warship, and even extend the use time of the Iron Curtain device, and expand its coverage. Steel fleet, steel defense. Chen Weiyang and Li Zeng both thought of such a future. Listening to what Chen Weiyang said, Lin Qun's breathing slowed down. Of course he understood what that meant. If Chen Weiyang's idea could become a reality, then human civilization would undoubtedly give him a huge boost. But they also understood that, in order to usher in such a future, they had to survive on the battlefield of Blue Star first. These things cannot be taken out and easily destroyed by others. Soon, they discussed and finalized several locations. Those are the locations of several nuclear power plants in the Huaxia region. But I don't know what the current situation of these nuclear power plants is. I must call back to confirm before I can know whether they can be activated and whether the Iron Curtain device can be deployed. The location of the nuclear power plant and the location of the Iron Curtain device are big things and must be considered carefully. This takes time, and Lin Qun also understands it, so he said, as long as the location is found, I can go there at any time. Although the Iron Curtain device is a building, it is now a card in Lin Qun's hand. As long as there is enough space, he can put it out in a few seconds, which is not much slower than the speed of building the Iron Curtain device in the game. Li Zeng and Chen Weiyang were both excited and worked hard to promote this matter. The battle situation in front was handed over to Zhao Zhanguo and Wang Xiansheng. The joint army has completed a new round of reorganization. At this moment, it is launching an all-out attack, fighting on all sides, recovering the lost territory of the Huaxia region, and killing the alien civilization. In the next 7 days, the human army will spread across the Huaxia region again. Many survivor bases have joined. The scale of humans in the Huaxia region is rapidly increasing. Small survivor bases converge to the center to form a large-scale survivor base. Wherever the army goes, small and medium-sized alien civilizations are defeated. Survivor bases are lit up on the map. Communications have been rebuilt, and the land of Huaxia is no longer a situation where each fights for itself and is isolated and helpless. On the contrary, this time, it is the alien civilization that is retreating step by step and is in disarray. Lin Qun and his warships swept across the battlefield, invincible. Wherever there was alien civilization life, he would appear there. The maneuverability of the attackers' warships allowed Lin Qun to quickly reach the battlefield. Chen Weiyang did not disappoint Lin Qun and equipped him with the personnel configuration required for the warship and even installed 2 fighter jets for him. In the eyes of the remaining alien civilizations in the Huaxia region, the human Lin Qun was like a killing god. They were terrified. Lin Qun's warships were a nightmare existence. Wherever they appeared, there was endless destruction. Huang Qisheng and others, along with the recovery of their injuries, also returned to the battlefield one after another, but including Chu Yaowei, these people did not follow Lin Qun anymore, but acted with the army and played a role in other battlefields. First, they did not want to compete with Lin Qun for contribution points. Second, they could not compete with Lin Qun for contribution points, and they also wanted to develop and grow. Following the army was the best choice. However, in fact, although Lin Qun looked very powerful, there were not many alien civilizations to kill. Alien civilizations are not random monsters. They are all very smart. After the Battle of Daxing, coupled with the defeat of the Zerg, many alien civilizations in the Huaxia region saw the situation clearly and almost all of them ran away. The remaining ones are greedy small forces. Lin Qun doesn't need to deal with them, and the high attribute crushing is enough. However, a sweep can only harvest a few thousand contribution points at most. The other fronts are almost the same. It's just because Huaxia is too big. It takes time and energy to regain lost territory. But despite this, the counterattack of the human natives still exceeded the imagination of all the contestants. Are these humans really natives? I have never heard of any native civilization that can beat back the contestants. Have you heard of the natives killing the evolvers? That human native is too powerful. I have seen him take action from afar. A force of thousands of people swept clean in a few minutes. He and his human warship are simply a nightmare. Leave the Huaxia region as soon as possible. We have no chance. This level 3 battlefield has entered the final stage ahead of time. But I still can't believe it. Are they really indigenous people? Are these humans really just indigenous people? Tell me a joke. Our contestant civilization was chased and killed by the indigenous civilization and was harvested as walking contribution points. Is this what an indigenous civilization should look like? The current momentum of the human indigenous people clearly regards themselves as a top civilization. But it's true. Their top powerhouse, the son of civilization, is too powerful. Who can resist it, except the top civilization? Not to mention the top civilization. For us small and medium-sized civilizations and gorillas, isn't human beings the top civilization now? These contestant civilizations were all dumbfounded by the momentum of the humans. This human was too fierce. An indigenous person chased and killed a bunch of alien civilizations. There are at least tens of millions of humans in the Huaxia region. This is a big piece of fat meat, but no one has taken action. The top civilizations did not easily take action, obviously because they were very afraid. Such a situation has never happened before. For those experienced alien civilizations who have participated in other civilization battlefields, this is something they dare not even think about. Aren't indigenous civilizations usually background boards and NPCs slaughtered by contestant civilizations? Why is it the other way around today? The alien civilizations in the Huaxia region fled in panic, helplessly and aggrievedly becoming contribution points for humans to harvest. The capable ones ran away long ago, and the rest were basically small troops, fleeing everywhere. But humans were proud. They were all desperately chasing and killing the lives of alien civilizations. Even if it was not for a contribution point, it was just to vent their anger and hatred for alien civilizations. The war situation in the Huaxia region was very smooth. Many humans in the surrounding areas were inspired, and even began to flee to the Huaxia region. One after another, giant survivor bases were established. With humans in the open, alien civilizations dared not come to fight. Because now, in the entire Huaxia region, humans have the upper hand, and alien civilizations are in a panic. There are also rumors among humans. They say that they will be safe in the Huaxia region. After being suppressed by alien civilizations for so long, humans have finally stood up. All parts of the Huaxia military are excited. Wang Xiansheng said privately, "This time we are really standing up. Mr. Lin is unparalleled in combat power. The Battle of Daxing and the Battle of the Zerg have made all alien civilizations afraid. Now our army is gathering, the snowball is rolling, and the regular army is not inferior to the alien civilization. Sweeping the Huaxia region is just the beginning." Everyone else agreed. We have been waiting for this day. It is said that the Lin Qun civilization has also deployed its troops to prepare for war with the Wuxi civilization. The Black Sheep civilization and the Silicon-based civilization are facing each other in the Strait of Gibraltar, and they are on the verge of war at any time. We already have the opportunity to counterattack the Shengui civilization. The consecutive victories have boosted the morale of the human army. But have you heard? In America, the former #1 human, "I'm a human," has also appeared. He said that he is the son of civilization and is calling on humans in the Americas to surrender and gather around him. Now I'm really confused and don't know who the son of civilization is. Does it matter who is the son of civilization? As long as we can beat the aliens to a pulp and take back our homes, anyone can be the son of civilization. I'm a human, and I admire him, but he is far away in America and I have never seen him. I don't believe him. I have only seen the invincible combat power of Mr. Lin. I, Daikisheng, admire Mr. Lin. Wherever Mr. Lin is, I will be there. 9 days after the Battle of Pingyang City, the attacker warship appeared on the border of the area occupied by the Shengui civilization, looking towards the direction of Kyoto, the former capital of China. The human coalition forces also began to move towards this area, sending a signal to the outside world. Humanity is about to go to war with the Shengui civilization. In the past 9 days, the small and medium-sized alien civilizations in the main areas of China have been almost cleared out. Those who ran away, those who were killed were killed. At present, half of the Chinese region has returned to the hands of humans. Xiao Zhangguo said in the latest video conference, in the current human-controlled area, no human needs to hide, no alien civilization dares to operate in our ruling area, and no alien civilization can slaughter humans in our controlled area. People no longer need to be afraid or panic. Our anger will be written in the blood of alien civilizations. We succeeded. Since the Battle of Daxing, we have fought again and again. We have used facts to tell all humans that alien civilizations are nothing more than that. The time is ripe. It's time for us to declare war on the Shengui civilization. Now we have taken over half of China. Next, we will take back the entire Chinese region. In the future, we will take over the whole of Asia and even the entire Blue Star world. We humans will definitely regain our homeland. At the forefront of the battlefield, the attacker's warship stood tall in the sky, an unyielding flag. In the days of fighting, Lin Qun's combat power was fully demonstrated. Everyone in the Chinese battlefield knew him, and he had long been a living legend among humans. He and his warship were even more bound together, and became a symbol. Therefore, the appearance of the warship was enough to inspire people. Before he showed up, humans were ready to go to war, and top civilizations such as the Lin Qun civilization and the Black Sheep civilization were all ready to move. But at this moment, Lin Qun was not in the attacker's warship at all. Deep in the mountainous area of northwest China, the shielding device that the Chinese military exchanged from the contribution point mall in the form of parts exchange was being deployed in this area. At the same time, the secret nuclear power plant deep in the mountains was being started. A large number of staff and technical experts had already moved in 5 days ago. Prepare for repairs and restarts. In addition, another group of people cleared a huge open space close to the nuclear power plant. This was the open space cleared for Lin Qun to deploy the Iron Curtain device. Lin Qun arrived at this moment. The one who arrived here earlier than him was Chen Weiyang. Chen Weiyang attached great importance to the Iron Curtain device in Lin Qun's hand. He personally presided over the entire process and came here early in the morning to ensure the smooth deployment and use of the Iron Curtain device. At this moment, he was connecting with Lin Qun. "Mr. Lin, is this place hidden enough?" Lin Qun had already flown above the open space. All the people around had been cleared. He said, "Indeed. But whether it can hide from the eyes of alien civilizations can only be judged after the Iron Curtain device shows its power for the first time." "I understand. However, you will deploy the Iron Curtain device today, connect the Iron Curtain device to the nuclear power plant, and the technical team will move in. It will take at least 2 to 3 days before it can be used on the battlefield." Chen Weiyang said, "In the past 9 days, not only has the situation in China changed drastically, but the top civilizations around the world are ready to move. The main forces of small and medium-sized civilizations have almost all left the scene. The remaining ones are either their civilian armed forces and other scattered soldiers, or some greedy warlord armed forces. The final battle of the third level civilization of Blue Star is about to begin. They may not have the energy and ability to find our Iron Curtain device." Chen Weiyang's analysis makes sense. But Lin Qun did not answer, because at this moment, he had arrived at the designated location and activated the card. Item card Iron Curtain device. Chapter 341. 22nd in the world. The golden item card was activated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, Lin Qun felt that he just blinked once, and the huge Iron Curtain device appeared on the ground. This was even more exaggerated than the previous deployment of the attacker warship. But it just appeared here. A building appeared out of thin air in the empty space, where there was nothing just now, and the foundation sank into the ground, just like it was built all the way here. And its shape is exactly the same as in the game, but in reality, it is more real and more impactful. The Iron Curtain device generator in the center has a kind of next generation technological beauty. This scene was only seen by Lin Qun and Chen Weiyang throughout the whole process. Everyone else was cleared. Chen Weiyang stood in the nuclear power plant, looking at the picture sent back by the surveillance, and felt a little suffocated. How on earth was this done? But what he did was to quietly delete all the relevant surveillance footage and notify the expert technical team that had been prepared to move into the Iron Curtain device. "Hurry up and start the Iron Curtain device. The sooner the better." Lin Qun took a deep look at the Iron Curtain device on the ground and immediately started the Mark 50, flying across the sky and disappearing at the end of the skyline. The expert technical team of the Iron Curtain device came later, arriving 2 days ago, led by a physics expert, Professor Guan. He and his team came here and had been waiting, but they didn't know what they were waiting for. A nuclear power plant. What does it need them for? Until this time, they received Chen Weiyang's order and came outside under the protection of military soldiers and were shocked to see this magnificent building that appeared almost out of thin air. Professor Guan was sure that this thing didn't exist here this morning. But then, when their team officially entered and began to understand the technology and functions involved in the Iron Curtain device, they were completely shocked. The function of this device is a capability that is theoretically debatable, and now a finished product is placed in front of them. For scholars like them, this shock is beyond words. Even if they spent their whole lives researching the project, they might not succeed. The finished product was smashed in front of them. Chen Weiyang then personally found Professor Guan and said, "Professor Guan, I know that you and your team are experts in this field, so we will give you the Iron Curtain device. Before coming here, I have confirmed with you that you are willing to do this secret work and are willing to stay here for a long time, so now, you can't quit at all. I have 2 requests. First, I hope this Iron Curtain device can play a role as soon as possible. You should know the reason without me saying it. The battlefield ahead needs it. Second, I hope you and your team can master the core of the Iron Curtain technology as soon as possible. You can ask me if you have any needs. We hope to be able to completely master the technology of this Iron Curtain device in the future and apply it to a wider battlefield." Professor Guan was shaking with excitement. Everything here was enough to make him want to do something, and he couldn't help himself. "I understand that we will keep it secret and will work hard, but can I ask, how did such technology and form devices appear here? How did we get it? I'm afraid it's the technology that those top civilizations dream of." The real surprise and disbelief behind Professor Guan's question is that humans are an indigenous civilization and cannot gather the scattered contribution points of the people. To buy large items in the contribution point mall, they can only rely on the method of purchasing parts and then reassembling them, so the things they can buy are very limited. And things like the Iron Curtain device are absolutely unaffordable, even if humans can gather contribution points. Therefore, he was extremely shocked and wanted to know where such a thing came from and who could give humans such a thing. In response to Professor Guan's question, Chen Weiyang just smiled and shook his head and said, "You don't need to know where it came from. You only need to know that it belongs to us and to mankind now. That's enough. And what we need to know is, in the future, can this technology that the top civilizations dream of truly become a human trump card?" Professor Guan was stunned, and then he held Chen Weiyang's hand tightly. "Yes, you are right. Those are not important. It is already ours. We want to make it completely ours. We will do our best to digest it. We will do our best." He raised his head and looked at everything around him in fascination. This is the hope of our human race. At the same time, Lin Qun has already passed through the air and quickly returned to the front line in the attacker's warship. Mark 50 is fast and small in size, so he can move back and forth stealthily to avoid being discovered by the top civilizations. And now that Lin Qun has the ability of the gun sister, relying on the cooperation of Mark 50, he can create an electromagnetic field around him, making him invisible in the detection of other civilizations, which is very useful. At this moment, he also returned to the attacker's warship unnoticed. At the end of the sky, dusk is approaching. Human troops are still gathering. The latest news from the command center has arrived. Lin Qun had just entered the bridge when Zhu Ji said, "Mr. Lin, Commander Zio's message has arrived. The combat time has been confirmed. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will start a tentative attack to observe the reactions of other top civilizations. If all goes well, we plan to officially advance into the occupied area of the Shengui civilization and capture Baocheng tomorrow." Baocheng is not a big city, but behind it is Kyoto. During this period, the communication was intermittent, but it was certain that base number 1 had not fallen. "Has the Shengui civilization made any moves?" Lin Qun asked. Zhu Ji shook her head and said, "They are still very quiet." Hearing this, a solemn look appeared in Lin Qun's eyes. In the past 9 days, the global situation has been changing. Not only in China, but also in the world. Most of the main forces of civilizations that are unable to compete for the winner of the civilization war have withdrawn. Several civilizations are on the verge of a fight and are ready to fight each other. As long as one side starts a war, the others will definitely start a war immediately. Everyone is afraid of poking each other's ass, so they will naturally start a war at the same time. Whoever can resolve the battle first will naturally have the ability to harvest others. Therefore, all the top civilizations are ready to move. Only the Shengui civilization did not show any active response when it was obvious that humans could attack them at any time if they approached them. The area occupied by the Shengui civilization is half of North China and the entire northeast. The northeast region is shrouded in endless clouds, and any communication and reconnaissance cannot enter. No one knows what is going on inside. However, from the northeast region outward to the border of the occupied area of Baocheng, its secrecy decreases as the distance increases. In Baocheng and Kyoto, humans can roughly detect the internal situation from the outside. But so far, the Shengui civilization has made almost no moves within this detectable range, and it seems that it is not prepared to respond to the upcoming attack of humans. There are only weird things in Baocheng. Most of them are former humans and other alien civilizations. They wander around the city in chaos and aimlessly. They look extremely terrifying and numerous, but they are not vulnerable to regular troops. From Baocheng to Kyoto, almost all of them are like this. The ground is corroded, and the weird moss of non-blue star plants is all over the ground, and twisted weird creatures are walking through it, but there are not many real contestants of the Shengui civilization. It is even questionable whether there are contestants of the Shengui civilization in this area. At this moment, in front of them, it seems that it is not a problem with a clear purpose, but a weird world, waiting for or even welcoming their entry. And these monsters that are mutated from humans or other alien civilizations. Even if they are killed, no contribution points or experience points can be obtained. Some officers are optimistic that the Shengui civilization has also been shocked by the momentum of humans and has shrunk comprehensively. They are ready to abandon areas outside the northeast region. Leaving these monsters is just to consume their troops as much as possible. But some people decided to be cautious. For example, the two joint commanders of this battle, Wang Xiansheng and Zhao Zhangguo. They dare not joke with the humans and the entire Chinese region. They decided to advance slowly, first rescue base number 1 and its highest commander, and then see what changes there are in the Shengui civilization. It is just an opportunity to see the reactions of other top civilizations after the war between humans and the Shengui civilization, and whether they will take the opportunity to attack them. Lin Qun, you said, is the Shengui civilization really scared? On one side of the bridge, Huang Qizeng, holding a bottle of Erguotao, sat in the corner and asked. In fact, at this time, there were not only him in the bridge, but also Li Ji and others. Chu Yaowei and Xia King were not here. The troops they were in had not gathered yet. This was also the reason for the decision to attack tomorrow morning. It takes time for the human troops to disperse and gather to fight a decisive battle with the Shengui civilization, and the troops are gathering now. The troops Huang Qizeng and his team arrived early, so naturally they all ran to Lin Qun. Of course, only Li Ji, Li Xing and others who had a good relationship with Lin Qun came up directly and followed Lin Qun. People like Liuiui are basically still on the ground, following the troops. They are embarrassed to let them come up. If the Shengui civilization is afraid, they should withdraw. They can't not resist, they must have a way. Lin Qun answered instinctively, turned his head, and saw the Erguotao in Huang Qizeng's hand. His face turned black. By the way, why did you come here? Huang Qizeng chuckled. I didn't hang out with you before, because I couldn't compete with you in contribution points. Now that we have to join forces for a decisive battle, there is a warship to sit on. Why not sit on it? Have a bottle of Lin Qun. I still have one bottle here that hasn't been opened. Wang Xiansheng is very nice. This northeast Erguotao is strong. This Huang Qizeng, Tongxing can't come. No one can control you. No drinking in the bridge. Lin Qun heard this, and the corners of his mouth twitched more and more. But in fact, Lin Qun was very happy to see these familiar people. As far as he knew, they had grown a lot these days. Their levels and strengths had all been greatly improved. In the global rankings, they were also advancing very fast. Huang Qizeng had already soared to 7th place, and Chu Yaowei had even reached 4th place in the world. Even Li Ji had already made it into the top 50 of the global human rankings. Under the winning trend, snowballing is naturally much faster than when it is difficult. Recently, the Huaxia region has won a great victory, and the alien civilizations have been defeated. The weak ones can get some contribution points, not to mention the already powerful talents. The human army gathered in front of Baocheng at this moment is not only much larger than the Battle of Daxing, but also has the same hard power. As far as Lin Qun knew, many masters came this time, all of whom were well-known figures in the global rankings, from all over the country, but he didn't know them very well. Lin Qun was the same. In the past few days, his level was raised by 1 level, and now it is already 52. All attributes were increased by 13 points again. Now it is, name, Lin Qun level 52, 510/1,900,000, strength 306.6 agility, 269.3 constitution, 276.8 stamina, 283.6 over 283.6 right square bracket, dark energy, 452.5 over 452.5 right square bracket. His total contribution points, after accumulating over this period of time, are now more than 27,000 points. But Lin Qun has not drawn a card. Anyway, he has not been required to show top level martial arts before. The battle with the mysterious civilization still requires time. He can only draw twice, so he has not used it. At this time, speaking of Tongxin, Huang Qizeng smacked his lips and said, "It's a pity that they haven't come during this period of time. On the contrary, there are not many opportunities to chase and kill alien civilizations." Tongxin, Ni Wensheng and others were seriously injured in the Battle of Daxing. Their basic attributes are not that high, and they recover slowly. They are still recuperating, so they can't participate in this battle. In Huang Qizheng's opinion, this is a bit regrettable, but in Lin Qun's opinion, this is a good thing. This time, fighting with the Shengui civilization is not the previous Malay and Daxing city, and each party is not only sending out a part of its troops. It is a head-on confrontation between human civilization and a top civilization, and both sides will show their cards completely. It is likely to be extremely dangerous. People who are not at a high enough level may just be cannon fodder. The most important thing is that the Shengui civilization has unpredictable means, which cannot be guessed normally. Now they haven't made any big movements, and the silence reveals an unsettling weirdness. At this moment, Zhu Ji said, "Mr. Lin, there is urgent news from the command center. You'd better come and take a look." Lin Qun's heart moved, and he walked forward quickly. The latest news from the command center showed that just 3 minutes ago, the ranking of the Baocheng area in the occupied area of the Shengui civilization changed. A master of the Shengui civilization came to Baocheng and ranked 22nd in the global civilization ranking. Its ID is translated as Grey River. The Baocheng area is mostly weird, and there are no strong people. After Grey River arrived, it immediately became the first in the overall ranking of the Baocheng area, and was discovered by humans who were closely following the situation in the Baocheng area. But so far, humans have not discovered the location of the Grey River, the 22nd Shengui civilization in the world, from external observations. But the change in the Baocheng ranking means only one thing. Calmness only seems calm. The Shengui civilization is also operating and preparing. Li Ji said, "Grey River, what kind of strange name is this?" Huang Qizheng said half jokingly and half seriously, "It seems that they have sent a general to confront it. Hey, should we also send a general to fight it? I am willing to kill this kid." Chapter 342, The Grey River. The next day, at 8 AM, the human army advanced in full force. In front, 3 armored divisions entered the area occupied by the Shengui civilization, and advanced towards Baocheng. There is a clear boundary between the Shengui civilization, occupied area and the normal area. The area covered by the Shengui civilization is hazy with a faint blood mist, even at the edge, and on the ground, it is covered with strange dark red moss and strange plants. After earlier analysis and research, most of these plants are harmless. But no one dares to be careless. In front of the 3 armored divisions, there are fire engines lined up in a line. One by one, the heavily armed tanks directly spit out flames, burning the strange plants and moss lichens on the ground. They usually don't move, but when they encounter flames, they struggle in the flames like animals, and can even make some screaming like sounds, which are extremely creepy. The wind swept across the battlefield. The flames swept over, and the scorched vegetation of the Shengui civilization was blown into the air. Behind the flamethrower armored vehicle, there are a large number of gifted people with purification ability. They shine brightly, and walk in the middle of the flamethrower and the military force, playing the role of filtering and purifying. This is the result of the joint discussion between the Legion and the expert team. High temperature flames can cause great damage to the ecological environment created by the Shengui civilization, and the defense line composed of gifted people with purification ability can stabilize the mind and solve the potential impact. These methods have been confirmed to be effective in the early tests. The only inconvenience is that the army is a bit slow in advancing like this. However, since they are going to war with a top civilization like the Shengui civilization, no one dares to take it lightly, and it is acceptable to be a little slower. And missiles set off earlier and faster than the army. The whistling sound passed over the heads of the crowd, disappearing at the far end of the field of vision. They hit Baocheng one by one. There are no survivors in Baocheng. It is a paradise of weirdness, so there is no need to worry. The military directly washes the ground with artillery fire. In the picture sent back, Baocheng turned into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. And then, the attacker warship entered the scene. Lin Qun stood in the bridge of the warship, looking coldly at the battlefield. Huang Qisheng and others had already left the bridge and returned to their own teams. They could play a greater role in their own teams, not here with Lin Qun. The same was true for Xia King and Chu Yaowei. They arrived in the second half of the night, and Lin Qun had never seen them until this morning, when the human army officially began to advance. At this moment, Lin Qun's attacker warship took the lead and rushed to Baocheng. He was the real killer. As the top combat power of mankind, he forced the top combat power or evolvers of the Shengui civilization to take action. Otherwise, the humans would push the Shengui civilization control area. The methods of the Shengui civilization may be very effective for ordinary humans, but they are meaningless to Lin Qun. The burning Baocheng was close at hand, and the flames of the explosion were clearly visible from a long distance. The attacker warship accelerated briefly, and then quickly decelerated after approaching. In the bridge, Zhu Ji, Han Leshan and other staff members all held their breath instinctively. In Lin Qun's pupils, however, such a picture was reflected. In the Baocheng area where artillery fire washed the ground and burned, a grey river rose to the sky. Behind them, the human army was in motion, and the war was about to break out. At the same time, near the coast of the American region, it was 8 o'clock in the morning in the Huaxia region, and it was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. My lord, it has been confirmed that humans are attacking the control area of the Shengui civilization. The movement of humans was reported to Yegus at the first time. At this moment, there are only so many forces capable of competing in the battlefield of Blue Star. Humans came from behind and showed amazing strength. The two battles between Daxing and Zerg shocked the world and naturally attracted the attention of all civilizations. Very good. Yegus said, it's time for us to show off with Wuxi civilization. Swallow Wuxi first, and then destroy the humans in the American region. I want to see if the humans here who also claim to be the sons of civilization are as powerful as those in the Asian region. The battle must be ended faster than the humans in the Asian region. Then we can catch the mysterious civilization and humans in one fell swoop. As Yegus's order was issued, behind the warship it was on. Huge warships in the void contacted optical invisibility and showed their bodies. Countless missiles were launched from its fleet, covering the two regions of South America and North America, bombing indiscriminately. In the South American and North American regions, the humans who were fighting against the remaining alien civilizations in the American region raised their heads in horror and saw the missiles in the sky falling like raindrops. The whole continent will burn. At the same time, among the mountains, rivers, lakes and rivers in the American region, countless fine green lights rose slowly, like a Milky Way hanging upside down, and instantly covered the sky of the two petals of the continent. Brilliant and beautiful. Wuxi civilization finally appeared. Strait of Gibraltar. The two main fleets of the Black Sheep civilization have already deployed here, confronting the silicon-based civilization across the strait. The suspended turrets of the silicon-based civilization covered the sky. At a higher position, 3 giant airships were looming. Countless turrets stood in rows. The atmosphere was tense, as if a spark could set off the battlefield. But both sides were very restrained and waiting. Until this moment, news came that Lin Qun civilization and humans had both taken action. After asking for instructions from a high-level evolver, King Qi received clear instructions. He boarded the flagship of the front fleet with this message: the evolver's order has been conveyed. Humans have gone to war with Shengui civilization, and Lin Qun civilization has also fought fiercely with Wuxi civilization in the Americas. We can start now. A life form of the Black Sheep civilization said in surprise. Humans really took the initiative to go to war with Shengui civilization? The natives took the initiative to go to war with the top civilization that had won the battle for civilization. This was unheard of before. King Qi swept his eyes and said, "Now, we have heard something. My lord, do you think humans can win? In the Battle of Daxing, they picked up an advantage, but do they really have the ability to go to war with a complete top civilization one-on-one and win?" King Qi did not answer this question, but just glanced to the east. The people below seemed to have their own understanding of its silence. Yes, how could humans win? The top civilization is a civilization that has at least fought in 2 battlefields, is familiar with the rules, and has strong evolvers in charge. Humans are just natives. What do they have? In the Battle of Daxing, no one sent out the main force, and it was a melee among many top civilizations, so they had a chance to barely win. The methods they used to deal with the swarm of insects were useless against top powerhouses. So much time has passed. Even if the evolvers of the Shengui civilization were traumatized by the evolvers of the Prophet's civilization, they must have recovered by now. If humans go now, they will face an evolver in his prime and the combat power of an entire top civilization like the Shengui civilization. They are like an egg hitting a rock, looking for death. Yes, do humans really think that our top civilization has only that much power? The Shengui civilization has been entrenched in northeastern North China for a long time, with strange methods. I don't know how many terrible armies are hidden under the dark clouds. It is also the home court of its evolvers. I'm afraid that humans will suffer a miserable defeat this time. That's right. Humans are just an indigenous civilization. Even if they are chosen as the sons of civilization, how can they break the pattern? It is even more impossible for them to really narrow the gap with the top civilizations. They dare to take the initiative to march towards the top civilizations. This is the way to death. I believe that soon they will pay the price for their stupidity. As a top civilization, these people of the Black Sheep civilization know very well what kind of foundation a top civilization has. There is a difference between being able to fish in troubled waters in the melee of the Daxing War and defeating a top civilization head-on. This time, there is no other top civilization to share the pressure with humans. They will face a top civilization in its heyday. They will definitely lose. For the Black Sheep civilization, this is an inevitable outcome. But King Qi has never spoken. It just looked into the distance silently, finally retracted his gaze, urged the legion to march towards the silicon-based civilization. The human in the Battle of Daxing left a very deep impression on it. Perhaps humans are not completely unsure of this battle, but at the same time, it also feels that humans cannot be the ultimate winner. A top civilization is a top civilization. How can the indigenous civilization resist the one that has grown up step by step? Struggling desperately is just the difference between dying early or late. This is also the idea of most civilizations. Several heavyweight civilizations have started a war. Some small and medium-sized civilizations that are still unwilling to leave the battlefield of Blue Star have already hidden in other areas, such as Southeast Asia, or the sea, or the cracks in the 3 lawless areas, etc. While looking for opportunities to pick up leaks, they are also watching the global war that has broken out at this moment with fear. They also have great doubts about whether humans can win. The Shengui civilization is an old civilization that has experienced at least 3 civilization battlefields. It is said that there is a god behind them who was once a defeated overlord. How can humans, an indigenous civilization, fight against them? In the Battle of Daxing, humans have used up all their trump cards. They can defeat the Zerg again, but how can they defeat a top civilization? If an indigenous civilization can defeat a top civilization, it is unheard of. Wait and see the joke. Humans are too arrogant. They don't know who they are after jumping around for a few days. Natives are destined to be natives. I bet they will definitely be defeated by the Shengui civilization. And at this moment, Huaxia region, Baocheng battlefield. The attacker warship has flown to the battlefield. The human legion is still advancing slowly. Lin Qun seems to have been disconnected from the legion behind him, but this is exactly their plan. Lin Qun is alone and does not need any support behind him. In front of him, a grey river is rising magnificently, hanging upside down on the skyline. This is a magnificent scene, and Lin Qun's first reaction is that this is the 22nd in the world of that mysterious civilization. Like the Red Shadow Man, it may also have no entity, no flesh in the human concept, so the military has not discovered how it came and where it is hiding in Baocheng. Until this moment, when human missiles washed the ground, the entire Baocheng was almost reduced to ruins, and thousands of weirdos were directly killed. It showed its body. But what is this method, and what does it want to do? The answer was soon revealed. Lin Qun was ready to see how the other party would attack, but he soon discovered that this rising grey river reached the sky, but it never rushed towards them, but instead stretched longer and higher. In the blink of an eye, the world around him, in his vision, had been filled with a world of grey rivers. He lowered his head again. In the bridge of his attacker's warship, the dome and the ground began to ooze out grey sweat. Grey river, in essence, is water, mud, and lime flowing back. Turbid grey, which is the grey river. Its rise seemed to cover the entire world in the blink of an eye, penetrating from the outside without any holes, squeezing in from the gaps between molecules. The warship was like a leak, dripping, and water stains with lime were everywhere. Someone in front screamed. Someone in the bridge jumped up suddenly, because he was horrified to find that his body was also oozing water. His eyes sparkled, no longer eyes, but became something like the grey river water outside. Then, their bodies began to dissolve like mud figures. The grey river seemed to exist in every corner of the space, in every body. Therefore, it just looked like a river that went from Baocheng to the sky, but in the blink of an eye, it could cover the whole world. Because it has spread to every corner of this world. Every organism and inorganic body has become a part of it, and when the water is full, it will overflow. The grey river is about to break the dam from the inside out, dissolving the attacker's warships and everyone, and turning them into part of its grey river. The grey river, the 22nd strongest in the world of Shengui civilization, is here. It's just that its life form and means cannot be calculated by common sense. Lin Qun felt that a drop of liquid seemed to flow from the corner of his eye. He raised his finger and wiped his eyes. In the palm of his hand, it was the water of the grey river mixed with lime. This is very similar to the information about the grey river that Lin Qun obtained from the military before going to the battle. In the Northeast Army, some people had encountered the grey river in the Northeast. They suffered heavy losses. In a team of hundreds or thousands of people, only 1 or 2 people could escape. No one had ever really faced the grey river, and no one knew what the grey river was. The limited information only pointed out that people had seen the grey river that reached the sky at that time, and the dead had all turned into the same muddy water that Lin Qun saw at this moment. However, the grey river that reached the sky that people saw at that time did not seem to exist in reality. At this moment, the grey river, a strong man from the mysterious civilization, made a silent and soft killing move, trying to assimilate and twist the attacker's warship and everyone inside into the same weirdness as it, and turn them all into part of it. But it itself was perfectly hidden and disappeared. In the darkness and shadows, the strong man grey river from the mysterious civilization was everywhere, sneering at Lin Qun and sneering silently. Its form was strange and omnipresent, but it could counter humans, but humans could do nothing about it. What if you have killed an evolver? Unless you are an evolver, you can't even find me, because I'm everywhere. How can you kill me if you can't find me? Even if you have the means and won't die in my power, you can only watch me destroy your warship and turn the human army behind you into a river of grey water flowing all over the ground. But at this moment, a blazing flame suddenly ignited in Lin Qun's pupils. At this moment, the military frontline command center. The attacker's warship is not moving, and we have lost contact with Mr. Lin. The attacker's warship and Mr. Lin have no response to our calls. And the hull of the attacker's warship seems to be using some kind of liquid, which is theoretically impossible. We are still analyzing it. In the command center, Xiao Zhanguo was watching the picture coming from the front. From their perspective, everything was normal. They didn't see the Grey River that Lin Qun saw rising into the sky at all. In the picture, Baocheng was burning under the bombardment, and everything was normal. On the contrary, Lin Qun's attacker warship suddenly slowed down to zero after arriving above Baocheng, and then stopped moving. All the people on the warship, including Lin Qun, did not respond to the call from the command center. Something happened. Xiao Zhanguo's heart tightened. He knew that the first round of the direct battle had begun. Chapter 343, Desperate Reincarnation. What should we do? Someone asked in the command center. They knew nothing about the current situation, but what they could be sure of was that the battle had already begun, and Lin Qun had already started fighting with the Shengui civilization. They all wanted to do something. But Xiao Zhanguo just shook his head. We can only wait. The troops are advancing as planned. The second in the world died at the hands of Mr. Lin. This 22nd in the world must not be Mr. Lin's opponent. The Shengui civilization has strange means. If they were facing the Black Sheep civilization, the silicon-based civilization, etc., their military could still provide as much support as possible through firepower. But now, they only knew that Lin Qun had fought with others, but they didn't know how they fought, so how could they help? Mr. Lin was the only one who could resist the 22nd in the world. They could only wait and let the army continue to advance. There were talented masters at all levels of the troops who could adapt to the situation. But at this moment, someone suddenly said in surprise, the latest news from the front, in the Baocheng area, Mr. Lin and the Shengui civilization who have all disappeared from the rankings. What's going on? Xiao Zhanguo was also shocked and hurried forward. At this moment, above Baocheng, Lin Qun did disappear. In the first few seconds, he looked at the attacker warships that were seeping all around him and realized that the 22nd of this mysterious civilization had already taken action. Its means covered everyone, but its main body was not visible, as if it was everywhere. Lin Qun had combat power, but didn't know how to solve it. But time passed by, and he was fine. But the attacker warships and everyone here would soon become part of the Grey River, turning into muddy water flowing all over the ground. His mind raced, and he immediately thought of a solution. Unfold the desperate situation of reincarnation. The Grey River is everywhere, and it is also everywhere around. Lin Qun directly activated the ability of the desperate situation of reincarnation on the seeping water, and selected it as the target. Pulling the Grey River and himself into the desperate situation of reincarnation. That is, a one-on-one battle between real men in a limited space. No matter what strange life form you are, you have to show it to me. Lin Qun succeeded. His judgment was correct. This Grey River was similar to the Red Shadow Man, without a physical body, and the Grey River water that was everywhere was part of it. If you cast the Samsara desperate situation on any seepage, you can directly select the 22nd in the world and pull the opponent into your domain. The moment the target is successfully selected, the Samsara desperate situation is successfully launched. The surrounding world disappeared in an instant. The attacker's warship disappeared. The sky and the earth became a lead grey background, and a huge fog wall rose around them, which was the edge of the impenetrable Samsara desperate situation. At this moment, Lin Qun finally saw the body of Hu. It was countless water droplets all over the sky. They were everywhere, filling the space. On the large-scale battlefield of Baocheng, they were scattered throughout the city and were almost unnoticeable. But at this moment, with the Samsara desperate situation unfolding, it was forced out and entered the Samsara desperate situation, facing Lin Qun directly. 7 seconds. During the 7 seconds of the Samsara desperate situation, Lin Qun and Hu will be completely isolated here, and no one can get out. Unless one of them dies, the Samsara desperate situation can end early. The Grey River seemed extremely shocked. It had never expected that it would be drawn out by Lin Qun in an instant. The water drops in the sky rose and merged in an instant. This time, it gathered into a real grey river, like a grey ribbon, swelling in the air, stretching rapidly. It seemed to want to break out, but it instantly hit the edge of the Samsara despair, and the front end exploded back. It couldn't break out at all. And behind it, Lin Qun had already started to move forward. He noticed that when the Samsara Despair unfolded, his basic attributes all increased by a full 81 points. Name, Lin Qun level 52, 510/1,900,000, strength 387.6 agility, 350.3 constitution, 357.8 stamina, 283.6 over 283.6 right square bracket, dark energy, 533.5 over 533.5 right square bracket. This is, under the Samsara Despair skill, directly extracting 10% of the attributes of the target being pulled in, excluding energy. At this moment, except for energy, Lin Qun's attributes exceeded 300 points, and arc energy reached more than 500 points. This means that the 22nd attribute in the world is around 810 points. If Lin Qun can kill Hu in the desperate situation of reincarnation, then he will have the stolen 10% of the attribute for a full 10 minutes. In terms of the current physique, Lin Qun's headshot girl skill can instantly kill any alien civilization life with attributes below 715 points. But the headshot girl skill is obviously useless to Hu. It has no entity, and there is no vital position that can be headshot in the conventional sense. If you want to kill it, you have to use other means. What restrains water? Lin Qun used the dance technique to hang in the air and quickly moved forward. His body began to expand in an instant. The transformation of the supergiant, the transformation of the revenge demon was completed in an instant. The moment the supergiant appeared, it became a terrifying flame giant with flames all over his body. Not only that, the terrifying thunder began to flash around him. The ability of the super electromagnetic gun, flame and thunder. In 2 seconds, Lin Qun completed the triple power addition. The terrifying supergiant was covered in flames, and the lightning snakes roamed in the body in flames. He descended on the battlefield like a god. His arms moved forward. The fire of hell spread all over the sky. The grey river trembled. At this moment, the ability displayed by this human was completely unexpected. It was a life with a strange life form. It had no biological entity itself. The water of the grey river was its body. It only needed enough time to assimilate any organic and inorganic matter into its part, absorbing and growing. Every drop of water was the continuation of its life. And because of this peculiarity, it could exist in any position on the battlefield. It was useless for others to know that it was in this area. There was no means to find it all at once. If you find it, it would be useless. Even if you know its life form, it is scattered in a large area. Who can do anything to it? It alone can resist thousands of troops. What strong ships and powerful guns? Don't even think about playing a role in front of it. On the contrary, it can destroy those so-called strong ships and powerful guns in turn. This is exactly its strength. Although it is only the 22nd in the world, its methods are extremely shameless. It came here this time, just to slaughter the human army. How much is the combat power of Lin Qun? It is now an unknown number for other alien civilizations. Shengui civilization cannot let a master come to die. Therefore, it sent Hu, the most difficult to kill. Its mission is not to kill Lin Qun, but to test Lin Qun's deep dive, and then use its special ability to maximize the harvest of the lives of those human warriors. It can do the work of thousands of troops alone, and retreat unscathed, except for the evolvers, or being hit by super large-scale thermonuclear weapons, or it seeking death. In the battlefield of the 3rd level civilization, theoretically few people have the ability to kill it. But at this moment, the power displayed by this human made its full confidence in the previous second disappear in an instant, turning into infinite horror. It didn't even know what happened. All the water droplets scattered in the entire Baocheng area were forcibly gathered and pulled into this weird space. And in this block space, the temperature rose to an unimaginable level within a few seconds. Lin Qun stood between heaven and earth, electric snakes danced wildly, and flames covered the world. Here, Hu was horrified to find that its advantage was gone, and it was completely restrained. It could not run away at all. It could not fight at all. Lin Qun, in the state of a supergiant, was entangled in flames and thunder, perfectly restraining it. It attacked Lin Qun frantically. Lin Qun directly consumed dark energy and used the golden light spell to suppress it to death. In the high temperature and thunder, who was directly burned and evaporated. In less than a few seconds, the long river turned into a trickle. Who struggled desperately and found in vain and despair that it could only wait for death to come. Lin Qun's ability filled the entire reincarnation desperate situation. Flames and thunder burned, and the golden light spell forcibly suppressed it. In this space, he was a god. Not only that, the supergiant and revenge demon transformation double attributes superimposed, plus the already terrifying attributes after Lin Qun stole the attributes. At this moment, Lin Qun's attributes have completely crushed to without counting these special abilities. It screamed in fear, almost crazy. This is impossible. Such a blocked space. This is impossible. You are not human. You can't be a native. You are an evolver. This is a method that only evolvers can have. Only evolvers can kill me like this. This is the impotent rage of this powerful man of the mysterious civilization that quickly came to an abrupt end. In the desperate situation of reincarnation, Lin Qun opened fire at full power, and it only lasted for 6 seconds. The entire who was evaporated on the spot by Lin Qun. This powerful man of the mysterious civilization was burned alive in this dead space. Who died, and the contribution points and experience were settled immediately. Lin Qun gained 80,000 experience and 1 contribution point. The moment the desperate situation of reincarnation was lifted, all the abilities that Lin Qun had just displayed were used. The supergiant transformation, the revenge demon transformation, and the super electromagnetic gun abilities dissipated in 1 second. Lin Qun was still standing in the bridge, only his position had changed a little. 6 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, but the battle was over. His eyes were cold. No one knew what happened in the first 6 seconds. But the results of the battle had been announced. The grey river that had appeared like an illusion in front of him had disappeared, and the attackers' warships had returned to normal. There was no more water seepage around them, but some of the weaker personnel were severely affected and fell to the ground with a plop. Everyone looked at each other, all a little confused. They instinctively realized that the danger had been lifted, but they didn't know how the danger was lifted. At this time, Lin Qun stepped forward and stared at the burning Baocheng under his feet. Everything had returned to normal. The influence of the Grey River disappeared, and Lin Qun's communication with the command center was restored again. His voice rang directly in the command center. The Grey River is dead. Baocheng should no longer be a threat. The Grey River has special abilities, and one person can resist thousands of troops. The Shengui civilization sent it, and there should be no other ground troops and low-level Shengui civilization servants or followers. And this news was quickly verified. At this moment, Hu, the powerful man of the Shengui civilization who ranked first in the Baocheng area and 22nd in the world, has completely disappeared from the rankings. In the command center, even Xiao Zhanguo opened his mouth wide. The others were even more confused. They just determined that Lin Qun had fought with Hu, the powerful man of the Shengui civilization. After only a few seconds, Lin Qun said that the battle was over and Hu had been killed. That's the 22nd in the world, and a powerful man of the Shengui civilization with strange means and difficult to guess with common sense. How long can they fight? The communication was interrupted for only about 1.5 minutes. Oh my god, how did he do it? Kill a 22nd in the world in 1.5 minutes? Even if you kill a pig in the countryside, it can't be so fast, right? This is the 22nd in the world. A powerful man with hundreds of thousands of contribution points just died like this? Xiao Zhanguo was also surprised, but more of a surprise. Mr. Lin's combat power is stronger than in the Daxing battle, and stronger than they expected. Before the battle, Lin Qun said that he was capable of fighting, and now it seems that it is true. Xiao Zhanguo took a deep breath and quickly issued an order. Mr. Lin never disappoints people. Let the front troops speed up and spread the news throughout the army. Say, the 22nd ranked strongman of the Shengui civilization, Grey River, has been killed by Mr. Lin. Baocheng has been broken, and the first battle has been won. Baocheng was not really captured. Missiles were washing underground, and there were still many strange things in the city. But at this time, these are no longer important. This news is enough to inspire the three armies. especially for the Northeast Army. They have witnessed the horror of the life of the Shengui civilization with their own eyes. Some people have even faced Grey River and deeply know the horror of Grey River. They hate this strong man of the Shengui civilization even more. Hearing that such a strong man was killed by Lin Qun at a lightning speed, their ecstasy and excitement are unimaginable. Grey River, we seem to have encountered it. It is too powerful. Only a few people survived from our 2 regiments. We didn't even know where it was. Those people all turned into water. Mr. Lin was able to kill such a strong man so quickly. If we have such a strong man, wouldn't it be easy to capture the Shengui civilization? When the follow-up troops entered Baocheng, the Northeast Army even shouted Lin Qun's name. It can be seen that they admire Lin Qun. This news will inject confidence into the entire army. In the attacker's warship, the unconscious people were quickly replaced, and the others looked at Lin Qun in awe. They just felt the horror personally. The step-by-step infiltration and dissolution of the Grey River made them feel the approach of death, but they could do nothing. They could only wait to die, and watch their bodies being dissolved into part of the Grey River. The despair and powerlessness made them know the power of the Grey River better than anyone else. But such a strong man was killed by Lin Qun in the blink of an eye. The most important thing is that they don't know how Lin Qun did it. Lin Qun seemed to have disappeared for only a few seconds, and the Grey River died. What kind of combat power does this have? Can he kill who in a few seconds? A world's 22nd? And when Lin Qun reappeared, his expression remained unchanged, as if killing who was effortless. Who was killed by Lin Qun at an unexpected speed, which greatly accelerated the human army's advance. Coupled with the high morale, the human army had taken Baocheng in just 2 hours, 2 hours faster than expected. After taking Baocheng, the number 1 base where the highest commander of China was located, was right in front of them. The first battle was won. Chapter 344 Edge. The latest news is that the first battle between humans and Shengui civilization ended in less than 2 hours, and humans advanced 90 kilometers. It is said that the 22nd in the world, Grey River, sent by Shengui civilization, was killed by the son of human civilization as soon as they met. How he was killed and what means he used, no one knows until now. At this moment, in the American region, Lin civilization has started a direct battle with Wuxi civilization. Yegus was in the rear, and without taking any action, Wuxi civilization had already retreated step by step. They seemed to be naturally suppressed by Lin Qun civilization, and they collapsed at the first touch, and were defeated again and again. Although the war has started here, Lin Qun civilization has been keeping an eye on the movements of humans. As long as there is any movement, the information will be synchronized immediately. Everyone knows that in the battlefield of Blue Star, everyone is an enemy. Now they are fighting against each other, and will not offend each other, but they will meet in the end. At this moment, the 7th in the world is no longer by Yegus's side and has rushed to the front battlefield to fight Wuxi civilization. Nearby, the commander of the Lin Qun civilization troops heard the news and couldn't help whispering, "This son of human civilization may really have some means." The people behind the scenes may be optimistic about him. I have never heard of any son of indigenous civilization in the 3rd level civilization battlefield who can have such means. During the Daxing War, although he was powerful, the force he displayed was very clear. Now, the Shengui civilization, a global 22, was almost killed instantly for no apparent reason. I'm afraid he has gone one step further. It's unimaginable how many cards he has. There is also a human in the Americas, who calls himself the son of civilization. Who do you think is the real son of human civilization? Yegus raised his head with a playful tone. After a while, he said, "Keep an eye on these 2 humans. It doesn't matter who is the son of civilization. As long as they reveal a flaw, I don't mind using any means to eliminate a possible potential threat." The commander was surprised. "You mean?" Yegus only glanced at it and didn't say anything, but its meaning was also very clear. If the Shengui civilization was really fighting with that night shadow, it was willing to intervene forcibly, take advantage of the situation, and kill it directly. Of course, this one in America is no exception. However, Compared with the rapid progress of Lin Qun and the human army in the Huaxia region, the human resistance force in the Americas region quickly retreated after the war between Lin Yuan civilization and Wuxi civilization. I'm Human was no exception. It disappeared overnight and now has no chance to seize any opportunities. There is no way around it. When two top civilizations fight, it is the best choice for them to hide now. If they intervene recklessly, they may die without a burial place. At the same time, Huaxia region. The human army has crossed the Baocheng urban area. Baocheng has become a city of ruins. Inside and outside the city, all the ecological environment and monsters of the Shengui civilization were killed, but in the entire Baocheng, except for who was killed by Lin Qun, there was no contestant of the Shengui civilization. They were all monsters transformed by human or other alien civilizations. Flattening the city, looking at the scene here, those distorted monsters made the soldiers feel a little heavy. Most of these monsters were once humans and residents of Baocheng, but now, then, there was rage. They wanted the Shengui civilization to pay with blood. At this moment, the human army was the strongest, and the 3 armored divisions were still advancing as a vanguard. Lin Qun's attacker warship was at the forefront, and the unconscious and injured bridge members had been replaced to maintain the perfect operation of the attacker warship. In the back, half of the human coalition army that was fighting against the Shengui civilization had entered the occupied area of the Shengui civilization. However, the advancement speed was still slow. They were comprehensively destroying the traces of the Shengui civilization in the occupied area of the Shengui civilization. But the human army has spread in all directions to further expand the results of the war. Kill the monsters. In the surrounding wilderness, bizarre creatures are being killed with all their might. In a large army, everyone is a gifted person. In a head-on confrontation, even if these monsters make people's sanity values drop wildly, they cannot threaten the huge human army that is gathering at this moment. Lin Qun and his attacker warships are in the front, advancing steadily. After killing Hu, he did not make another move. The main reason is that it is not necessary. Because from here all the way forward, the current reconnaissance results show that it is a smooth sailing situation. There are no contestants from the Shengui civilization. All of them are polluted and mutated monsters. Killing them will not contribute points or experience, so Lin Qun has no need to take action. It is better to stay in the warship and conserve his energy. Let the legion below advance steadily. The military does not know much about the Shengui civilization. Even the northeast army withdrawn from the northeast region is the same. When the Shengui civilization came, they were also defeated one-sidedly. The main body of the Shengui civilization was not seen, and the people and soldiers of the whole city were polluted in large areas. They fought, and all the monsters turned into monsters by themselves. Moreover, the soldiers around them also turned into monsters one after another. This was a frustrating and helpless war. They could only retreat comprehensively, otherwise, they would all die here. Therefore, although Wang Xiansheng and his team had fought against the Shengui civilization, they had very little information in their hands, and did not know much about the Shengui civilization. The Shengui civilization occupied a huge area and slaughtered tens of thousands of humans, but the lives of their main contestants seemed to have been elusive. In the Battle of Daxing, most of the contestants they sent were weird. The only contestant was the Sliders, who were killed by the evolvers of the Prophet civilization. The rest were all weird. Even those holy war legions that set out from the Shengui civilization occupied area were no exception. They looked like a group of legions, but they were still weird, unpredictable and weird. Even though humans have re-entered, they still seem to be shrouded in a mysterious veil, making it difficult to peek into their true appearance. This makes the human military leaders more nervous. Lin Qun's victory in the Battle of Baocheng boosted the morale of the army, but the leaders dare not be careless. This is a top civilization. If they are careless, they will pay the price in blood. Therefore, they have been advancing steadily. Xiao Zhangguo connected with Lin Qun and said, "Our vanguard reconnaissance team sent back news that there are no contestants from the Shengui civilization from here to the deep area occupied by the Shengui civilization. Our information is limited, but there is definitely information about the Shengui civilization in base number 1. When we communicated with base number 1 before, they said that they were investigating and studying the Shengui civilization, and there must be results. Base number 1 is their primary target now. After taking Baocheng, the second target is base number 1 hidden outside the Kyoto area. Base number 1 has tens of thousands of soldiers and survivors, as well as a scientific research team. The highest commander of the Huaxia region is also hiding there. After the Kyoto was breached, they all moved here and have been hiding until now. While secretly competing with the Shengui civilization, they are also investigating the Shengui civilization with all their strength. But they are unable to fight back. Lin Qun said, "It should be so. Being able to hide in the occupied area of the Shengui civilization for so long, even in the marginal area, is enough to show the results of their understanding of the Shengui civilization. The Supreme Commander has been working hard for the counterattack." Xiao Zhanguo said, "He wants to take back the Huaxia region all the time. Everyone is working hard to regain their homeland." Lin Qun replied softly, "On this land and this planet, everyone who is willing to stand up and confront the alien civilization at this moment is like this. Their efforts are all for the same goal, to expel the aliens and regain their homeland. In the optimistic case, if base number 1 really has important intelligence about the Shengui civilization, then the next attack on the deep area of the Shengui civilization will be smoother." The military divides the occupied area of the Shengui civilization into two areas, the marginal area and the deep area. The northeastern region, which is completely covered by the shadow, is the deep zone, while the range of human reconnaissance outside is the edge zone. The goal of the military is to take steady steps. First take the edge zone, then conquer the deep zone, defeat the Shengui civilization, and regain the Huaxia region. Of course, this speed must be fast. Although the information about the battle between the Black Sheep civilization, the silicon-based civilization, the Lin Qun civilization, and the Wuxi civilization was a little late, it was also mastered by humans. This is the most ideal situation for the human military. The important civilizations in several regions fight against each other. No one interferes with anyone, and no one has to worry about the future. But, whoever wins first will have the initiative against other civilizations. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, after Xiao Zhanguo and Wang Xiansheng discussed, they decided to speed up. "We must be cautious and fast. The best situation is that we can win the war in our area before the civilizations in other regions. Generally, we and other regions end the battle almost at the same time. Our current speed is not optimistic, and we must speed up the progress." Xiao Zhanguo called the senior leaders to speak. The worst case scenario is that they are defeated by the Shengui civilization and the whole army is annihilated here, but he did not say it. The human army immediately spread out on a wider breadth. There is a reason why humans are advancing slowly. Although there are no contestants from the Shengui civilization in this area, there are strange things everywhere, and the ecological environment transformed by the Shengui civilization. It is very troublesome to clean them up one by one, and it is thankless. But at this moment, there is no choice. They can't stab the heart with a sharp knife. This trick may be useful for other civilizations, but for the Shengui civilization, it is likely to send themselves to be killed. The military must take steady steps. Every step forward must completely eliminate all factors related to the Shengui civilization at this step and completely cut out the dangerous factors. At the end of the meeting, Wang Xiansheng couldn't help but say, "Old Xiao, do you think we can win this battle? This is what I want to ask you." Xiao Zhanguo looked at Wang Xiansheng. The top commanders of the two frontline positions all saw worried expressions in each other's eyes. The response measures of the Shengui civilization were too soft, making them more and more uneasy. But they had no choice. There is no choice. If we don't advance, we will retreat. Wang Xiansheng took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light like a Siberian tiger. If we can take down the Shengui civilization, we can completely occupy the Chinese region. To the west, or to the east, no matter which top civilization wins, we can fight calmly. Coupled with Mr. Lin's combat power, perhaps, we can really defeat other civilizations. But if we can't take down the Shengui civilization, the situation we face will still be the situation in Daxing, with enemies on three sides, and surviving in the cracks. We have exposed our strength again. In addition, with the lessons learned from the Battle of Daxing, they are not fools, and it is impossible for them to repeat the same mistakes. They will not compete with each other again. They will definitely join forces to eliminate us first, and then decide the outcome. Now, the initiative is in our hands with great difficulty. We must completely open up the situation. This is not only a battle of life and death for us, but also a battle of life and death for the entire human race on Blue Star. Xiao Zhango glanced at him, was silent for a moment, and said, "Have you heard about the news from the Americas region? I'm human, or?" Wang Xiansheng frowned slightly. Xiao Zhango raised his head. Their plan. Communication is not smooth, and too many details cannot be confirmed, but there are reports that they want to take advantage of the war between Wuxi civilization and Lin Yuan civilization to see if they can severely damage or even take down these two top civilizations. Wang Xiansheng glanced at him. "I heard a little, but there are all kinds of news. We can't contact them either. If that's the case, I hope they can succeed. The Battle of Daxing, the Battle of the Zerg, and the current counterattack of the Shengui civilization have given hope to humans around the world. They all realize that even the top civilizations are not invincible. Humans in many places have united to form forces and are fighting in their own way. And at this moment, on the land of the Huaxia region, it is even more so. Humans are advancing with great momentum. After defending the city, many nearby areas were completely taken. Those unintelligent monsters are terrifying and a huge threat to small-scale humans, but they are simply vulnerable to the well-prepared human army, as fragile as paper. After the death of Hu, the Shengui civilization seemed to have lost all its strength for a while, and no new measures were taken. It still used the original monsters as the basic defense line. From 8 o'clock in the morning to dusk, the human army of the Huaxia region swept across the area of 200 kilometers in an unstoppable manner, sweeping away the ecological environment of the Shengui civilization in the entire area, and all the monsters were killed. The frontline troops have already arrived at the gates of Kyoto. The most important thing is that their troops have successfully arrived at base number 1 outside Kyoto. They successfully joined the humans at base number 1 who had been trapped in the Shengui civilization area for a long time. The Supreme Commander, whom Xiao Zhango and Wang Xiansheng had always wanted to welcome back, was also officially confirmed to be safe. They just lost contact with the outside world, but they have figured out the detection rules and capabilities of the Shengui civilization. They hid in the marginal area and have not been discovered. However, because of this, their external contact has been intermittent. They can still play a role during the Daxing War. When the Daxing War broke out, they have been completely silent because their actions in the Daxing War attracted the attention and search of the Shengui civilization. If they are not completely silent, they will be found, and the consequences are self-evident. Therefore, after they summoned and mobilized troops for Daxing for the last time, they fell into eternal silence. Before the army arrived and liberated base number 1, Xiao Zhango and others made the worst plan. That is, this place may have been discovered and captured by the Shengui civilization. Fortunately, this place supported their arrival. Now, the human army has swept in. They don't have to hide anymore. And for Lin Qun, the release of base number 1 outside Kyoto means they finally got important information about the contestants of the Shengui civilization. As they judged before, base number 1 does have important information about the Shengui civilization. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Big Wigs of the Federation. The night sky in the distance was crimson. With the advancement of humans, the thin blood mist in the edge area was slowly dissipating. At this moment, the sound of gunfire came from the distance. Humans were attacking the Kyoto area. The Kyoto area was once the capital of the Lugo region. The political center of the federal Lugo region is an extremely important area, but it is obviously not that important to the mysterious civilization that conquered it. The Kyoto area is still in the edge area, and there are only monsters in the city. Except that the city is large enough, the number of monsters far exceeds that of cities like Baocheng, and it is more troublesome to capture it, but there is no difference. Lin Qun still did not appear on the battlefield in front. There are only monsters, no experience, and no contribution points, so Lin Qun naturally has no need to appear there. The attacker warship stopped above base number 1. Lin Qun has already entered this underground facility. This underground facility, located at a depth of 300 meters, has a multi-layer structure and a series of life support systems. It is a very hidden war shelter. It is also one of the important secret military facilities in the Lugo region. But now, this place is no longer a secret. The supplies here are abundant, but they are almost used up. Xiao Zhanguo and Wang Shai and Sheng hurried to transport a batch of supplies to the survivors. Lin Qun went deep underground and walked through the survivors' living area. He saw that those people looked a little embarrassed, sitting or standing there. Their skin was a little pale, as if they had not seen the sun for a long time. Seeing the troops and soldiers coming in, some were at a loss, some showed some unexplained fear, and some cried with joy. They were isolated from the world and had just heard about the things above. They realized that they finally didn't have to hide here anymore, so they were naturally happy. The other emotions may have other reasons. After hiding here for so long, everyone has his own ideas, and those ideas have led to the reaction to this situation now. At a glance, it seems that a small silhouette here can see all the joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness of mankind. But when Lin Qun walked by here, all the soldiers of the United Army along the way made way. Some didn't know what Lin Qun looked like, but as long as someone who knew said it, no one would not make way for him. However, Lin Qun was not able to move forward unimpeded. Going forward, the soldiers from base number 1 still dominated the crowd. They did not recognize Lin Qun and stuck to their posts. They could not move forward without permission. Lin Qun stopped here. In front of him, a soldier with an upright posture strode over. This person was Captain Chu, who was the first person to enter and connect with base number 1. He was also an old acquaintance of Lin Qun. Mr. Lin, the military control area is in front. The big shots in Kyoto and the laboratories of the experts are all here. Captain Chu stood in front of Lin Qun, but only said half of the words. But Lin Qun understood. This is a key place, so they cannot enter for the time being. It is completely managed by the original soldiers of base number 1. The situation in base number 1 can be simply described as 2 parts. One part is the living area of the survivors, and the other part is the military control area. The military control area includes areas used by the troops, big shots, and experts. Kyoto is Kyoto after all. In base number 1, there are many big names in the Lugo region and even the entire federation. People of Xiao Zhanguo's level are not considered to be of particularly high level here. Lin Qun looked at the surrounding scene, a little dazed, and said, I seem to have returned to the time when the civilization battlefield has not yet begun. In fact, the scene here is not something that a commoner like him can see in the past. He can only see it in various movies. Now standing here, Lin Qun has a strange feeling of trance. It turns out that he can stand here without realizing it. Captain Chu was stunned when he heard this. Of course, he didn't know what Lin Qun was thinking at this time. He just said, Mr. Lin, you are joking. Lin Qun had come back to his senses. He was no longer the same as before. The feeling just now was also fleeting. Listening to Captain Chu's words, he turned and said, I heard that there are at least half of the top experts in Kyoto here, covering almost all fields. That's right. His Excellency the Supreme Commander attaches great importance to these experts. When evacuating, he will not give up any high-tech experts who have the hope of taking them away. Because of this, they can continue to analyze and study the mysterious civilization here. Captain Chu nodded and said, General Wang has already gone in and should have met His Excellency the Supreme Commander. Lin Qun nodded and said nothing more. Kyoto is the heart of the Lugo region, with many talents. Only Kyoto can come up with such a linoop for an underground base. But he also understood. These experts can be brought here, and I don't know how many people have worked hard for this, and they may even have paid their lives for it. And in order to allow these people who are useful to the Federation and human civilization to come here and survive, I don't know how many ordinary people have been abandoned. This may be a bit cruel, but this is an inevitable choice under great disaster. If civilization wants to survive, it must do its best to retain useful people, people who are valuable to civilization, and the rest can be abandoned. Under disaster, there must always be a choice, and this is a cruel but correct choice. The General Wang mentioned by Captain Chu is Wang Xiansheng. During the war between the United Army and the Shengui civilization, few people could spare time, so only Wang Xiansheng came to see the Supreme Commander. Lin Qun knew that Wang Xiansheng, Xiao Zhangguo and others meant that they hoped to welcome back the Supreme Commander and rebuild the federal management system of the Luguo region. This was entirely for long-term calculations. Now they are just an army, fighting east and west, which seems nothing. But if human civilization wants to rebuild and show enough vitality, it needs a complete federal system. At this moment, Wang Xiansheng is in the office of the Supreme Commander, reporting the external situation to the Supreme Commander. In order not to be discovered by the Shengui civilization, base number 1 has been isolated from the world for a long time. It can only guess what happened outside through the changes in the rankings, and it is urgent to understand the information outside. They briefly discussed some things about the battle against the Shengui civilization. Wang Xiansheng introduced the external situation to the Supreme Commander in the shortest possible time. Most of our analysis and judgment of the outside world were correct. I didn't expect that Li Zeng and his men really won the Battle of Daxing. The Supreme Commander paused for a moment, but suddenly changed the subject and asked, Grey River was killed by you. Ying is Lin Qun. So, was it Lin Qun who killed it? The Supreme Commander knew that Lin Qun would be the main force to face the top powerhouses of the Shengui civilization. They had already known that Grey River suddenly disappeared from the rankings, but because of the lack of information, they observed the changes in the outside world through the rankings, but did not know what happened specifically. Facing the Supreme Commander's inquiry, Wang Xiansheng answered truthfully, yes. This morning we had our first battle in Baocheng. Mr. Lin took the lead and killed Hu within a minute. We took advantage of the situation to break through Baocheng and advance the front line to Kyoto. We don't even know how he did it, but Hu died, and Mr. Lin was unharmed. The Supreme Commander was silent for a long time and said, we also have records of Hu. We know more about it than you and Lin Qun. It is not only powerful, but also extremely difficult to kill. It can resist thousands of troops alone. When we found that it disappeared from the rankings, we knew it might be dead. We were still wondering how it died and how much it would cost us humans to kill it, but I never expected this result. 1 minute. This Mr. Lin you mentioned killed him in 1 minute. Killed him in 1 minute. The Supreme Commander repeated it twice, took a deep breath, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Wang Xiansheng had never seen him with such an expression, and couldn't help but say, Sir Supreme Commander? I know. I understand. Please ask him to come in. Please ask Mr. Lin to come in. I already know everything I should know. There is no need for me to know the rest of the details. With the war ahead, it is you who should get the information, not us. From this moment on, the Supreme Commander's way of addressing Lin Qun completely changed to Mr. Lin. He didn't need to ask too much. Just from the question Wang Xiansheng answered, he knew how powerful this Lin Qun was. They didn't know or understand other civilizations, and he had no idea how powerful the evolvers were, but no one knew better than him how powerful the Shengui civilization was. He was trapped in base number 1, studying the Shengui civilization every day, studying the strong men of the Shengui civilization, studying how to deal with them, and studying how to fight if they could counterattack one day. This was the only thing they could do while trapped here. The Grey River had already been recorded by them. They even had a special military team discussing how to deal with the strong men of these Shengui civilizations and their strange methods. The Grey River was the focus, and there were 3 plans for it alone. But now, it was dead. Killed by Lin Qun in Baocheng within a minute. No plan was used, and he himself was unharmed. The old Supreme Commander never dreamed that humans could have such a strong man. He knew that there was no need for him to intervene in this battle. The best solution was to give their information to Wang Xiansheng and others, and let them do it. Therefore, Lin Qun did not wait too long. Only about 3 minutes later, a secretary-like woman ran out from inside. She was tall and capable from head to toe. She said a few words to Captain Chu, stood in front of Lin Qun, and said, "Mr. Lin, the Supreme Commander is waiting for you. Please follow me." Captain Chu stepped aside. Lin Qun stepped forward. If he had met such a big shot before, he would have been nervous from the bottom of his heart, but now, he didn't feel anything, and even thought that he came here to see the information of the Shengui civilization as soon as possible, not to meet a big shot. He has seen many big shots. Xiangguo, Kinky, Evolver. They are all big shots with extremely powerful civilizations. He is also a big shot now, but he doesn't feel anything. But to his surprise, the secretary took Lin Qun to the conference room instead of the Supreme Commander's office. The Supreme Commander and 2 experts were waiting for him here. Wang Xiansheng was also here. When Lin Qun came in, the Supreme Commander, one of the most important figures in the Federal Land region, stood up from his position on the side and took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Qun. He smiled and said, "The young are formidable. I've heard about your affairs. Xiaoli did the right thing. Sending him to the Demon City was the most correct thing I did. But the war is imminent. If the mysterious civilization is not eliminated, you and I will both feel uncomfortable. I have found 2 experts in the study of mysterious civilization. They can tell you what you want. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later." As he said that, he nodded to Wang Xiansheng and walked away. But when he left here, he paused slightly, turned his head, and looked at Lin Qun deeply, smiled, and walked out, like a kind and gentle elder. Lin Qun was very surprised. This was not quite what he imagined. But he understood what this person meant. He and Wang Xiansheng were here to get information, but he left, which meant that, no matter what the future would be, he would not intervene in this battle. This battle, from preparation to fighting in Kyoto, was promoted and completed by Wang Xiansheng, Xiao Zhangguo and others. They knew the situation best and commanded very well. Although the Supreme Commander had just learned the information, it did not prevent him from making the most correct judgment. Although base number 1 is no longer threatened by the Shengui civilization, they should not reach out for this battle. Let Wang Xiansheng and others complete it. Let Lin Qun complete it. All he can do is support. Lin Qun's eyes followed his back, and after a moment of silence, he also sat down. Base number 1 has been waiting for this day. They have been secretly studying and analyzing the Shengui civilization. What are their main bodies? What secrets do they have? What is special about them? And now, it is time for all that they have collected to play a role. In fact, they have paper documents, but they sent 2 people to tell Lin Qun in the hope that Lin Qun can understand the Shengui civilization more clearly. This is the meaning of the Supreme Commander. And soon, the intelligence of the Shengui civilization was presented to Lin Qun. The details of the content surprised Lin Qun. Since he fought against the alien civilization, he has never known a civilization so well. The efforts of base number 1 and His Excellency the Supreme Commander are visible to the naked eye. Shengui civilization, they are different from life in the conventional sense. They are a kind of color. They are not actually powerful in themselves, but behind them stands an existence suspected to be at the battlefield level of the first level civilization, that is, their gods. They gained power from their gods and became the followers of the gods, thus possessing terrifying power and treacherous means. But the number of contestants who landed on Blue Star was actually not that large. Each of them was a follower with terrifying power. As colors, they could cover the sky and the earth, everywhere, instantly infecting thousands of people and turning them into monsters that were absolutely obedient to them. The Red Shadow Man and Grey River that Lin Qun had encountered were prominent representatives. But the research of base number 1 also found that, even if they were colors, they had to rely on some kind of entity to survive. This entity could be light, liquid, or solid. As long as their entity could be annihilated and all their branches could be completely cut off, then they could be killed directly. Chapter 346, The Counterattack of the Divine Civilization. Base number 1 is dormant in the area occupied by the Shengui civilization. It has been observing and trying to understand the Shengui civilization through various means, and has already mastered a lot of information. In the information and archives of the Shengui civilization in base number 1, the Red Shadow Man and the Grey River are listed. They also suspected that they observed the location of the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization. We speculate that the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization are likely to be entrenched in Chunsheng, which is the central area of the northeast region. At present, it is the center of the deep area of the Shengui civilization. We have been trying to observe it, understand its strength, and master the way to kill it, but it walks strangely. The only information we can get at present is its approximate location. In fact, the occupied area of the Shengui civilization is far more than the distance of the Huaxia region. Their expansion to the south and west in the Huaxia region has been blocked, but their expansion speed to the north has not slowed down. The farthest area has affected the Siberian plateau. We speculate that the Shengui civilization wants to extend all the way to the European region and annex the silicon-based civilization. It was around the time of the Daxing War that they stopped expanding to the north and the western world. The expert in charge of the explanation is giving the explanation. Lin Qun nodded slowly on one side. Before the Battle of Daxing, the Shengui civilization was not a major threat in the southern world of the Huaxia region. At that time, the Prophet civilization was still fighting at sea, and in the Australian region. It was possible to land in the American world, or in the Huaxia region, but the situation was unclear at the time. In the southern part of the Huaxia region, there were many small and medium-sized alien civilizations, and there was no powerful civilization. On the contrary, the silicon-based civilization quickly gained a foothold in the European region, and showed the combat power of the top civilization. If he was the Shengui civilization, he would also choose to expand to the European region. The Huaxia region is already in the bag, and the means of preparing for a rainy day are naturally aimed at other top civilizations. The information of base number 1 is very useful. The approximate location of the evolvers of the Shengui civilization is clear, which is of great help to their progress. Moreover, they also have a lot of information about other followers of the Shengui civilization. Base number 1 has the intelligence of at least 10 Shengui civilization masters, all of whom are in the top 50 of the global ranking. They even made preliminary solutions through long-term observation, analysis and proposed preliminary solutions to deal with these Shengui civilization masters. At this time, Wang Xiansheng said, only the strong ones landed in the Shengui civilization, and now ordinary warriors? He frowned. In this battle, humans have been unstoppable and killed many monsters, but the only gains are the lost territory, and the contribution points and experience are almost zero. This is very different from their previous predictions. They all think that they can get a lot of contribution points by fighting with the top civilization like the Shengui civilization. In this way, if they can win, they can also improve the strength of the whole army in terms of contribution points. But now, the expert is giving Wang Xiansheng an answer. We guess that there are a large number of Shengui civilization contestants in the deep area, but almost none in the outer layer. However, their total number will not be too many. This is the advantage of the Shengui civilization. They have the gift of God from the first level civilization battlefield, and have strange powers. They can turn other people's armies into their own legions, and they naturally want to play it. Killing more enemies, but letting the enemies gain less in the war with themselves, including but not limited to contribution points and experience, is the most basic war logic in the civilization battlefield. Wang Xiansheng and Lin Qun exchanged a glance. They actually all understood this truth. This is the most basic logic of the battlefield of civilizations. Whether it is the Shengui civilization or the Zerg, as long as they have the ability, no one is willing to give contribution points to others. After a battle, it is best for them to harvest the contribution points of others, while others can hardly get contribution points from them. This is the best situation. However, this is not something that many civilizations in the third level battlefield can do, but only civilizations that have the conditions to do this will definitely do so. Then we will wait to kill into the deep area. Wang Xiansheng said, the Shengui civilization wants to use these small fish to consume us, which is impossible. If their masters take action, I will kill them directly. Lin Qun also spoke quickly. Next, he and Wang Xiansheng did not stay here for too long, and soon left base number 1. Base number 1 was liberated, and the survivors and senior officials here would evacuate backwards. After the Supreme Commander made a statement, the federal senior officials of base number 1 would not interfere in this battle, and it would still be handed over to Zhao Zhanguo and Wang Xiansheng to command. It is worth mentioning that, when Lin Qun was about to leave, there was a big man who claimed to be from the Federal International who wanted to see him, but was ruthlessly rejected by Lin Qun. Time is tight, how could he have the time to communicate with the big men of the Federal International? And the other party obviously had nothing useful to do, and wanted to establish a relationship. And with Lin Qun's current identity, whoever he wanted to refuse, no one dared to be unhappy. When Lin Qun left here, he did not return to his attacker battleship, but went directly to the command center in the rear with Wang Shai and Sheng. Ahead, the human coalition's offensive against Kyoto was in full swing, and was not hindered. A command level meeting was quickly held. The information about the Shengui civilization in base number 1 is very important to us. It fills the gap in our knowledge of the Shengui civilization. Now, we not only have a certain understanding of the marginal area, but also the situation in the deep area. Therefore, I will readjust our strategic plan. After some discussion, Xiao Zhangguo spoke in public and announced the latest war plan. According to the existing intelligence, the Shengui civilization has the ability of its divine gift to cause pollution and mutation on a large scale and turn our soldiers into monsters that obey their orders. Only its followers, that is, the strong ones of the Shengui civilization. The other weird and low-end Shengui civilization life hidden in the deep area of the Shengui civilization almost do not have such ability. Even if they do, they are not able to display it on a large scale, and even need blood contact to induce mutation. Therefore, we will conduct a new round of clear division of labor. The followers of the Shengui civilization with this ability will be killed by Mr. Lin. The lower level advancement will be carried out by our ground forces. Mr. Lin, you will be in charge of the top combat power, and will become the umbrella of our army. In this way, the situation of relying on pollution to disintegrate and sweep our army at the beginning of the advent of the Shengui civilization will no longer occur. We can further speed up the war and reach the border of the deep zone of the Shengui civilization before sunset tomorrow. The joint army is most afraid of the strange methods of the Shengui civilization. Before seeing the shadow of the enemy, all of our own people have become monsters, and the army has disintegrated from the inside out, and there is no way to fight. They have never understood the methods of the Shengui civilization, and they don't know what forms the Shengui civilization can use to do it. But today, with the help of important intelligence from base number 1, this information has been confirmed. Therefore, now that the methods of the Shengui civilization are clear, Lin Qun intercepts the top combat power, and they no longer have such worries, and can fully advance the front line. The rhythm of the battle can be accelerated and accelerated again. The high-level military leaders at all levels below all responded without any doubt. In the battle to defend the city, Lin Qun killed who is ranked 22nd in the world, with a thunderous attitude. Everyone is full of confidence in him, so how can there be any doubts? As a result, the battles of the front and rear troops all began to speed up. Lin Qun also returned to the attacker's warship and flew to the forefront of the battlefield. He didn't have to take action. His warship was here, which was a huge morale boost for the battlefield. The soldiers below were all full of confidence, without any fear, and moved forward in an all-round way. It has been nearly 2 months since the fall of Kyoto City. Now, it is being reoccupied by humans. The weirdness was expelled. The Shengui civilization ecology covering the city subsided under the fire. Thick smoke rose. In the early morning of that day, Kyoto was successfully breached by the Human Coalition Army. The Human Coalition Army was unstoppable and advanced hundreds of kilometers in one day. And then moving forward, it was close to the Ri area. As long as Ri was taken, it would be the location of the deep area of the Shengui civilization. At this time, the Coalition Army was finally counterattacked by the Shengui civilization. The sky under the dark night was covered by shadows. Those were not clouds, but flying heads all over the sky. In the field of vision, 5 huge strange stone sculptures rose from the ground in the Ri area. The 5 stone sculptures, 5 colors, and the patterns carved on them seemed to be the culture and totems of the world of the mysterious civilization. From the perspective of human beings, the weirdness revealed a terrifying beauty that made people shudder. They stood in 5 directions of the Ri area, piercing the sky. Some were in the Ri city, some were outside, and some were in the wilderness. They were lined up in a large scale, like a high wall of stone sculptures. As long as they approached the area, humans would enter a state of madness. Their heads would fly away from their bodies, as if they had self-awareness, and they would tear off their heads in an impossible way. When their bodies died, their heads would become flying heads, becoming part of the flying head clouds in the sky, becoming a terrible weirdness controlled by the mysterious civilization. According to the reconnaissance of the area provided by base number 1, there was no sea of flying heads, and no 5 stone sculptures here before. They had just arrived here. This was a counterattack of the mysterious civilization against the progress of mankind. Base number 1 also had information about them. These are the followers of the 5 divine civilizations. Their highest ranking is 43rd in the world. The lowest is 82nd in the world. According to the intelligence of base number 1, they can combine together to create a huge field, which first affects the mind and then destroys the body, making people crazy. The stone sculptures are not their main body. Their main body is the color attached to the stone sculptures. The stone sculptures are just the basis for their existence. Therefore, destroying the stone sculptures can also kill them. They appeared here, obviously wanting to stop the pace of the joint army. Lin Qun did not hesitate and rushed to fight. Entering the stone sculpture control area, he really found that, as soon as he entered this area, his energy dropped a little every 10 seconds. Energy is the most critical attribute. It is indeed a trick to be able to affect energy and make the energy attribute drop so quickly, but Lin Qun is not an ordinary person. His energy attribute is a group of high, and he quickly penetrated the air. But the divine civilization seemed to know how powerful he was after the battle to defend the city. As soon as Lin Qun appeared, the 5 stone sculptures retreated immediately. They could actually rise from the ground. The huge stone sculptures seemed to have grown legs and rose directly into the sky, entering the sea of flying heads in the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Qun chased them from behind, but was surprised to find that they seemed to have really disappeared out of thin air. The moment they sank into the sea of flying heads, the 5 huge stone sculptures had disappeared. Then, the military sent an urgent message. 5 stone sculptures of different colors suddenly appeared in 5 positions on the rear line of the human coalition army, falling from the sky and landing directly in the army. Many people went crazy on the spot. How did they move over? This method was not recorded in the intelligence of base number 1. It was obviously the first time that these stone sculptures showed such an ability. This was normal. Base number 1 was unable to fight against the powerful people of the God-strange civilization. It could only observe their usual situation on the battlefield. Some advanced methods could not be used on that level of battlefield, so they could not be recorded by base number 1. In this regard, Lin Qun did not know how the stone sculptures suddenly appeared at a location dozens of kilometers away, but he realized that this was the counterattack of the God-strange civilization. They didn't want to stop the human army's advance. They knew that Lin Qun was there, and their top combat power would die if they encountered Lin Qun. Therefore, they pretended to block the front, but actually wanted to use some means to attack the human army behind them. However, the human army reacted quickly. Although the stone sculptures fell from the sky and had a significant impact on them in an instant, the command center immediately responded and issued orders quickly, ordering each unit that encountered the stone sculptures to counterattack directly. Xiao Zhangguo said, the influence range of these stone sculptures of the Shengui civilization is very large. Now the 5 stone sculptures have landed in almost all the central positions of our army. Retreating will not allow many people to escape. It is better to counterattack. Anyway, these stone sculptures are not as good as the Hu and Han Gying people. If they can destroy the stone sculptures, they will naturally perish. Under his order, the attack troops counterattacked in an all-round way, racing against time. If they are fast, they will kill the Shengui civilization, and if they are slow, they will all be wiped out under the influence of the stone sculptures. Outside the area, Lin Qun's eyes flashed, and he was about to turn around and attack. His Mark 50 was extremely fast. Even if the 5 stone sculptures appeared in 5 different places, several kilometers or even more than 10 kilometers apart, he could still kill them quickly. No matter how they suddenly ran to other places, the same method could only work once. This time, they couldn't escape. However, just as Lin Qun was about to move, his figure suddenly stopped. because he seemed to feel an extremely cold gaze coming from the shadow of the re-city below. Looking coldly at his back, Lin Qun was shocked. This feeling. It's an evolver. An evolver of the mysterious civilization. Chapter 347 Storm. At this moment, under the perception of the second level of Lin Qun's sword control technique, a chilling feeling rose in his heart. He turned his head to look at the ground under his feet, but saw a black cloud floating at the end of the sky. It moved quickly, covering the entire sky, as if it was an iron curtain covering the sun and the moon. But when Lin Qun saw it, it suddenly changed from black to dark red, and suddenly exploded in the sky, turning into a large red cloud of light. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire world. Then everything around Lin Qun seemed to have changed. The army behind him disappeared. The attacker's warship disappeared. The flying heads in the sky also disappeared. The voice in the communication channel also disappeared. But under his feet was still Re-City. There was nothing but the empty city. Lin Qun lowered his eyes and saw a long and dark shadow standing on the ground in the Re-City area below. It has a human-like structure, tall and thin, and every part of its body seems to be stretched. Its head is also long, but it has no facial features in the human sense. When it looked up at Lin Qun, it just rushed towards him in the dark side. Apart from that, it seemed to have nothing. It is an evolver of the Shengui civilization. Lin Qun was shocked. This is its different dimension. The life of the Shengui civilization lacks entity, and their main body is the color itself. According to the intelligence of base number 1, the evolver of the Shengui civilization is black, and the human-like form it presents now is not its true life form, but it actively presents itself in front of Lin Qun in this way. Is it coming? Lin Qun knew it from the beginning. The evolver of the Shengui civilization is an opponent he cannot avoid from the beginning. If he wants to take down the Shengui civilization, he must take down this evolver. The human civilization army is responsible for the small fish below, and he has to deal with this top powerhouse. But Lin Qun did not expect that this evolver would come so quickly. Is this its body? Lin Qun does not know. But looking at the surrounding scene, it was almost the same as the world that unfolded when the Shengui civilization evolver attached to the sliders in Daxing City. The space was isolated, but the same as the real environment, and the space was filled with thin blood-colored mist, which was very different from the kaleidoscope world of the Prophet civilization evolver, presenting a faint, silent danger. However, in the last battle of Daxing, the Shengui civilization evolver was killed by the Prophet civilization evolver, before he could use his subsequent means. At this moment, Lin Qun was also on high alert. The cartoon force was ready to be launched at any time. In his hands at this moment, the cartoon kingdom was also in his hands. He also had trump cards such as the reincarnation desperate situation and the shadow clone, which he had never used in front of others. They were the trump cards he reserved for fighting the Shengui civilization evolver. But this time, Lin Qun was very cautious and did not launch the attack first. Instead, he was waiting for the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization to make a move. He was not an evolutionist. If he played his trump card first, he might be countered by others, and he would be exposed. Therefore, he had to wait for the evolutionist to make a move first. Now was not the time for the Battle of Daxing. Lin Qun's strength had greatly improved. He had several high-level trump cards. Even if the opponent made a move first, Lin Qun would be sure to make a move later. The alien space had been spread out, and the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization was in the reflected Re-City. It looked at Lin Qun from bottom to top, motionless. After a while, Lin Qun suddenly felt something abnormal. That was also an abnormality that he could hardly feel before. After his sword control reached the second level and his perception was greatly enhanced, he could feel this abnormality at this moment. The nanostructure of his Mark 50 nanosuit suddenly began to scream. That feeling was like the restless bubbles rising from the bottom of the pot when the water was about to boil. The part of the water that was in contact with the bottom reached the boiling point first, boiling upwards and continuing to conduct temperature. And the nanosuit could not boil out of thin air. The nanostructure came alive. The evolutionary being of the mysterious civilization seemed motionless, but its attack had already been launched. In this gloomy space, not only Lin Qun's nanosuit, but also the clothes, shoes, hair, skin, and every cell in the body under Mark 50 were screaming and activating. Things that could not have self-awareness quickly awakened their self-awareness in a short period of time. Under the influence of unknown forces, they were gradually giving birth to self-awareness, which was extreme and chaotic, so they began to fight each other, and wanted to separate the living bodies around them. But now, the number of these living bodies was not enough. They were like the first part of the water at the bottom of the kettle, that reached the boiling point. Lin Qun could hear their screams, and see them surging as they struggled for self-awareness, but they could not tear Lin Qun's body apart from the inside at this moment. The number was not enough. But when their number was enough, Lin Qun's suit would tear itself apart. They would separate in the smallest activated units, just like a group of people with different opinions, going their separate ways in the blink of an eye. The suit would separate from the tiny nanostructure, and visually it might disappear in an instant. Then the clothes under the nanosuit will be gone. Lin Qun will be naked, and then his flesh and blood. He will die from the awakening of the self-awareness of countless cells in his body. No more mutations. No more means. The evolutionist of the Shengui civilization just gave birth to countless cells in Lin Qun's body. Lin Qun took a deep breath. He put away the nanosuit directly. The Kyankan bag is another isolated space. Once it is put into the Kyankan bag, the ability of the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization cannot be touched, and naturally loses its effect. At the same time, Lin Qun directly activated the golden light curse, and then activated the cartoon force. As soon as the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization made a move, he also acted immediately. The slow activation was just a test of the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization. Lin Qun did not reveal his trump card immediately, and still use the skill that was useful in the Battle of Daxing. The golden light curse restrained the ability of the Shengui civilization. Lin Qun did not hesitate to consume a lot of dark energy. The golden light curse came out and directly suppressed the influence of the activation state in his body. Then, he activated the cartoon force ability. Punching out a dimensional hole, he got out directly from the alien space of the mysterious civilization. According to the situation in the Daxing battle, the dimensional hole that Katangli broke through can directly allow Lin Qun to pass through the alien space opened up by the evolver. However, he failed this time. Lin Qun punched out a black hole, and he got in like lightning, but found that the opposite side was still a different space filled with blood mist, just like where he was just now. On the ground, the dark and tall shadow was still standing on the street of Re, looking coldly at Lin Qun in the sky. Lin Qun's heart sank, and he immediately tried a second time, but he still failed. Passing through the dimensional hole, it was still in the original position. There was no change. On the contrary, the blood-filled sky above his head suddenly became clear. In the sky, an identical Re-city was descending in a magnificent tunnel. And in that Re-city, on the same street, and in the same position, there was another identical tall and thin black shadow. Katangli's dimensional hole failed. Lin Qun made this judgment quickly. He had used it once in Daxing City, and this characteristic of cartoon force was obviously guarded against, and it was impossible to succeed again. But in the face of Lin Qun's efforts, the evolution of the Shengui civilization has not made any more moves. The sky and the earth are still two dark shadows, staring at him coldly, with both feet never leaving the ground. It seems that like Lin Qun, it is waiting for Lin Qun to make further moves. It is very cautious. It can be seen from the Battle of Daxing that it used the body of the slider to attack, and it only went to a shadow. The slider was the second strongest person of the Shengui civilization who descended on the battlefield of Blue Star, and he died in such an unclear way. But it is still alive, and it is successful to be alive. On the contrary, the Prophet civilization evolutionary who repelled it, and the Black Sheep civilization evolutionary in the Battle of Daxing died instead. This shows that its choice is correct. Facing Lin Qun, who had killed the Prophet civilization evolutionary with his own hands, it seemed more cautious, which seemed to be a completely understandable choice. Seeing this scene, Lin Qun did not move. He had just tested it. At the second level of the sword control technique, although the upper limit of his total dark energy was fixed, the purity of his dark energy was improved. When using related abilities, the consumption was smaller and the effect was stronger. For example, at this moment, he used the golden light curse to completely suppress the activation effect on his body. The boiling temperature had dropped. Lin Qun had enough dark energy. In his Kyankan bag, there were dark energy recovery potions, provided by the military, in large, medium and small doses. The evolutionist of the Shengui civilization wanted to stay alive, and he could stay alive here. Although the 5 statues outside moved strangely and looked dangerous, Lin Qun believed that the human army behind them could deal with them. Without Lin Qun's action, it would at most be a little troublesome, but it would not pose a greater threat. If he could drag this evolutionist of the Shengui civilization in front of him, it would have played the greatest role. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Qun didn't know what means this evolutionist had. Although base number 1 has a lot of information about the life of the Shengui civilization, it knows very little about this evolver. It didn't show anything in the Daxing battle, and Lin Qun knew almost nothing about its abilities and means. He was also afraid that he would make a wrong move and be killed in one blow. The last Daxing battle, the Prophet civilization evolver taught him a bloody lesson. In the confrontation between top powerhouses, how many cards you have is important, but whether you can use your cards, and to what extent, are the most critical, because no one will let you play all the cards. As long as you seize the opportunity, if you find a loophole and an opportunity in a round of playing cards, you may be killed. No matter how many cards you have later, it will be useless. Therefore, you are cautious, and I'm cautious too. See who plays the card first. See who makes a loophole first, and see who can seize the opportunity. And it seems that he guessed Lin Qun's thoughts. The confrontation lasted only a short half-minute, and the Shengui civilization evolver really took action. The dark and thin shadows in the middle of the streets of the 2 re-cities in the sky and on the ground made the same action at the same time. They stretched out their arms towards each other's sky, looking like they were opening their palms towards Lin Qun, or like they were responding to each other from afar. Then, the 2 worlds moved with a bang. The earth in front of Lin Qun and the 2 re-cities in the sky, 2 identical worlds, moved like movable plates at this moment, and began to squeeze towards the mid-air where Lin Qun was. Lin Qun immediately felt a violent energy reaction. He swept his eyes. The scarlet particles that made up the blood mist that surrounded the 2 re-cities in the world burst out with energy at this moment. Those components that were almost indistinguishable to the naked eye burst out with a bang. They formed terrifying blood-red lightning. At first, there was 1, then 2, 3, 4, 5, more and more, and more. In the center of the 2 re-cities moving towards each other, the blood mist in the sky was turning into an endless scarlet thunderstorm. Moreover, they were like lightning whips and began to bombard Lin Qun frantically. Lin Qun tried to control them with the ability of the super electromagnetic gun, but these lightning bolts looked like lightning bolts, but in fact they were pure energy with special properties, just like the flashes that the Prophet civilization evolver used to suppress him in Daxing City. Lin Qun's super electromagnetic gun ability could not control them, but they carried boundless power and hit Lin Qun's body with a bang. Mark 50 had been put away, and Lin Qun held up the Captain America shield and took a flash of lightning. His body shook violently, and a shocking crack exploded directly on the shield. But this was just a flash of lightning. The whole world was in a storm. At this moment, the power it displayed was even greater than the power displayed by the Prophet civilization evolver in the Battle of Daxing. Lin Qun knew he could not wait any longer. More and more lightning bolts formed and began to dive at high speed towards the shadow of the godly civilization evolver in the world under his feet. The air dance technique was pulled to the limit to avoid the scarlet lightning that passed by him. His body expanded rapidly in mid-air. He activated the transformation of the super large giant in the cartoon force state. Golden lightning pierced through the blood-red lightning world in a flash. A cartoon giant with a terrifying posture appeared on the battlefield. Its shape was almost the same as that in the original work of Attack on Titan. At the moment, when the body of the supergiant was completed, the two-dimensional version of the cartoon giant suddenly rose up with boundless flames. In an instant, it submerged the entire body of the giant. Cartoon Force plus Supergiant Transformation plus Revenge Demon Transformation. Lin Qun's strength attribute reached its peak in 1 second. The physical attribute broke through 700 points. With the transformation of the headshot girl skill, all targets with a theoretical value of less than 1400 points of physical fitness can be exploded at one glance. with such combat power. Looking at the blue planet, except for the evolvers, gods will kill gods and Buddhas will kill Buddhas. Lin Qun's cartoon giant fell from the sky with boundless anger, and his headshot girl skill was even faster. The distance was shortened to 600 meters in an instant. Lin Qun's eyes swept from top to bottom, sweeping across the dark shadow in front of him. The headshot skill was launched continuously. From top to bottom, it was launched 10 times in a row. The dark, thin and tall shadow exploded from the head to the hips. Its body exploded like a stone dropped into ink, and the black substance splashed everywhere. Chapter 348 Herding the Sheep. Solved. Lin Qun's pupils shrank sharply. He knew that this was not its true body, but only a part of the evolution of the Shengui civilization. However, if he could quickly solve this one on the ground, he would be able to quickly find a landing point and fight against the other world that fell from the sky. The alien space seemed to be one of the unique means of the evolutionists, but Lin Qun did not really understand the state of the alien space in this state. It was just that according to the situation in Daxing City last time, he knew that such an alien space existed in reality. Now two identical re-cities were squeezing towards him, and it must be that an entire city would crash into him. What's more, in the meantime, there was a raging storm, and countless scarlet lightnings were boiling in it. Race against time, grab a piece of land area first, and then find a way to trick the evolution of the Shengui civilization into using more means and showing more abilities, and then counterattack. The idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Lin Qun was already looking for a landing place. While landing, he wanted to use a fire of hell to burn all the remaining black matter on the ground. No matter what color you are, black, white, red, gray, you all have to rely on matter. As long as the fire of hell burns the matter you rely on, it will naturally collapse and nothing will be left. Evolvers should not be able to escape this rule. Get rid of the person in front of you first. However, at the moment, when Lin Qun approached at high speed, the dark and thin shadow that was continuously shattered by his headshot skill suddenly appeared with an eye. Its body had collapsed under Lin Qun's continuous blows, and the mud like ink splashed, but it did not die. On the contrary, in the center of the black mud, a terrifying eye suddenly opened and looked directly at Lin Qun. At this time, the distance of 600 meters had been shortened like lightning. Lin Qun's physique was high enough in the state of supergiant plus cartoon strength plus revenge demon transformation. With the dance technique, although his speed could not reach the maximum speed of Mach 50, it could also break through about twice the speed of sound. The distance of 600 meters was just a moment of thought. Therefore, at this moment when this eye appeared, Lin Qun was almost close to it. Wait. No. Infinite warning signs rose from his heart. Lin Qun turned his head like lightning. Because it was too sudden, the head in the cartoon giant state tilted directly to one side, making a dodge action that is almost impossible for humans in the normal 3-dimensional world to do. Although in the world of Attack on Titan, the giants in the animation state are also difficult to tilt their heads like this, but Lin Qun's cartoon power is mainly the exaggerated Mario world, so he can do it when he transforms into a giant, and this attack helped Lin Qun avoid the fatal sniper kill. Lin Qun's neck suddenly exploded. Cartoon blood splattered. If it was a little more off, either the neck would be hit, or a big hole would be blown out of the head. However, Lin Qun is now in the state of a giant. Even if the cartoon power is applied, the basic setting of the giant's ability will still be followed. His body is at the neck position. This attack did not hit his body. If it hits a normal sized human, this attack may be fatal, but for the huge giant, it is nothing. He raised his hand quickly to adjust the position of his head, wiped the wound, twisted the line, and the head was reset. This process was a bit like the scene in Tom and Jerry, where Tom or Jerry was instantly crushed, and then stood up, and returned to his original state with a bang. It did not cause any substantial impact on him. Lin Qun knew this during the Battle of Daxing, otherwise he would not have been able to reset himself so neatly. However, if his neck was broken, and his head was blown up, he didn't know whether he could recover. Lin Qun had never tried it, and he didn't dare to try it himself. However, there was no need to consider these now. His real body was hidden in the body of the supergiant, and the body of the giant was equivalent to his living armor. What really surprised Lin Qun was the attack just now, the glance just now. He knew it very well. It was the skill of the headshot girl. It was his ability. At this time, there was no time to think. The eye moved quickly in the black mud and looked at him for the second time. Lin Qun reacted quickly this time. The moment the opponent's eyes moved, he moved his arm horizontally to block his head. With a bang, part of his arm was blown off. Lin Qun was now in the form of a giant. This evolutionist of the mysterious civilization used the ability of the headshot girl, and the skill of the headshot girl had a range of action. A headshot could kill a creature of normal size instantly, but it was not so easy to kill a giant like the giant, whose head was several times that of an ordinary person. If it hit his body, it would be like being hit by a cannonball at most. But there was no need to let the evolutionist of the mysterious civilization know this, so he protected his head and let the opponent go for his head. Lin Qun's flying technique was in operation, changing direction at high speed. Although he didn't know what was going on yet, as the first skill Lin Qun had obtained, he was very familiar with the advantages and disadvantages of the headshot girl's skill. When the distance was pulled away, the headshot girl's skill would naturally not be able to hit her if it was out of range, but at such a close distance, then moving quickly and counterattacking as soon as possible was the best choice. The dark, thin and tall shadow on the ground had been blown to pieces by Lin Qun. Now it was lying on the ground, turning into something like mud. The eye was spinning at high speed inside, trying to keep up with Lin Qun's footsteps. Lin Qun moved quickly, the hellfire on his body soaring, ready to quickly go around to the blind spot that it couldn't see and burn it completely with one blow. But it seemed too late. Above his head, a shadow was approaching rapidly. Lin Qun raised his head. His pupils shrank rapidly. In the recity in the sky, the second dark, thin and tall shadow had already killed from the opposite world. It jumped down from that world and quickly approached here. At this moment, it was almost in front of Chen Han. And the most important thing is, its form has changed greatly compared to just now. It is no longer in a thin and tall state, but a supergiant state. At this moment, the second dark shadow was like a replica of another Lin Qun, the same supergiant form, but it was not cartoon-like, and the flames burning on its body were not real flames, but jumping, flame-like black matter, dancing wildly in the world of Scarlet Thunderstorm. It was coming down from the sky. This time, Lin Qun was sure. The evolution of the mysterious civilization could copy his ability. His supergiant body retreated backwards, avoiding the huge black shadow that fell from the sky in front of him. It fell to the ground. The streets of Re-City shattered. The ground cracked like spider webs, and bricks and debris flew into the sky like raindrops. But what was revealed below was not deeper rocks, but darkness and emptiness. A little light in the hole could see that there were one after another Re-Cities floating, like floating islands below. The flames between Lin Qun's palms had spread in all directions, burning the eye and the darkness on the ground. In the most blazing light, the dark mud-like thing completely melted and turned into ashes. But nearby, the huge monster was roaring forward. The body of the supergiant possessed unparalleled power. Every step it took forward created a terrifying black pit on the ground. Lin Qun had been retreating and did not try to use other abilities, because he had realized at this time that the evolver of the Shengui civilization seemed to be able to learn and master his abilities. In a short moment of fighting, almost all of the abilities Lin Qun launched were returned intact by the opponent. That eye burst instantly. That was the skill of the headshot girl. With the attributes of the evolver, it was very simple to explode Lin Qun. And at this moment, the unprecedented huge darkness in front of him was the state of his body at this moment, the supergiant plus the hellfire. However, the evolver of the Shengui civilization presented its version, burning with flames, and also some more bizarre flames. Lin Qun did not touch those flames, but his instinct told him that he must not get close. In this case, what other abilities could he use? If his abilities can be completely learned and copied by the other party, then all his trump cards will become the trump cards in the hands of others to kill him. In particular, most of his methods can be used on others, but if they are applied to himself, he may not have any ability to resist and will be killed by his own abilities in an instant. Lin Qun was horrified to find that the trump cards he held tightly in his hand seemed to have no meaning at this moment. If he used them, he could not kill the enemy, but killed himself. What about the desperate situation of reincarnation? No, it may be a suicidal skill, within 7 seconds. If he cannot kill the other party, he will not even have the possibility of running away. Although the desperate situation of reincarnation is also like an alien space, the scope of the desperate situation of reincarnation is too small. His innate strength is weaker than that of the evolution of the Shengui civilization. Without absolute certainty, it is very likely to be courting death if he unfolds the desperate situation of reincarnation. If he unfolds the desperate situation of reincarnation, and the other party copies his abilities and pulls him, Lin Qun, into the desperate situation of reincarnation, it will be too late. So, in this case, what should he do? The method of this evolution of the Shengui civilization is different from that of the evolution of the Prophet civilization. Lin Qun realized at this time that there was a reason why the evolver of the divine and trickster civilization did not move immediately during the confrontation. He was waiting to learn his abilities. At this moment, Lin Qun noticed that on the ground, attacked by the giant black shadow in front of him, in the black hole and nothingness world one after another, there were groups of black shadows shooting out like lightning, coming to the Re-City continent where he was. Not only that, in the sky, countless scarlet lightnings shuttled through the air and kept striking down. While facing the attack of the opponent in front of him who had exactly the same abilities as him, Lin Qun also had to face these powerful scarlet lightnings. And those lightnings were becoming more and more. They covered the sky, and soon they would kill him completely. By then, Lin Qun, where else could he avoid it? A deep sense of powerlessness surged in Lin Qun's heart. This was different from the feeling of powerlessness when confronting the evolver of the Prophet civilization. The evolver of the Prophet civilization was a direct crusher, while the evolver of the divine and trickster civilization had almost no means revealed, and was about to press him to death here. But Lin Qun did not despair, he was still thinking quickly. He had many cards in his hand, and was well prepared. He had killed an evolver once in Daxing City, so it was impossible for him to be scared by another evolver now. Moreover, he had long realized that not all abilities could be copied. For example, Cut and Force. He had used this ability twice, and it had not been copied by the Dark Shadow of the Shengui civilization. So, activate the Cartoon Kingdom? This card could definitely break the situation. But Lin Qun didn't want to use it. He was sure that the evolver of the Shengui civilization had not even used his real means yet. If he showed the Cartoon Kingdom, he would have no backup. So, were there any other feasible plans? From the Battle of Daxing to now, there was another, or perhaps a type of ability, that Lin Qun had shown, but it could not be copied. The battle turned several times in a flash. At this moment, Lin Qun was facing a desperate situation. Above his head, the terrifying scarlet lightning covered the sky and the earth, forming an indiscriminate lightning storm that hit Lin Qun, and he had no way to escape. At the same time, countless cracks and huge black holes appeared in the Re-City under Lin Qun's feet, and dark shadows emerged one after another, like a group of terrible monsters crawling out of the abyss. In the blink of an eye, the number has exceeded hundreds. Groups of dark shadows, in the blink of an eye, became identical super large burning giants. They were like mountains, trapping Lin Qun's figure in the middle. Then, darkness surged like mud on their bodies, and suddenly one hideous eye after another emerged. They all looked at Lin Qun. This will be a 360-degree gaze without dead angles. Lin Qun's ability can only be used by him alone. But now, the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization have differentiated so many beings with the same abilities as Lin Qun, locking Lin Qun. At this moment, it is a sure kill. There is scarlet lightning above Lin Qun's head, and around him are countless of himself with the same abilities as him. The headshot girl skill is triggered immediately. He is trapped in the bullseye, with nowhere to escape. Is it time to start the reincarnation desperate situation? Activate the desperate situation of reincarnation, and you can instantly contact the threat of scarlet lightning. But what about the evolutionists of the mysterious civilization? No, there is a better way. Lin Qun roared. At this moment, he took the initiative to contact the supergiant transformation and the revenge demon transformation that was about to enter the final demon form, and instantly activated the multiple shadow clones. The main body was crazy about taking drugs, while crazy activating multiple shadow clones. Countless Lin Quns appeared densely in a few breaths. Many of them were shot in the head as soon as they appeared, or were pierced by the burst of the crushed scarlet lightning. Lin Qun's appeared in groups and then died miserably in groups. This is a very spectacular and tragic scene. A group of Lin Qun shadow clones came out and were instantly shot in the head, fell down in groups, or were blown into pieces by lightning. The dark shadows in a circle were sniped at the right point, and the scarlet lightning in the sky fell endlessly. But there were too many of them, and they multiplied like a virus. They couldn't kill them all. Each clone ran away as soon as it appeared, trying to buy as much time as possible to attract the attention of the scarlet lightning and those dark shadows. In the blink of an eye, they had spread to the outside of the siege array. Those dark shadows who mastered Lin Qun's headshot female skills couldn't keep up. Lin Qun, who was cloned in the cartoon state, was not so easy to die, so their firepower began to disperse. Most of them were shadow clones with only 2 dark energy. But there were 3 Lin Quns, each of whom had at least 100 points of dark energy. They appeared around each dark shadow in the chaos, and activated the same ability. Create livestock. Spell. It was an ability that Lin Qun had shown from Daxing City to now, but the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization had never copied it. It was one of the few abilities that the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization could not use in the same way, except for the effects of the cartoon series. Lin Qun didn't know if this was because of the characteristics of the golden light curse itself, but he couldn't care less. He wanted to herd the sheep. Wasn't it an indiscriminate attack? Wasn't it to lock the escape route? Then I will create countless clones for you to kill. Let's see whether you can kill them or I can. Most of the clones are used as cannon fodder. The most critical few fish in troubled waters and start the art of animal creation. No matter how powerful the evolution of the Shengui civilization is, it is impossible to split countless of it with the same strength. At this moment, Lin Qun guessed that these dark shadows here should be part of the evolution of the Shengui civilization. Each of the dark shadows here is the body of the Shengui civilization. It divides its color into countless parts, just like the Grey River that turns into water, but it is far more powerful than the Grey River. Each of its colors can become an entity that shows extremely strong power. The life of the Shengui civilization is not human, they are colors. Its colors can be a whole group, or scattered into countless pieces. These are all fragments of the colors of the evolution of the Shengui civilization. It is it, but not completely it, just a part of it. It may still have a part in the deep area or somewhere else to ensure that it will not die, even if it loses this part. Perhaps with the amount of dark energy Lin Qun currently has, launching the animal creation will not have much effect on a powerful person of such a high level as the godly evolver, but since you have divided it into so many parts, these parts naturally cannot have such high strength. If this speculation is true, then this is the biggest loophole in the godly evolver's killing array. The fact is indeed so. Lin Qun discovered that 80 dark energies can turn a dark shadow into a bleating lamb. The fact that the animal creation can be successfully launched directly shows that these dark shadows are indeed the colors separated by the godly evolver, and the dispersed colors are indeed not that powerful. And there are only 100 of them, which is enough for one Lin Qun, but not enough for many Lin Quns. Lin Qun's basic dark energy is more than 400. With multiple shadow clones and a large bottle of dark energy recovery potion, even if he has to keep 3 clones with 80 to 100 dark energy for the creation of animals, he can create hundreds of himself in 1 second. The 3 clones and his original body are mixed in, constantly approaching the shadow of the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization, and launching the creation of animals. So, Lin Qun's figure flashed everywhere. The multiple shadow clone technique and the creation of animals were activated simultaneously. Lin Qun's clones were everywhere and pervasive, creating animals one by one. When the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization reacted, it was too late. Lin Qun's figure was everywhere in the mass death. On the contrary, the colors differentiated by the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization were caught by Lin Qun and cut in pieces. In the blink of an eye, the dark supergiant shadows in the ultimate killing array did not have time to copy Lin Qun's ability. In the blink of an eye, they all turned into countless lambs. The scarlet lightning that came down not only split Lin Qun into pieces, but also tore its own flock into pieces. This flock is all part of the evolution of the mysterious civilization. In the other dimension, countless Lin Qun stood in the flock of sheep and raised their heads, their eyes like lightning, facing the scarlet lightning in the sky. He has so many shadow clones, and the god of weird civilization evolver can't tell which one is him. Lightning strikes down, bombing indiscriminately. The shadow clones are dead. At most their consciousness is confused, but the god of weird civilization evolver is equivalent to cutting off his own body, and he must be seriously injured. As long as it is seriously injured, as long as Lin Qun's body can withstand it, and not be struck to death before that, he will immediately start the reincarnation desperate situation after that. No matter where the remaining body of this god of weird civilization evolver is, it can directly rely on some of the colors here as a connection, and directly pull all its colors into the reincarnation desperate situation, like it did with Who. Then, activate the armored titan, to pull up all the energy, show the cartoon kingdom, and fight in 7 seconds. Take advantage of its illness to kill it, a set of combos, and directly kill it in the reincarnation desperate situation. The god of weird civilization evolver's law against Lin Qun was instantly used by Lin Qun, and became the law that Lin Qun will launch against it. Lin Qun had no confidence in killing a fully conditioned evolver of the divine weird civilization in the desperate situation of reincarnation, but he did not believe that he could not defeat a half-crippled evolver of the divine weird civilization. Reality is not like the Alliance, where one can be reborn at will, as long as the base crystal does not explode and one can wait for enough time. Once the desperate situation of reincarnation begins, at least one must be invincible. This is the correct way to use it. The bodies transformed by Lin Qun's multiple shadow clones are extremely real, and the evolver of the divine weird civilization cannot tell which one is his real body. He can definitely hold on until the sheep are killed, and then launch a combo. On the battlefield, the offense and defense of both sides changed in a few minutes. At this moment, it was Lin Qun's desperate counterattack again, occupying the absolute upper hand. The lightning storm that should have swept the ground immediately stopped in midair at this moment, and was deadlocked. Lin Qun reacted immediately, and before the scarlet lightning storm of the evolver of the divine weird civilization was completely struck, Lin Qun's countless clones had already started to kill the sheep around him. The sheep were bleating wildly and trying to escape, but Lin Qun was everywhere at this moment, outnumbering them, and even splitting himself into 2 bodies, so how could they escape? Lin Qun could feel that they were struggling frantically, and could break through the influence of the animal making technique at any time. So he took the initiative. If you chop, you must chop yourself to death. If you don't chop, I will kill all the sheep you have turned into. The initiative was now firmly in Lin Qun's hands. The best situation was to complete his combo before the evolutionist of the mysterious civilization made another move, so that he could not use any means, and could be slaughtered directly. Chapter 349. How did he do it? Mr. Lin has been out of contact for 6 minutes. His ranking on the human overall ranking is still there, but we can't confirm his situation. We have confirmed with the attacker warships again and again that Mr. Lin is missing, and the attacker warships can't track Mr. Lin's whereabouts. We have destroyed 3 of the 5 statues. Our gifted strongmen are showing amazing power. The situation is stable and our vanguard is approaching Re City. At this moment, outside Re, the human coalition army showed that as it went deeper, the battle line had been stretched very long. At this moment, from a macro perspective, the human coalition army presented a huge fan, magnificently moving in parallel, harvesting the occupied areas of the Shengui civilization in large areas. And just now, 5 Shengui civilization statues suddenly disappeared in front of Lin Qun, and appeared in 5 other locations, which were respectively in several key positions in the fan area, where the human coalition army was dispersed. They cut off several lifelines of the human coalition army, and brought considerable trouble to the entire front. And its uniqueness is that it killed hundreds of human warriors at the beginning of its appearance. But this time the human army came prepared, quickly stood its ground, and launched a counterattack. Even without the crushing of Lin Qun's absolute combat power, the power of the human army is no longer something that these 5 powerful men of the Shengui civilization can resist. At one of the statues, Chu Yaowei took the lead and flew to the battlefield like a female war god. The influence of the Shengui civilization statue seemed to have no effect on her. She rushed forward, holding the Thor's hammer in her hand. With the domain skill, she evened the gap in strength with the statue. Hammer after hammer burst with lightning, directly smashing a statue into pieces. The powerful men of the Shengui civilization attached to it were shattered and died on the spot. At another location, a large number of humans rushed forward, paid a lot of sacrifices, and finally rushed under the statue and forcibly defeated it. Another one was destroyed by intensive indiscriminate attacks. What was cut off was a baggage troop. They knew that they had no hope of survival and asked the command center to cover their entire area with artillery fire. The statue of the Shengui civilization was shattered in the endless bombardment. Behind them, a large number of human warriors stepped on the flames and charged towards the rising colors of the broken statues of the Shengui civilization. They were all brave and fearless of life and death. Once, humans were attacked in a hurry and were defeated. But today, they united from all sides and gathered together. It is impossible to retreat. In the eyes of these soldiers, the only thing is to move forward, tear and penetrate the occupied area of the Shengui civilization. The situation is stabilizing rapidly. Facts have proved that human civilization is also powerful when it is gathered together. But the atmosphere in the command center did not ease because of this. Because Lin Qun had disappeared over for a full 6 minutes. The Shengui civilization evolver, it must be the Shengui civilization evolver who took action. The 5 statues and 5 Shengui civilization masters are baits. The Shengui civilization evolver wants to lure Lin Qun deep into the depths and set an ambush in Re. It guessed that we judged that it would not be possible to take action outside the deep area. Damn it. Wang Xianxing has a hot temper. He and his troops are the vanguard troops following Lin Qun's advance. In his front command position, he is like an ant on a hot pot. Lin Qun had been out of contact for 6 minutes. He was anxious, but could do nothing. He paced in circles. He kept calling Zhao Zhanguo behind him. It's been 6 minutes. Mr. Lin has been gone for 6 minutes. If he is strangled by the evolution of the Shengui civilization, then we will no longer have the power to fight against the top civilization. Wang Xiansheng's anxiety was visible to the naked eye. The adjutants and soldiers on both sides did not dare to speak. But Zhao Zhanguo just kept silent. The situation in other locations was improving. In his command center in the rear, the most central picture also switched to the Re area. From now on, it is only a matter of time to defeat the 5 statues of the Shengui civilization. This is an exciting result because it shows that the power now controlled by the human coalition army can fight against the top civilization at a normal level. But Zhao Zhanguo knows very well that the competition at this level is important, but more importantly, the competition of top combat power. If Lin Qun was really strangled by the evolution of the Shengui civilization and Re, then the situation described by Wang Xiansheng is definitely not alarmist. In fact, they are not just defeated. Today, no one in the joint army will be able to walk out of the edge of the Shengui civilization. But Zhao Zhanguo has no way. They don't even know where Lin Qun went and how he fought with the Shengui civilization evolvers. It's impossible for him to help, let alone answer Wang Xiansheng's questions. He can only stare at the screen. In his heart, he thought, if the Blood Emperor of Daxing is still alive. So far, the only one in the Huaxia region who can intervene in this level of battle is the Blood Emperor of Daxing City. This battle cannot be lost. Even if thousands or tens of thousands of people are dedicated to Bai Yiming in exchange for the victory of Daxing City and the decisive battle against the Prophet Civilization Evolver, it is worth it. But that Blood Emperor has died in Daxing City. It's impossible for him to appear here. Is there another Bai Yiming in the world? Zhao Zhanguo and others lacked an intuitive concept of the strength of the evolvers before, but now he has it. A strong man like Mr. Lin can kill the 22nd in the world in 1 minute. But now, he has disappeared for a full 6 minutes, and his life and death are unknown. The staff officer on one side also said, Commander, Mr. Lin has been out of contact for 6 minutes and there is no result. I'm afraid we must take a long-term view. Another staff officer also said anxiously, Old Zhao, he is right. We must plan ahead. Mr. Lin is unparalleled in combat power. He is the first in our human civilization, but the evolvers may be more powerful. There is no result in 6 minutes, so we must make plans. The evolvers of the Shengui civilization have not taken action before, not because it intends to let us go, but because it is afraid of Mr. Lin's combat power and cannot attack us at will. At present, combined with the intelligence of the previous battles in base number 1 and Wangshai and Sheng's northeast region, Chuncheng was captured by the evolvers of the Shengui civilization himself. In just 2 hours, only less than 100,000 people escaped from the entire Chuncheng area of 8 million. Without Mr. Lin, who can prevent it from taking action? Once it takes action, more than 100,000 of our joined forces died in the Shengui civilization occupation area. I don't know about other areas, but in the Huaxia region and the Asian region, all humans will be finished. Speaking of the latter, the staff officer's voice was already trembling. His fear was written in his eyes. Yes, Leo Zaro, the battle between top civilizations is a battle of civilization strength and the strength of top power. Otherwise, why did the top civilizations all flee in panic when the top combat power was defeated in the Daxing battle? We can compete with the top civilizations because we have Mr. Lin. When Mr. Lin is here, we, the human natives, can be comparable to the top civilizations. When Mr. Lin is not here, we are not much stronger than the Bakatan people, a civilization of this magnitude. Mr. Lin Baocheng's first move was to kill Hu with thunder. Now, the evolution of the Shengui civilization has taken action outside the deep area. We didn't expect it to take action here. It can be seen that Mr. Lin has put pressure on the Shengui civilization. Once Mr. Lin's pressure is gone, not only the evolution of the Shengui civilization, but also the top 20 Shengui civilization powerhouses who have not taken action now will move. We can beat these Shengui civilization masters attached to the statues, but we are definitely not their opponents. They don't take action, only because Mr. Lin is not dead. Mr. Lin is fighting against the evolutionists of the mysterious civilization. We can't help him, but we have to save the fire and retreat. Leo Zaro, give the order to retreat. Zio Zango turned around and found that many people in the command center had such expressions. Outside, the coalition forces were deployed, and many people did not know the situation, but the people here knew it clearly. And who could appear in this command center and not see the situation clearly? Everyone knows it. The reason why they can push forward all the way and fight back and forth with the Shengui civilization is indeed that they have grown up, but the extremely important thing here is that Mr. Lin is in charge. He understands that at this moment, every word they say is reasonable. If Mr. Lin is killed in Wei by the evolvers of the Shengui civilization, it is the final result. If they don't retreat now, where will they have a chance? Zio Zango's heart trembled. Going forward means taking down the Shengui civilization. Retreating means a complete defeat and moral collapse. But if the advance fails, it will result in countless casualties or even the extinction of the race. But even if the strength is preserved now, won't it be the same in the future? Without top-level combat power, they can't withstand the massacre of top-level civilizations. What should he do? At the same time, in the re-alien space, the contest between Lin Qun and the evolver of the divine and strange civilization had reached the most critical stage in an instant. After many reversals, Lin Qun turned the evolver of the divine and strange civilization's ultimate killing array against him into an ultimate killing array against the evolver of the divine and strange civilization. Under the starry sky and lightning, there were flocks of sheep on the ground. Lin Qun raised his fists and looked up. He wanted to see if the lightning storm of the evolver of the divine and strange civilization dared to strike down. Lin Qun's body was hidden in the dense clones, and his eyes were red. Countless of him were killed in the shadow clone state, and countless thoughts of death were fed back, overlapping in his brain, cutting memories and causing chaos. But he had experienced the super senses of the Superman body, so at this time, the impact on the outside was not great. He could bear it. The scarlet lightning was deadlocked, and he had already started. There was a Lin Qun next to each of the livestock sheep formed by the fragments of the divine and strange civilization evolver, slaughtering everywhere. This scene was even a little funny. Every time one was killed, a part of the evolver of the divine and strange civilization was eliminated. Let's see who is anxious. Of course, Lin Qun was actually very nervous. Now he made a move, revealing some of his trump cards, and achieving a counterattack against the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization. However, if the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization also revealed other trump cards, it is very likely that the advantage he has now will be lost in an instant, and he will be suppressed by the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization again. But the flock of sheep here is real. Killing one is to weaken the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization. No matter how much it can be weakened, just kill it. Therefore, Lin Qun will never show mercy and kill everywhere. This situation only lasted for a few seconds. The evolutionist of the Shengui civilization is not stupid. Lin Qun can see its means, and it can also guess Lin Qun's thoughts. At this moment, these means should be just foreplay, and the real killer is still behind. But it does not give Lin Qun the opportunity to make a killer move. Its scarlet lightning storm did not fall in the end. On the contrary, it suddenly disappeared. The lightning in the sky disappeared without a trace. Then, the alien space around Lin Qun disappeared immediately. Countless forests and sheep appeared out of thin air in the dilapidated urban area of Re City. The evolutionist of the Shengui civilization chose a choice that Lin Qun did not expect. It did not attack again, nor did it strike lightning. Instead, it retreated. The scarlet lightning disappeared, the alien space dissipated, and Lin Qun was released again. It seemed that in an instant, the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization, who had just been fighting with Lin Qun for life and death, disappeared all of a sudden, as if he had never appeared here. The flocks of sheep were running around, and countless shadow clones of Lin Qun raised their heads at the same time. He could feel it. A breath was instantly drawn away. It was very fast, and disappeared in the distance in the blink of an eye, submerged in the deep area of the Shengui civilization. Sure enough, the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization only brought a part of the color this time, and more of its body was in the deep area of the Shengui civilization. Lin Qun was very surprised. It is an evolutionist. It suffered a loss here, and did not continue to fight, but ran away. But in any case, Lin Qun still breathed a sigh of relief. Because his first collision with the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization was quite successful, not only did he not suffer any damage, but he also made a small profit from the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization. When Lin Qun reappeared, the command center and the scene were almost boiling. What? Mr. Lin appeared? Wang Shai and Sheng, who was pacing in circles, was instantly excited. He rushed to the front and looked at the scene of Re. Then he was shocked. It's Mr. Lin. Wait, why are there so many Mr. Lin? And what are these sheep? The attacker warship contacted Lin Qun. Mr. Lin, are you okay? The rear command center. Xiao Zhango, who was riding a tiger, slammed the table. He was rarely out of control. Mr. Lin is indeed Mr. Lin. He fought with the evolution of the Shengui civilization for 6 minutes without losing. The staff officer on the side said, Old Xiao, but the evolution of the Shengui civilization is not dead. We have to contact Mr. Lin as soon as possible to find out the situation. In fact, it is not only humans who are paying attention to the Battle of Re City. In secret, the Lin Qun civilization has been spying. The battle at the level of evolutionists is enough to attract their great attention. Far away on the battlefield in America, the Lin Qun civilization of Ulva even had a brief truce with the top combat power of the Wuxi civilization. Because, if Lin Qun and the Shengui civilization of Ulva can decide the winner at this time, it means that the battle on the Asian battlefield can be over. No matter who wins, it will shake the war in the Americas and Africa, and bring unimaginable huge impacts to the war situation in the entire Blue Star battlefield. It seems that the Shengui civilization of Ulva suffered a loss. How did this human Ying do it? In the Battle of Daxing, he had to cooperate with another human to kill an already injured Evolver, but this time, even if the Shengui civilization Evolver was not in his prime, it was almost the same, and he alone could make it retreat. He is not even an Evolver. Not an Evolver, but he can defeat an Evolver level powerhouse in one battle. Such a situation has almost never happened. Even I have only heard of it once, and that life later grew into a powerhouse at the level of the first level civilization battlefield. Perhaps, in this civilization battlefield, humans will become the most unexpected rival of all our top civilizations. No matter what, even if we fail, we must kill this human here. We invaded their civilization, and slaughtered their civilization. We must not let them have the opportunity to retaliate against us. Yegus looked at the screen and saw some clues. His analysis was almost exactly the same as the situation on the scene, but he was also shocked. A non-evolved indigenous life could do this. He looked at the Lin Qun in the screen and never looked away for a long time. Chapter 350, Card Drawing. Divine Sword and Thunder Control Secret. Lin Qun and Re-City was disappearing one after another. Multiple shadow clones were quickly fought back by Lin Qun. He had reconnected with the attacker's warship and the command center. Facing the inquiries, his answer was very simple and powerful. I can fight. I fought with the evolution of the Shengui civilization and won a small victory. This news made Zhu Ji and others in the attacker's warship almost jump up with excitement. They also guessed that Lin Qun might have fought with the evolution of the Shengui civilization. And how could this result not make people excited? At the frontline command center, Wang Xiansheng clapped his hands excitedly after hearing the news, saying, as expected of Mr. Lin, the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization set up ambushes and attacks, but none of them returned. He is not an evolutionist, but more like an evolutionist. Xiao Zhangguo was much more rational. He quickly issued an order, pass this news to the entire army immediately. I will let all 3 armies know. Mr. Lin repelled the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization. Many people actually don't know what an evolutionist means, or how important it is, but those who have participated in the Battle of Daxing know what an evolutionist means. As long as the atmosphere is hyped up, this is enough to inspire. The news is spreading rapidly. On a battlefield with a statue of the Shengui civilization, Chu Yaowei stood on a high place, holding Thor's hammer, with the remains of the statue of the Shengui civilization behind her. When she heard the news, she instinctively looked in the direction of Re-City, with a faint smile on her lips. Xia King on the side said, he seems to be even more powerful. Every time he wins a battle, Lin Qun's combat power seems to be able to leap a level at a speed we can't imagine. And somewhere in the rear army, Professor Wang, who was marching with the army, raised his head, and a very complicated expression appeared on his face. He was surrounded by people who had followed Bai Yiming. Now they all had tears in their eyes. Professor Wang, he chose the right person. In the Battle of Daxing, he was not the opponent of the Prophet Civilization Evolver. He was asked to help, but it has only been a few days, and he has already. When did he miss it? No matter where the person he chose goes, we will follow him. Even if he doesn't know who we are, we will fight behind him. This is not following Lin Qun, this is following Mr. Bai. I regret it. I shouldn't have left him at that time. The Blood Emperor. He has always been right. In Daxing City, he helped all of us, and now, he is helping us too. Unlike the excitement of others, they have different feelings about this. In their hearts, after the Battle of Daxing, Lin Qun is the continuation of Bai Yiming's life, carrying Bai Yiming's dreams and hopes. After the Battle of Daxing, these people did not belong to the military, and they could have left. There was no need for them to come here, but they still chose to come, and actively signed up to participate in the Battle of the Shengui civilization area, in order to follow the people they once followed. This was also their reward for their guilt. They all regretted that they had misunderstood Bai Yiming and chose to leave him. In the location of Re-City, a large number of human troops have begun to advance forward to clear the weirdness in Re-City. Lin Qun's multiple shadow clones also completely dissipated, leaving only the last one himself. However, with so many shadow clones returning to their homeland, countless memories and thoughts, including a large number of death memories, overlapped, and Lin Qun's steps seemed a little frivolous. But after all, he had experienced super senses, and soon maintained his state, and came to the last animal making sheep. The remaining sheep of the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization had all been killed by Lin Qun. Every time a sheep of animal making was killed, part of its body was dissolved, which was a direct weakening of the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization, like cutting the flesh and blood of the human body. But Lin Qun deliberately left the last one. He took out Kirby's magnifying glass from his arms, and gave the sheep a negative buff. He didn't know what the buff was, but he didn't kill the sheep and let it go back. This one doesn't matter. It's better to let it bring back a negative buff to add to the Shengui civilization evolver. But unfortunately, the Shengui civilization evolver seemed to be aware of it. The sheep stumbled, and ran a few meters, and suddenly fell to the ground and died. The Shengui civilization evolver cut off this part of its body. The means of B-level items were easily detected. Lin Qun had to clap his hands and stand up. In this battle, he won a small victory over the Shengui civilization evolver, but also revealed several trump cards. The next time he takes action, it may be a life and death battle. However, Lin Qun's greater gain is that he found that, although the Shengui civilization evolver can copy his abilities, cartoon physique cannot copy, and spells seem to be unable to copy. It has never copied the animal creation and golden light spell. Is it too late or can't? Lin Qun is more inclined to the latter. After this battle, he had some guesses and judgments about the abilities of this mysterious civilization evolver. This should not be just because of simple reasons such as restraint. The skills of the headshot girl, the giant transformation, and even the revenge demon transformation are all abilities, but spells are different. Spells come from the system. Lin Qun can use the golden light spell and the animal creation, not only because he has these skill cards. To activate them, he needs the support of the realm of the monk. Although all energy is unified as dark energy, Lin Qun's dark energy is more pure and has the unique attribute of monk spells. Only such dark energy can activate the use of spells such as the golden light spell. Even if the means of the evolver are powerful, their super energy roots need to be stimulated by dark energy. The application standards of spells need to be adapted by the dark energy of the monk, and it has nothing to do with whether it is an evolver or not. Its own dark energy cannot be adapted, so naturally it cannot copy the golden light spell and animal creation displayed by Lin Qun. Similar deduction. It is also a reason why it cannot use cartoon power. Since it cannot copy Lin Qun's cartoon energy, how can it activate cartoon power? But so far, the evolution of the Shengui civilization has not shown much of its own power in front of Lin Qun, which is worthy of vigilance. The army has entered Re City. The monsters in the city are defeated. The 5 statues are also being quickly annihilated by human forces. The failure of the evolution of the Shengui civilization this time means that the Shengui civilization has completely lost its resistance in the marginal area. As the military judged, the top combat power cannot take down Lin Qun, and the most advantageous means of the Shengui civilization cannot be taken out, and it can only watch the human advance the front line. Xiao Zhange also seized this opportunity and pressed forward, striving to have the army approach the deep area of the Shengui civilization within the next 20 hours, directly approaching the core of the occupied area of the Shengui civilization, and pointing the sword at its evolution. Lin Qun did not leave Re City, but returned to the attacker's warship. He directly asked Xiao Zhange to replenish the dark energy recovery potion in a large bottle. The small bottle of primary recovery potion is a bit troublesome for Lin Qun to use. His current skills consume dark energy very quickly. He can't recover it by taking small bottles of drugs. It wastes time and is prone to dark energy interruption. That's troublesome. However, this is also a bit difficult for the military. The large bottles of dark energy recovery potions that Lin Qun needs have several specifications in the contribution point mall. The higher the price, the more it can be restored. The lowest price is 51 bottles, and one bottle can restore 110 points of dark energy. In terms of cost performance, it is definitely higher than the primary and intermediate dark energy recovery potions. But, Mr. Lin, I will try my best to get the dark energy recovery potion you want, but at most, I can only get 51 bottles of recovery potions. It's hard to get 100 or 200 contribution points. You know, we are an indigenous civilization. We don't have the authority to gather contribution points like the contestant civilization. The contribution points are scattered in the hands of the warriors. There are not many warriors who have so many contribution points. This time, we didn't gain any contribution points from the attack on the Shengui civilization, so Xiao Zhange was a little helpless. Whatever Lin Qun said now, they would cooperate. When the soldiers heard that they were exchanging recovery potions for Mr. Lin, they were all very enthusiastic and didn't care about spending their hard-earned contribution points. But objective problems still exist. Recovery potions of too high specifications are also expensive. 50 contribution points of recovery potions are nothing to a strong man of Lin Qun's level, but for ordinary people, it is definitely not a small amount. I understand. I want as many as I can, and don't force it. Lin Qun certainly understood the difficulties of the military. This is an objective factor. Xiao Zhanguo immediately responded, "I will try my best to collect and deliver it as soon as possible." He knew that dark energy recovery potions and energy recovery potions were Lin Qun's ammunition, and he dared not delay at all. Especially this time in the rear battle, Xiao Zhanguo realized that he could die in the whole army, but Mr. Lin could not fall, and Mr. Lin could not lose. Lin Qun said, "Thank you." He returned to the attacker battleship and quickly returned to his room to rest. The impact of the large number of deaths caused by the multiple shadow clone technique was still there, and he had to digest it. Countless deaths are also experiences and accumulations for him, and another kind of improvement in disguise. And the feedback from the experience of this clone is not just as simple as death feedback. In other aspects, it will have a strong positive effect. The return and overlap of clones from multiple perspectives are very useful for him to review the battle and improve his experience. In the future, he can also use the characteristics of clones to obtain intelligence. Multiple of him can appear in multiple places, and as long as he takes back the clones, he can know what happened in each place. In less than half an hour, Lin Qun has recovered almost everything, and the impact has been basically eliminated. He also took a look at the intelligence presented by the military. That is the news of the other two major battlefields on the blue planet. On the American continent, Lin Qun civilization is unstoppable. Wuxi civilization is retreating step by step, and the situation is very clear. It is expected that Wuxi civilization will be defeated by Lin Qun civilization in 5 days at most. Lin Qun civilization is very unfamiliar to Lin Qun. They are too far away from the Huaxia region, and the main attack direction has never been here, and there is almost no intersection. But from the current intelligence, Lin Qun civilization is extremely powerful. Wuxi civilization, a top civilization, was at a disadvantage right from the start of the war, and saw that there was almost no chance of counterattack. On the non-European battlefield, the situation was very tense. The fronts of the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization were completely intertwined, and the two sides had not yet seen a clear advantage or disadvantage. However, the intelligence capabilities of the human side were limited. This information was all from half a day ago, and was relatively general. What made Lin Qun a little excited was the information from Chen Weiyang. There was only one. The Iron Curtain device had been tested and could be used in actual combat for the first time in 24 hours at the latest. Iron Curtain device. Lin Qun was excited. I didn't expect them to move so quickly. Chen Weiyang and his team were very fast. Perhaps, in the next battle with the Shengui civilization, the Iron Curtain device could play a role. After browsing the information, Lin Qun retracted his gaze and prepared to start drawing cards. His current contribution points were more than 28,000. Fighting against the Shengui civilization, there were few Shengui civilization contestants to kill. From Lin Qun to the entire army, everyone fought for a while, but did not get any contribution points. However, Lin Qun is now ranked first in the overall human ranking. Even if there are no alien civilization lives to kill every day, the contribution points settled for this ranking are also very considerable. Therefore, the contribution points are still growing slowly. He originally wanted to wait until he had gathered 40,000 contribution points from the Shengui civilization before taking action. But from the current situation, it is no longer realistic. The Shengui civilization is very cunning. It consumes human forces with the weirdness of the marginal area and does not release any contestants, giving Lin Qun and the human army no chance to brush contribution points. At present, the human coalition army brought by Xiao Zhanguo is advancing in an all-round way and is about to march to the deep area. The final war may break out at any time. Lin Qun can't wait, so he simply draws cards now. Extremely good luck. Draw 2 cards directly. The first golden card quickly emerged. The first card is a skill card. Name, Divine Sword Controlling Thunder True Art. Type, Skill card. Description, use this card to obtain the Divine Sword Controlling Thunder True Art skill from the ZHU's Iron World. Divine Sword Controlling Thunder True Art is a Taoist magic that can attract thunder for its own use. When casting a spell, it will naturally cast an invisible shield around the caster through the divine weapon, and use the mortal body to trigger the power of heaven and earth, and use the divine weapon to draw down the 9 heavens thunder to attack. Using this skill requires a lot of dark energy. Special note 1. 9 heavens mysterious break, transformed into divine thunder. The magnificent power of heaven, guided by the sword. Special note 2. Before using this spell, it is best to practice it first. Load. Lin Qun blinked his eyes. Isn't this the classic skill of King Iron Sect in the ZHU Zion novel? It is a real sword art spell. Lin Qun's sword control technique has not yet been cultivated to the level where he can use the advanced sword tactics that come with the sword control technique. Unexpectedly, he has drawn a sword tactic first. This skill is also a very advanced skill spell in the original work, and its power is not bad. After the ready-made card was drawn, Lin Qun judged from the description of this card that the power of this skill should depend on how much thunder can be attracted and how much dark energy can be paid. The most important thing is that this is also a Taoist ability to drive away evil spirits. It should be quite restrained to the life of the Shengui civilization. Now drawing this card is quite useful for Lin Qun. While Lin Qun looked at this skill card, he instinctively thought of the ability of the super electromagnetic gun. Good guy. With these two abilities together, he really became an electrician. However, I wonder if the ability of the super electromagnetic gun can multiply the ability of this divine sword's thunder control tactic. Also, if the Shengui civilization evolver uses the Scarlet Lightning Storm, I wonder if I can use this trick at the same time to turn the Shengui civilization evolver's lightning, that is not thunder, into my own use. If this is possible, it would be incredible. While Lin Qun was pondering, the second card slowly emerged. What surprised Lin Qun was that this second card was also a card from the ZHU Zion world. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.